Radio Raheem interviewed Ryan McIntyre, the coach of Terence Crawford. Radio Raheem actually asked McIntyre if he kind of looks up to a trainer like Freddie Roach, if he gives him credit and stuff like that. And McIntyre says, I don't give him shit, alluding basically to the collaboration with Victor Postal, Freddie Roach's collaboration with Victor Postal, the upcoming opponent of Terence Crawford. They're having a unification fight at junior welterweight. But McIntyre is alluding basically to them having kind of short span together. I think the last two fights, just like the last two fights or something. That's what McIntyre says. And he doesn't think that Freddie Roach is able to take the full credit for basically Victor Postal's progression inside the ring and basically his ability to box. I heard Freddie Roach saying that critics might give him a little bit more credit for Victor Postal because he's a boxer and he was able to outbox Lucas Matisse before stopping him. So I can see basically the point by McIntyre that McIntyre is making, because Freddie Roach is mostly known for being an offensive trainer. Maybe the defense not being like his specialty, you know. Maybe a Floyd Mayweather Sr. is more of a defensive trainer, you could say. Yeah, and McIntyre goes on to say that he looks at trainers of the past, reads old books, watches old fights. I guess he admires trainers like Eddie Futch and Georgie Benton. Eddie Futch actually was the trainer of Freddie Roach also, and he trained good fighters like Riddick Bowe, Michael Spinks, and he also was the trainer. He also was a sparring partner to Joe Louis. Georgie Benton was himself a fighter. And if you watch old fights of Georgie's, he's a slickster, you know. You can see him using the Philly shell and being a defensive wizard on the inside and being a very good, I think, middleweight contender. He had fights against Ruben Hurricane Carter and numerous other legends. So McIntyre watches old fights, watches old trainers, how their approach was to the game plan and how they worked with their fighters, how they had success, you know. He also says that he doesn't really look at the trainers that come in the last 2 weeks to sharpen up the skills of a fighter. When I hear that, I kind of think of Angelo Dundee. Like Sugar Ray Leonard always used to say that Dundee wasn't really his... He was always a little hesitant to give Dundee like full credit like maybe the media was giving him. So I can see maybe Dundee being more of the media type trainer that will get accolades from the media basically through his connections as being a good matchmaker, and I think he's also the brother of a manager also, and also I think his brother was a promoter if I'm not totally mistaken. So I guess Angelo Dundee was more a guy maybe that obviously had success with guys like Carmen Pasilio, who he also trained, and also Jimmy Ellis. He trained George Foreman in his late career. So you can see these are somewhat big names, and I guess Angelo Dundee, having been the trainer of Muhammad Ali, always had like a good ring to his name if you combine your like a George Foreman and an Angelo Dundee. Really, I like this kind of attitude of not dismissing the past and basically being open to expand your knowledge and not seeing yourself like as basically the end-all be-all of knowledge in boxing. Like, for example, trainers like Robert Garcia. I mean, the guy obviously was a former fighter, was trained by his dad, who I guess had also success with Fernando Vargas and his younger brother Mikey Garcia. But for some reason, I always find like Robert Garcia kind of cornered in by his own association with Mexican trainers. Basically, it's a family thing for them, you know what I mean? Guess he has a respect for other trainers like Freddie Roach, maybe a Joe Goosen. I'm not sure if Joe Goosen is like the most technical trainer ever. Maybe he even, through his association with his brother, also a promoter, having big-name fighters like Michael Nunn, Joel Casamayor, James Toney. He always had good in his stable, but probably also because of his association with his brother, Dan Goosen. Not to totally discredit Joe Goosen, I think he was mostly a pro trainer, but he took Gabe and Rafael Reales, the two brothers, he took them from the amateurs to become world champions in boxing, you know? Yeah, so back to my point about Robert Garcia. I'm not sure what are his idols when it comes to training, because he comes from fighting himself. So I can see like a mindset, hard-headed mindset kind of. I see him giving credit to Freddie Roach, but at the same time, if you talk about like the past, I don't know if he goes back further than when he was a young kid and a fan of boxing, you know what I mean? If you ask him who he watched, I guess he was a big fan of Sugar Ray Leonard, whose trainer, by the way, was Angelo Dundee. And also Pepe, what's his name, man? The guy that also was the trainer of Lennox Lewis in his early career. Pepe Ferreira, something like that. I think he once said, Robert Garcia, that is, he was also a fan of like guys like Salvador Sanchez and obvious like Mexican fighters, you know, Julio Cesar Chavez. But is he really knowledgeable when it comes to the history of the sport, when it comes to the teachers of the sport? You can also name another guy, Bill Miller, for example, the guy that trained James Toney. James Toney always says like Bill Miller is the original head trainer of the Crunk Gym, always taking a little bit of shine away from Emmanuel Stewart, you know. Emmanuel Stewart is a good trainer, but he also developed his skill while, okay, he also is a trainer that loved the amateurs, so that's probably where he really sharpened his skill to become the notable trainer that he was. But at the same time, Emmanuel Stewart was also a good matchmaker and a good manager. All throughout, until the last part, at least, of Thomas Hearns' career, he was also the manager and the trainer of Tommy Hearns. And I'm sure there were other trainers as well. If I'm not mistaken, even the Prince Nassim Hamed connection kind of crumbled because of that. I think Emmanuel Stewart wanted to have some managerial say. I'm not sure if that is totally true. You can correct me, but that's at least what I heard, you know. And even with Gerald McClellan, I'm not sure if Emmanuel Stewart obviously had like more than one fighter, so his priorities had to be distributed all around, you know. I think even the Gerald McClellan collabo kind of fell apart because of that, because at one time I think he had to take a fight with someone else and wasn't able to be there full time for Gerald, you know. And like again to Robert Garcia, because he's obviously one of the most successful young trainers out right now, but in a maybe limping when it comes to the essence and nuances of the sport. It is a little bit of a waning sport, boxing right now, in comparison to maybe the 80s, 90s, and even before that, obviously. Yeah, and Robert Garcia says things like, I mean, obviously not everybody knows, especially when Muhammad Ali just passed. Like, a lot of reporters go around gyms and ask all these fighters and trainers, what did you think about Muhammad Ali? What impact did he have on your career as either a boxer or as a trainer or whatever, you know? These people come up with like these general answers, you know, like, yeah, Muhammad Ali is more than a fighter, blah, 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 and he's a human being, and he was like a civil rights guy and stuff like that. I don't know if they know anything or just like if they are repeating maybe things they've heard, but like a Robert Garcia, he will say, he will be honest. And it is, you know, it's honesty, but he is really his own ignorance. He will say stuff like, hearing this like for years now. I mean, the last 5 years I'm watching these videos on the channel of you know who, and he's interviewing Robert Garcia, and he's asking about Muhammad Ali even before he passed, and he always used to say, you know, I've never seen a fight, not live, I've never seen a fight of him, alright? He has never seen footage of Muhammad Ali fighting, or never seen a full fight of Muhammad Ali. So basically, like a lot of casual fans of the sport, they're just not able to sit through a black and white footage. You know, as good as the quality at times is, you know, they will not be able to sit through that, what ignorance does, you know. So a trainer, one of the most successful guys in the sport, proud of his ignorance, basically saying for years now, he has never seen a Muhammad Ali fight. I'm not saying that he could learn anything of Muhammad Ali, that's not what I'm saying. Although I think it has been a little bit overstated that Muhammad Ali is not a technical fighter and that he is like relying on basically just reflexes to get by. If you watch early fights of Muhammad Ali, the way he feints, the way he will put you out of position, the way he's able to tire a fighter out in clinches, the way he's like all these little things. I think Emmanuel Stewart knew a lot about Muhammad Ali and the way he used tricks in order to get an advantage in fights even later in his career. Like a Robert Garcia will actually just dismiss anything that has come before him. That's actually what I think, alright? I'm not saying that's the total truth, but that's my interpretation of his views, you know. I think this kind of ignorance is just like hampering the sport in general. If one of the most successful young trainers is thinking like that, that he doesn't have to go back, that he doesn't have to maybe cherish the accomplishments of those who came before him, study at least, you know what I mean? Maybe he can get something, maybe he can't, you know, maybe the sport has changed so drastically in the last 30 years that there's no need for him to go back. I'm not sure, man. But I think it's really important to see what came before you in order to go forward and to improve, you know. That applies even to fighters going back and watching old film and trying to analyze maybe the skill set of similar fighters to them, even not similar fighters to them. Maybe they can further their own skills by watching someone applying something they've seen into their skill set, you know. Like a James Toney, for example. Bill Miller would sit him down and make him watch like all these old school film of Ezra Charles, Jersey Joe Walcott, and fighters like that from that era, you know. He was able to improve on his own style and basically become a defensive wizard. Obviously, he was gifted to go in that direction, but he was a guy that came late to the sport. He was a quarterback in high school, and I think he was a very talented quarterback also. And I think he even had like a fight with a football star in a training camp and was kind of like thrown out or something out of that training camp. Is it Dallas Cowboys? This flashy dude, man, that also was a baseball star. He was a two-sport star, and I think James Toney beat on him. But James Toney used to watch all these old school film, and basically, even coming late into the sport, you wouldn't really know it because he was so open to take in knowledge. And he lived in the gym. Sparring was a everyday thing for him, calling out dudes in the crunk gym, taking on all comers in training as well as in fights, you know. Mike Tyson, Castamato made him watch film of all these old school, like Mike Tyson would go back to even the Jack Dempseys. You have to squint your eyes in order to see maybe technique that you can apply to your own style. But if he didn't take technique, he'd definitely take style points from Jack Dempsey, cutting the sides of his hair. He had like the same kind of hairstyle as Jack Dempsey, or he kind of tried to imitate him. I guess no socks, coming to the ring with no rope and stuff like that, you know. Mike Tyson is known to be a boxing encyclopedia. If I'm not mistaken, his favorite fighter is actually, what was it? Was it this Cuban dude, man? Like a Cuban fighter from the 1930s or something. Like he's like a lower weight guy, but he was like exceptionally tall for his weight class. Wow. Anyway, Mike Tyson is a very knowledgeable guy when it comes to the boxing history. Even in recent time, like a guy like Mauricio Herrera, he said he watches film of James Toney and Pernell Whitaker, like some of his favorite fighters. He will watch film and try to, again, adapt his style and try to imitate. And you can see in the fight with Jose Benavidez, Roy Jones is telling you like all these different styles that Mauricio Herrera is applying. Like at one time he will do the Julio Cesar Chavez, at one point he will go to Mike Tyson mode, and that's not even the fighters that I've just mentioned. So Herrera is a true student of the sport. Again, a fighter that had a late start in his career but is known for his veteran savvy, having a multitude of styles, which he was able to bedazzle Danny Garcia in his title challenge for Danny Garcia's junior welterweight title. So I applaud Coach McIntyre, Brian McIntyre, for going back and not dismissing the past and being willing to learn and still improve even at the highest stage of their profession. Alright, peace out.
Matisse got outboxed and stopped in that fight. He quit. His eye was starting to swell. I don't know if it's the same eye that swelled in Dan Garcia, but maybe he has eye trouble. Who knows, man? Matisse, that's just my guess, man. He's an emotionally vulnerable fighter. A puncher also, so it kind of makes it more crazy. It doesn't make it crazy, man. It probably comes with it. If you're used to putting guys away quick, if they're around a long time and stuff, you maybe just start questioning yourself, you know what I mean? Actually, there was one situation where Matisse hit Posto with the uppercut in the clinch. I think it's a 6-round. Posto basically holding with one hand, and Matisse like, let's use that uppercut. And he staggers Posto, like, actually, if they weren't in the clinch, I think we would have seen a dance in there. Right after that, I think he clips him again with a nice like, left hook, the right hand to the, and it was pretty. Like, Matisse has also technique. He's not the usual slugging puncher. He can actually show boxing maneuvers. After that, even again, he hurt Posto. So for all the guys that question Matisse and basically say he's on PEDs or whatever, I don't think that these rumors are really justified. I haven't heard anything about Lucas Matisse. But hey, if you have some kind of love for one fighter, like I already said, he faces a big challenge, maybe you start inventing shit, you know what I mean? Maybe you dream of PEDs, maybe you dream of your favorite fighter getting knocked out, and then it makes all sense when you wake up, you know? Alright, enough of fucking Matisse. He was stopped in the 10th, Posto hit him with a 1-2, man, and he didn't get up. He basically he stayed on his knees, rubbing his eye. Posto was the new WBC junior welterweight champion now. If you look at Posto's record, he doesn't really have the names on there. So I don't know, maybe you know the names. Like, Hank Lundy fought Hank Lundy in 2013, unanimous decision win. If you ask Hank Lundy, he won that fight. He beat DeMarcus Corley, that's who didn't. Like, DeMarcus Corley, I think, has fought Joe Louis and Max Schmeling, but I don't know any other names. Cedric Aydin was a German-based fighter, and that basically says everything. He stopped Aydin basically the same way he stopped. Oh my God, he stopped Aydin actually around later, man. Like, Aydin is a physically strong guy. I don't think he's a real puncher, but I think even he hurt Postal? The Postal star? Let's check Terence Crawford out. This little mean guy, as Max Kellerman likes to call him. The fuck is Max Kellerman talking about? I don't know what he's talking about, man. Terence Crawford kind of has a mean streak. Those little fighters, it's kind of interesting to see that. Actually, people have made comparisons to Pernell Whitaker. To a degree, I can see that maybe more from a technical standpoint. Not that they really fight like each other. I mean, Pernell was a natural southpaw. I think Terence Crawford is a right-hander that switches. Both are technical fighters that will dig down, get dirty with you, you know, if they need to, and if they see an advantage for them. It's not reckless. So even Pernell would get hit at times when he got overly defensive and shit. He would go down to his knees almost, basically trying to dodge punches, you know. Terence Crawford can also at times get hit. Pernell didn't have really a reckless bone in his body. Like, he actually would be criticized for taking the fight out of the fight, but that's really his brilliance. There was like this entertainer in Pernell Whitaker that I'm sorry I have to go back to Floyd again, man, but Floyd doesn't have the entertainment thing that Pernell had. Why boxing, alright? It's not a boxing thing. Terence Crawford, since beating Ricky Burns, and maybe even before that, for the more hardcore fans, they would give him a lot of credit for beating Brady Prescott 2013. He beat Brady Prescott, a unanimous decision, and that was his first fight at the junior welterweight limit. But he was actually lightweight at the time. That was fighting. Did he or Brady Prescott take this fight on short notice? It was some weird thing. He just like took that fight, I guess, at 140. Who knows? But it was a good performance, and that fight you can see Terence Crawford kind of clowning Prescott, telling him to go back to his corner. Like Max Kellerman is all impressed by that, and then he fights Alejandro Sanabria, knocks this guy out in the 6th, wins the WBO and ABO lightweight title. Then he fights Andrei Klimov. Klimov has fought a couple of dudes. Klimov just fought Liam Ward. No, he's gonna fight Liam Ward. He just fought Jose Pedraza. Okay, 12-round decision loss to Jose Pedraza. A very wide decision. And before that, yes, fought John Molina Jr., winning a majority decision against him. And that's basically it. I guess Terence beat him for 9th-round TKO. And that was for the WBO lightweight title. So he beat the Sanabria for the lightweight title, WBO. That's a weird one. That kind of takes all the emotion out of my voice. Okay, really, when I took notice of him, it's in 2014, he went to England to fight Ricky Burns for the WBO world title. That has to be Ricky Burns was the WBO champion, and he beat Ricky Burns in a convincing 12-round decision. And that was an impressive thing for me, because he never really made an effort to stop Burns. It's not that he played with his foot, no he didn't. He consistently won each round, like round after round, putting on a dominant display. Like, just turning on the heat enough to make it impossible for the judges to take the round from him. Burns would throw some weird shit, the crowd would scream, and I mean, he went to Scotland, Terence Crawford did. That has to play into his maturation as a champion also in his first, like to win the title in Scotland from Ricky Burns. Like, Ricky Burns is not bum, okay? He has like a couple of weird fights, and like he has been definitely on the slide a little, but Ricky Burns is a decent fighter. He was a decent title holder at the time, you know? Okay, Terence Crawford beats Ricky Burns, and then he goes on to beat maybe his most entertaining fight up to now. He fights Yuriorkis Gamboa, but Gamboa is a smaller fighter really that went up in weight to fight Terence Crawford. Also, Gamboa, I don't think is like the youngest guy at this point. Like, Gamboa is more of a highlight fighter. I don't think that he has like even the big accomplishments in the sport. Gamboa was basically like someone who was hyped as the new Pacquiao, or this guy is like slick and quick and powerful and whatever. Maybe, who knows, man. He's not even the new Juan Guzman. Gamboa is a weirdo, bro. He might be quick and shit, but he's a Cuban guy, but he doesn't really fight like a Cuban fighter, like the usual Cuban fighters that we see, like Arislan Lara or other Cuban fighters that are maybe a little more on the technical defensive side, but very, very sound and obviously very wise operators in the ring. But Gamboa is more like, he's like a hot rod. And Terence Crawford beats Gamboa in the 9th round by TKO. An entertaining fight in which both fighters are hurt, but Gamboa on multiple occasions, who knows what Gamboa has left after the fight, because he was really taking a sustained beating in that fight, although he was impressive in the early round, tagging Crawford, and Crawford turning southpaw to maybe change the rhythm of the fight at that point. Now, actually started a right-hander, and then he changed southpaw, started getting hit with a couple of shots. The commentator's going crazy, Roy Jones telling him that's a mistake, but because Gamboa was landing the fast right hand and all. Gamboa has power, but it's more flashy power. He will catch you with something you might not see, or let you walk into something just by speed, his natural coordination and athleticism. Yeah, he was tagging Crawford, but never really hurting him. Like, Crawford looked like the physically bigger man in that ring. In that fight, he kind of, like, he was snapping his jab, even as a right-hander. He was touching up Gamboa with his jab and kind of having reactions of the jab. Gamboa kind of like stiffening his legs with the jab and stuff like that. Terence Crawford seems to be like a heavy-handed guy, or he knows the art of snapping his punch in order to get full effect out of his effort, you know. In the middle rounds, Crawford adjusted, started more and more getting his right hook into play, working it onto the body, up to the head, and basically ragdolling Gamboa, knocking him down. Gamboa was dropped in the 5th, 8th, twice in the 9th. And at that point, the fight was made up, and Gamboa was safe, bro. Gamboa was also slipping a lot in the fight, and basically like that, and it's just basically having a fucking carousel, like a roller coaster at his head, you know, that just like made things worse for him. Yeah, and that fight was to me the fight of the year, actually, over Molina and what's his name, Matisse, because I got to experience like this new future legend. I'm just saying that shit because he looked like that to me when I was watching. He just looked like a guy that's made to do big things, you know what I mean? Not on the bandwagon though. I'm not on the bandwagon. Then he fights Raimundo Beltran in his first title defense of the WBO title, and he beats him by 12-round unanimous decision. I don't know if Beltran has been beat like that. He also got dominated in the fight, basically losing every round. The one time when he walked Terence Crawford into a shot, like Terence Crawford immediately turned it around and beat on Beltran, hurting him, making him walk back to his corner, staggering and shit. You know, he beats him by unanimous decision. Like Beltran is a tough dude, man. Always sparring with what's his name, Pacquiao. Basically, kind of prepared him for the southpaw angle, just to the fact that he wasn't stopped. Not that he was having any success in the fight, you know. But it was maybe a little bit of a tough fight for Terence Crawford to get over with, but he definitely was still impressive. And in his next fight, he fights Thomas Dulorme. Thomas Dulorme is, I think he's of the Gamboa breed. He's not technical. I wouldn't say he's like a technical boxer or anything. He basically has boxing moves, but he's also more a guy that is dependent on his athleticism, punching off movement, and basically his build, his length, physical attributes. That gave maybe Terence Crawford a couple of rounds to figure him out. And like Terence Crawford will have like a little bit of trouble in his fight early, but kind of he then make the adjustment, like we've seen in many of Floyd Mayweather's fights. You know, maybe Floyd Mayweather doesn't get tagged as much. You know, he has like a more safe approach in figuring a guy out, while maybe having like competitive rounds, like just on the scorecard, not necessarily from a damage standpoint. But Terence Crawford will run into a couple of shots like where he figures out, which can come into play in this upcoming fight with Postol. I'm sorry. Anyway. Dulorme was stopped in the 6 rounds after having a little bit of success early, but the way Crawford like turns it around, hits him with like a snappy right hand, and from then on it's like, oh my god, what happened to Dulorme, man? Something in his head, like he was like definitely having trouble, man. Just like coming back from getting hurt, but I think that's a Dulorme problem also. He has like that. I don't know if it's the fragile mentality or anything, but he gets like the clouds won't disappear. Some fighters like they have like Ali always used to say like it's about 30 seconds for you to finish a fighter while he's hurt. And that goes the same way for yourself when you're hurt. You have about 30 seconds to get your bearings back without taking damage, you know what I mean? Or you will get stuck. And Dulorme, it's almost like the clouds won't clear, you know? Or they just won't clear soon enough. Against high level opposition, that is. After that, Terence Crawford fights Thierry John. And Thierry John is like a Canadian Haitian fighter that had a competitive fight with Lamont Peterson, but in this fight, Thierry John looks a lot smaller than Terence Crawford, even though like Terence Crawford just like moved up to the lightweight division in order for him to, he not just moved up, but I mean he's not like a long campaigning super lightweight champion, you know? Anyway, Crawford looks a lot bigger than John, and he stops him in the 10th round, dropping him multiple times. And it's a one-sided fight basically. I mean, John had a couple of rounds. The usual Terence Crawford thing, you know, he gets hit a little bit and then he stops you brutally. But like, I guess Thierry John had a little bit to say about Terence Crawford, basically that he will take his title. Like, it seems like the Terence Crawford camps, like, they take the little things very seriously and very personal, and they take that shit as fuel, you know? Every little thing you're gonna say, they take as fuel, so you might as well say nothing. So John said basically he would take his title and that he would actually have the rematch in Omaha, Nebraska, basically saying that he will win the title and embarrass Crawford in the rematch. But and after the fight, Terence Crawford is basically saying, had you had enough and stuff like that. So when Max Kellerman is talking to him, asking him if he has hold any bad ill will for Jean, you had enough or something like that. Terence Crawford is like all angry still, you know what I mean? Man, these black dudes. I mean, these black dudes, I don't think like, you know, the black dudes, those are the ones you gotta look out for. In his next fight, in his most recent fight, he fight Henry Lundy, man. Henry Lundy, man, he didn't listen to the advice I just gave, like all the other dudes, man. Alright, it's after the fact, but who knows? He had seen Terence Crawford's demeanor, and he wanted to get into Terence Crawford's head. He was going at his wife, calling her all kinds of names, you know what I mean? Not even names, he was just like referring to stuff. Terence Crawford wasn't even really fighting necessarily, he just gave him like he gave him like that way in a kind of the hard shove, you know? But, I don't know that Crawford really took it too personal, just judging by Hank Lundy. Hank Lundy's a guy that will talk trash for every fight, so maybe even Terence Crawford just doesn't like when foreigners talk about him. Who knows? Because he wasn't that mad at Hank Lundy for talking all that shit about his wife. Like, he's all mad at John because he says, I'm gonna take your title. That's the objective for me. What the hell? Anyway, Henry Lundy, man, he made it 5 rounds, putting hands on Crawford again in the early round. And then basically, like, Crawford always looks the bigger, physically stronger man. Although he's not like a physically imposing guy, all muscly and shit. No, he's like a tall, skinny, not skinny, I wouldn't say skinny. He's solid, but he's tall and, I don't know, he's just solid in his approach. He doesn't look like he has a good chin, first of all. And, I can't forget that he got hurt by Gamboa in that fight. He was doing like the gonna lay down for a second, but like made his mind up to do otherwise, you know. And then when Gamboa was following up, also it was like kind of a desperation shot by Gamboa. Gamboa was getting hurt and about to get finished basically. And then Crawford ran into something, alright? But he kind of composed himself, did the right thing, clinched Gamboa, shoved him back to the ropes, and put the hurt on Gamboa, okay? Against Henry Lundy, he's not getting hurt or anything, he's just getting tagged a little bit. The moment he figures you out, it's over basically, man. Like Terence Crawford is a guy that like finishes you quick. When he knows there's something leaking in your defense or basically you're showing him vulnerability, it's over for you. You're not allowed to be weak in the ring with him. When he gets weak, it's basically nothing because the opponent isn't able to follow up or basically to really take full advantage of a situation. And it might be as brief as like a couple of seconds because I haven't seen Crawford get hurt to the degree where he like has to lose a round. Oh my god, he was so hurt, you can't give him that round. No, like Crawford, he will actually put hurt on you in the round when he either get dinged or maybe get hurt himself. He will end the round in a positive manner. It's almost like you ask yourself, who won that round? And it might just be 10 seconds of beating you just took. And then he puts hurt on you, and 10 seconds later, ding, 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 ding. That's my impression. And now he's fighting Victor Postol, obviously. Terence is 5'8", has a 70 reach. Postol is 5'11", and has a 73 reach, so he has the advantage in that. But that was suspected. Postol is a bigger guy, even at the way he looked bigger. Postol looked a little bit unhealthy on the scale. So looking at the both fighters, you can see that it has to be like an aggressive mindset tonight by Terence Crawford that's going to win in the fight. You're going to see him walk into shots. I believe the early rounds will be Postol's. Now he's actually fighting a guy that I think is physically on his level. So it will be very interesting. I think this is a competitive fight. But I have to give Terence Crawford the advantage just from a mental makeup. Not that Victor Postol is a mentally weak fighter. He showed like a good poker face against Matisse and IDing and basically recovering from punches also rather quickly and sticking to a game plan even while hurt. So that has to be said. But is Matisse a fighter that is able to put consistent punches on you for you to be able to think and stick to a game plan? Because actually Postol has a good style of controlling around. Like all the clinches, all the movement, all the deliberate moves of Postol's are able to basically mute the output of the opponent. And kind of gets into desperation mode. And at multiple occasions you can see Matisse look into the ref and shit and kind of having like this, oh my god, look, you know what I mean? Like kind of frantic, what the rounds are passing by or some shit like that. I'm already down on the cards. At the same time, I've seen Postol get hurt by Selçuk Aydin. I've seen him get hurt against Matisse on multiple occasions. He was hurt at least 3 times in that fight. And Matisse didn't actually land much on Postol. So Terence Crawford is definitely a technically better fighter that will put punches on you to see a reaction. He's a move ahead basically. Put a deliberate jab into your face or maybe a flicking jab in order to gauge a reaction and react off that. And basically in his mind he's already preparing the counter move. He also is a fighter that kind of, I don't know if a lot of fighters do that, but he looks like at the hip. It's almost like a basketball player playing defense. He basically doesn't want to give his moves away with his eyes. He's aware of that. He's actually a fighter that does that. He will look to your hip and hit you to the head. Shit like that. So Terence Crawford is a smart fighter. Why? He can be an aggressive fighter. Victor Postol has to kind of basically stick to a game plan in order to get to the position where he can be aggressive. While I see Terence Crawford be a thinking fighter, while being also aggressively and tactical to get the opponent in the situations where he wants them to be, you know? And maybe at times like kind of having the opponent like in the wrong mindset of him thinking, okay, maybe I can maybe I'm putting rounds together, maybe I'm winning the fight on the cards. Maybe he's kind of getting a little bit more lazy in his approach, you know what I mean? But Terence Crawford is thinking in there and still he's waiting for you to get lazy basically. For either Terence Crawford to win a unanimous decision, yeah, maybe it's a closer decision, who knows? But I definitely see Terence Crawford winning. I actually also can see. Let me go out on a limb here, okay? I see Terence Crawford stopping Postol inside 6. For some reason, I see that happening. It's not really anything that I have discussed before that. I'm like, why not put a fucking prediction out there, you know? I'm making the video, so why not? And that kind of also, you know, what I also do, I put money on fucking fights to get me excited about the fight. That's the kind of boxing fan I am, bro. Alright? And I might put a little money on Terence Crawford here. It probably won't pay off too much, but should be the favorite, I think. A lot of people will probably put money on Postol. I mean, he upset the apple card in the Matisse fight. He made a lot of people money in that fight. But I think I'm going to go with Terence Crawford. I'm probably going to put the bet on under 9. So, let's see if Terence Crawford can put the Iceman, Victor Postol, on ice. Peace out, people. It was a pleasure.
Terence Crawford is saying this is not the toughest fight he had. He thinks the Gamboa fight is definitely the harder fight that he had, and he said it. The game plan was basically to take away Postol's jab, and then one-handed fighter wasn't going to beat Crawford. So they knew what they were preparing for, and they executed the game plan. Aaron is not talking, calling Crawford a future superstar. You know? But I mean, I think that's been obvious. That shouldn't be like established by this Postol. It will be interesting to see maybe Crawford at some point go heavyweight. You know, not necessarily because he's like the biggest junior welterweight. I don't know who's one of the other junior welterweight champions right now. I mean, junior welterweight division has been basically like vacated all the top names. Yeah, good move of boxer. Good performance by Crawford. Peace out.
You know, I wanted to make this video regardless of the couple of things that I've seen in the last couple of days since the junior welterweight unification between Terence Crawford and Victor Postol. I actually said a similar thing in my Watching the Fights Live video, where I was saying basically that maybe Terence Crawford could have taken the offensive, and maybe even not to a reckless extent, but I think he had an opportunity to maybe, and you could see it in the 12th round when Terence Crawford basically is coming forward and Victor Postol is going backwards. And that was a reoccurring thing in the fight. Terence Crawford, when he chose to come forward and punch, Victor Postol went back to his old habits of going backwards. He's not a fighter that necessarily comes forward in order to punish you. He kind of boxes off the back foot. Victor Postol was acting as if he wanted to fight, but really wasn't even really trying. And we've seen in a lot of videos that they're talking about Postol not punching and just having a very low punch output for him to do anything fight-changing or at least to put an imprint of his style on the fight, you know. Basically Postol was bluffing all night. He was coming forward knowing that in the judges' minds there was maybe a case of the fighter coming forward, maybe fighting off the ring center, maybe having a hypothetical advantage, you know. Some American judges will favor aggression, effective or ineffective. Him coming forward was just a ploy, basically to keep him in the fight, maybe from a casual standpoint, not really knowing what you're watching. Crawford obviously took the boxing route in this match, so he used his movement. But I also alluded that maybe Crawford was put off by maybe the height of Postol and just having the guy in front of you all the time, you know what I mean? I know he has been criticized for his range, and he has a sense of, it seems like a bad sense of range, but to a degree he has a good sense of range because he knows to just stay on the outside enough for Crawford's punches to not be brutalizing him, or at least touching him. And just Crawford's brilliance really was able to drop him in those points where he did drop him, you know what I mean? But actually Postol did a very good job of fighting a safe fight for him. Because when he was overstepping, he did it deliberately, really deliberate, and also he was forcing a deliberate clinch the moment he overstepped. So like it was like, look, everybody, I'm going to throw a right hand, but then he's like overstepping and kind of falling into Crawford, clinching him hard. So I also heard like criticism towards Crawford for punching out of a clinch. I mean, that's what we want to see. We don't want to see decided agreements like Teddy Atlas likes to say. Both fighters basically taking breaks and clinching each other. That's the worst thing to see, man. So Crawford, man, again, should be applauded for punching out of the clinch any way he can, bro. Like forearm him, I don't know, man. I mean, he is creating a clinch. It wasn't anything extremely dirty that he was doing, not that I was seeing at least, you know. Postol, man, fought a con man's fight, putting enough pressure on Crawford for Crawford not to consistently try to beat, aggress, and come forward, but never being able to put himself out there to the degree that he was going to be hurt in the fight and maybe not be able to continue. Because Crawford, he would put punches on you. We've seen Postol basically almost being horizontal at one point after getting countered. Like he was feeling those punches, and maybe his legs were just in too good a shape for him to go over easy, you know, because he was getting hit with shots, effective shots. I mean, like I said, he has a really brilliant poker face. Postol as well. He would like shrug the hurt off, you know, off him. We saw in the Matisse fight when he got hurt in that fight, and I've mentioned that because Postol actually got hurt inside in a clinch once again. He's not really trying to work in a clinch. He's clinching to clinch. He's not using his the free hand or anything, and Matisse was using his free hand and hit him with an uppercut that kind of jarred Postol's head. It made him break the clinch quick, you know. Yeah, and now I'm reading this article, man, you know, and it really just kind of explains everything that I was just saying and feeling since that fight. It's unboxing scene, and the title reads Crawford. Postol did not want to fight or exchange. He ran. But just on the first look, it kind of like, how did he run? The Crawford was moving all night. He ran like a chicken. I don't think so. He used his movement to a degree, but that's really not Crawford's mentality to be like a purely moving fighter. He's not a pure boxer. That's what I'm saying. He has like mixed elements. He has that mean streak, and he will try to dog you. He did it less in this fight. I think he will get a lot of credence by winning this fight, you know. So it was a big fight for him to establish himself for future bigger prospects and fights like they're talking about against Manny Pacquiao, you know. Let's see what they say in this article, man. First of all, the scores were 118-107, 118-107, 117-108. So it was a lopsided victory for Terence Crawford. And now let's look what Postol has to say after the fact. And I have to say, I also saw a video on Fight Hub. They were talking to Postol, basically asking what went wrong, and it was very good to see that he would give an interview after like maybe a crossing defeat to him, you know, because he wasn't competitive. And he was really, you could tell, even with the translator, you could tell that he wasn't really trying to take any credit away from Crawford's win, just giving him the credit of having a very good game plan and basically moving effectively. And that was nice to see because I thought of Postol as a boxer, you know, and maybe someone would appreciate boxing skill. And he actually gave the impression as if he would give credit to the better man, you know. And even at one point, I think the translator kind of made something up. I'm not sure, I don't speak Russian, I just had a feeling. His demeanor, the way because at some point I think he was just simply saying what I just said, like that Crawford used to do the movement, and he gave him credit for being very fast. He was moving a lot. He kind of counted that as the reason for maybe Postol not being able to do what he wanted to do, you know. But it sounded like the manager said it. So that, I'm going to mention that before reading this article and maybe a couple of quotes. Alright, now after this interview, also after a couple of days of maybe talking to your promoter and manager, having them in your ear, he says this: mentally, I knew that this was a pay-per-view opportunity, and everybody was paying for this fight. And what I knew is that people who were paying wanted to see a fight, and what I tried to do is make the fight happen. I tried to go forward. I didn't choose to do a technical style and make it a chess match. I did my best to make it an exciting fight. I think the other side didn't really want to do that. Terence Crawford was running, and it just didn't happen. I was going forward most of the fight. I tried my best to make for a fight. He was running. He was fast and a good boxer. I mean, there's a lot of negativity in this statement. I mean, is this a Freddie Roach camp thing? Like, if you lose the fight, then the other guy ran and you're not giving credit, or you're just giving partial credit? Is this a way of basically fooling the casual fan into believing you in future fights? We've seen that with the Pacquiao fight. Pacquiao basically saying he thought he won. He was defiant right there in the ring, but you could see post-fight press conference, there must have been a meeting involving Roach, maybe Arum, Pacquiao, you know. Somebody was telling Mikey Kantz, and somebody probably was telling Pacquiao that he might have injured his shoulder or something. Like, kind of nudge him, like saying, hey, Pacquiao, did you injure your shoulder? Are you sure? Are you sure you didn't injure your shoulder? An observation, alright? Let's see what Crawford has to say. When he said he wanted to fight in the 12th round, he told me, let's go. I smiled at him and stepped forward. And he retreated and started running. And I was like, I thought he was going to fight. I never ran from a fight before. He knew that he was never going to exchange with me. His thing was trying to get me to come in so he can counter. He really didn't want to fight. The whole time he was coming forward. When I would step to him, he would jump back. That told me everything right there. That's a smart dude, Terence Crawford. I mean, he's obviously the fighter he knows best, you know? Because Crawford actually had like a iffy round. I think it was his 3rd round. Postol was able to find his rhythm coming forward and basically to counter in between Crawford's counters. Basically, he was forcing him in the early rounds just to throw out just a little bit of heat. Like Crawford was kind of feeling pressure to throw something, you know what I mean? Because all the while Postol was coming forward, he was not really, at that point, overstepping his range. He was actually hitting him with a couple of good right hands to the body. But it was a calm man's fight in the end. Anyway, in the 3rd round, he was able to counter in between Crawford's punches. Basically coming forward. Crawford turned it around in the next round, started smiling, doing his thing. And then he came out and hit him with that right hook, with the left uppercut. Or the
that hybrid, you know, that whole uppercut hybrid. I mean, he's switching stances and everything, so give me a break, okay? I'm over here in Germany. You can get tired watching these fights, and just by my watching the fights video, you can see that I'm missing rounds and shit. Like, it's hard to stay up for these fights. Sometimes you have to kind of freshen up in order to stay up until the main event, you know? Yeah. Paul Stone's game plan kind of diminished, you know, in the middle rounds after getting dropped, especially. He actually mentioned that he felt like he had to push even more and was basically not able to adjust because of those knockdowns. They kind of put him under pressure, you know, being down now, and I don't know, and maybe he had like the macho thing going that he wanted to show Crawford. I think that's what he would like us to believe, you know, that he's like, I wanted to get him back because he dropped me and stuff like that. But I don't know, I would wish that Paul Stone is a better sportsman than this, and not just like inventing stuff in order to maybe save face, you know. That would be bad. I would like that. Because I actually liked Paul Stone before this fight. Not in this fight, but I liked him as a fighter, and he seemed to have, like I mentioned, a little bit of swag, you know. I mean, that's basically it. I mean, you shouldn't take away anything from Crawford because of his game plan, get this agenda out there once again, that like of the black boxing mover and shit. Nah, like Crawford is actually a different species. He's not the classic defensive boxer. He just had a guy in front of him that was bluffing all night. Actually, a similar thing was happening in the Ivan Montero and Terence fight. I know it's not on that high of a pedestal, obviously, or as a... I mean, I'm calling this a unification. I mean, because they are unifying some titles, but obviously it's not for all titles, you know. Even in the Montero-Lubin fight, Lubin, the talented prospect, Montero basically a guy that's a journeyman, basically, you know, trying to make a living and basically not trying to get hurt. So it's more understandable for him to fight a sucker's fight. He didn't, actually. It was obvious that he was trying to survive, Montero. And Lubin was kind of getting flustered, caught in like these weird clinches, because he actually wasn't moving. He was the aggressor. He was really trying to push the whole fight, and that made it a kind of ugly, boring, unanimous decision, and which maybe Montero shouldn't have gone to this distance, you know. But you can see Terence Crawford is a much more experienced, developed fighter. Not speaking against Lubin, he's very young in his career, and he will definitely, I think, be out there at some point at the 154 division. But Terence Crawford, he's an experienced guy that chose to move and use his advantages. He had a guy in front of him that was aggression. All right, I'm out. Peace.
I mean, he threw about 8 punches, about 4 inches from my nose. He said, I said, shit. And I was happy to be in the ring with the champ. You know, it was really nice. My mind kept saying, I said, what happened to this nigga have on Joe Frazier flashbacks? You know, he's like a real Joe Frazier. And it gave me brain damage for life. Boxing hard hustle. I used to box in the Golden Gloves. I was good in the gym. I was in the ring where I had my trouble. I was a motherfucker in the gym, hitting the heavy bag. Because the bag don't move. But you get in the ring, niggas be coming out. I said, hey, go through about this shit here. This nigga moving. And I always had the boxing dudes that look like they just killed the cats. You know, you ever seen niggas with big rusty ass hands, trying to hand you to strike a match in the middle of it? Like they come out at the bell beating themselves up. Right at me. So he don't give a fuck about me. They kicking his own ass. And you go say, stick a move. And you be scared when you have your first boxing right there. And you get one in right here. You look at your own shit. Man, this shit might work. And you start trying to do it. They get good to you, right? And I fucked around, left one of them pins out there too long. And I saw this nigga like real red. And in his mind, I know he was saying, I'm gonna kill him real. And he hit me with a punch. He got from Mississippi. It came from Mississippi in slow motion. Swept up from Louisiana. And my buddy said, get the fuck out of the way. I couldn't move though. And my buddy said, drop your arm, block the punch, and counter with your right. And my mom said, I ain't got nothing to do with it. And he hit me in the rear. You ever had air leave your body? Air just said, fuck it. And then he saw my other side was weak. He said, oh, you want some air? And I kept trying to fall. But my legs was in good shape. They wouldn't fall. My legs just wouldn't. When the fuck you been on? Ain't nobody get us. Shit, you gonna make us look bad because you can't do that? You can raise your ass back up there. Hey, one of them so good, I thought he was playing Kuba on my body.
Crawford still running in. His balance doesn't look good. Oh, good shot. Yeah, he's getting hit, man. You know what Crawford looks like? Like Donald Curry against Lloyd Hannigan. You know? Like a tad shot. Even Don Curry wasn't shot at the time, you know, but like the first glimpses of shotness, of being shotski. Shout out to Freddy Pacheco. Said it, I believe, in the France Bolter Mike Tyson fight. The jab hand, and even the way he's entering, like, I guess he learned, man. Wasn't Ray Robinson a southpaw? He knows how to fight a southpaw, man. Maybe he came up right, you know? The right step-up fights to be in this position. Good shot. but nothing necessarily concussive. Is it a case of I can allow myself to be in this type of fight by Crawford? I don't like his legs, man. There you go. No, it's the mentality, man. That left hand is giving Terence Crawford trouble. And Crawford's legs don't look too good to me. They look all jittery. I seen that in that Andre Soleski fight, man. And I believe it was the left knee by Andre that was the issue in that fight. The southpaw curse, do they have issues with the... I don't know. With their knees? Sergio Martinez, Demetrius Andrade, this dude? His timing isn't too good, you know, but there are off performances in fighters' careers, you know what I mean? I guess you want to have them against these... Oh, good shot! What is wrong with his defense? Oh, Bullwinkle, man, he's fucking up in the corner, man. Stay with him. Because you're having actually a tactical advantage, I feel like. You have to stay with him in the dogfight to get back to your boxing. See? Terence Crawford not wanting to hold. You know what I mean? Just stem the tide. Eye swelling and everything, man. There you go. What happened? Probably got hit with something on top of the head or something. He has 20 seconds to go. Oh, he's quitting. Oh, good left hook. He has to hold. Tough dude. I wonder if he got hit with a body shot or something, man. But look at this guy, man. Pretty composed, man, for what he went through up till now, you know. I guess Bullwinkle was right. It's that left hand that he throws like on a pivot. And at the end of his combinations, man, that's kind of throwing Crawford off, I feel like. Oh, shit. Hit him with the overhand. Crawford still gotta be careful, man. We seen what happened when he tried to finish Gamboa. The last time he tried to finish him. Or the second two. Old Egg is here, man. He has to probably find something now because right now he's a D in the headlights. And that's what I've seen actually in his other fights, man. He has to kinda settle for decisions and shit. Oh, that's good work. Yeah, he's weak now. Crawford just absorbing now. Yeah, Crawford has a championship mentality, man. You can tell. Look. Suckering him to sleep. Oh, good left hook. You know, with that slow pace. And then obviously upping that shit. Now he's looking more smooth. Terence. Obviously the other dude is not as competitive right now. He's not fighting to win anymore, you know? Survival. And so many rounds to go. This will... Yeah, the guy will quit probably. He has been broken in that last round. You can see it in his body language. Aegis looks like he's feeling sorry for himself. And no disrespect to him, you know, obviously he's a brave dude. To be in the ring with a talent like Crawford, a killer really like Crawford, because he's more a killer, like he has talent, but he's more a killer than he's like a virtuoso or something. Putting that pace on him, you know what I mean? I'm sure it's not worth it. That whooping that's gonna follow, it's not worth it, man. You know what I mean? Even if he like lands a lucky shot, I don't think he has like that stick-to-itiveness at this point, you know? Yeah, it's the body shot, I feel like. It's more the body shots. Crawford doesn't respect him anymore. Maybe he never did. He wanted to turn his back. And even that uppercut didn't connect, like, completely. He's anticipating now. And turning his back. Like, this fight needs to get stopped, man. Like, save him the embarrassment, goddammit. He's been broken. These aren't knockdowns, you know what I mean? This fight has been over. And it should have probably been stopped in the corner after that round he dropped him. I've heard also Terence Crawford talk about how, like, this is a job to him, you know what I mean? A way to feed his family, set them up, set generations of them up, you know what I mean? But it's not about all that accolade type of shit, you know? As a man, he obviously has some type of honor. He wants to be regarded as one of the best and all that type of stuff, man. But, I mean, just by resigning with Top Rank, you know, fighting this type of opposition, he'd rather be a local hero, you know what I mean? So, I can't blame the guy, man. He's just working. That's all. That's what he does, but I don't see like that. Although that was like a pretty passionate fight and that it was hit and he was very aggressive and all that. But I feel if you are forced at welterweight, this should be a little easier than this, man. And this is no disrespect to Aegis, but there are levels to this. It's just something different than beating Keith Thurman, dropping Keith Thurman, you know, getting into a toe-to-toe war against Sean Porter, obliging Sean Porter. Like Danny Garcia sleeping dudes, man, at welterweight. A unified champion at 140 that came up to welterweight and started sleeping dudes still, you know what I mean? Still competitive at the highest level, also fighting the best. I mean, that we gotta, like, regardless of all the hate the dude does get. And really, I gotta say, man, one thing. I miss Angel Garcia. You know, I was kind of binge watching all the Angel Garcia moments recently. Like, that dude, man, like, just for Angel Garcia, man, boxing is better than MMA. Just for having personalities like Angel Garcia. Yeah, man, but Terence Crawford, man, growing old before our eyes, man, getting hit, looking all thin-legged, you know. He was fighting a deer in the headlights, but he's like a newborn pony or whatever. Making his first steps. That's what he looked like to me all night, you know. Thanks for listening. Peace out. Ben Ross.
Kevin Ioley from Yahoo Sports. I want to ask Errol first. There's some great welterweights sitting right up here, and you're fighting a guy that's had the lightweight title, and while we respect what Mikey's doing, don't you feel like an obligation to have maybe give a chance to one of the great welterweights that's out there?
Well, I mean, that's the fight that's been offered to me. I think that's a big fight in Dallas. And with Sean Porter, I thought that fight was going to happen. It somehow fell out. And with Keith Thurman, he's going to stay injured as long as I keep winning. So, I mean, I don't think me and him ever going to fight. He messed around, retire, I get that WC belt.
Well, Sean and Keith, what's your reaction to it? I mean, I know you respect Mikey and for what he's trying to accomplish, but what does it mean to you to see the best welterweight in the world instead of fighting one of the two other welterweights fighting Mikey?
Well, first off, each one of these fights is a great fight for Errol Spence. Okay, so, and outside of that, I don't know what happened with negotiation with Sean, but obviously when I'm healthy and I'm ready, from beginning, when I stepped on the scene, I said I wanted this belt. I said I wanted that belt. I told you guys I want to grab all the belts, you know? So I'm still on a mission, but my health comes first. In boxing, there are times where what you want today, you're not going to get today, but you can still look forward to tomorrow. Luckily today, I think this is a tremendous fight that's going to happen. I think this is a big opportunity for all of us in working with Fox, and I truly look forward to that up-and-coming fight. I look forward to getting back into the ring, establishing myself as the #1 welterweight champion of the world, getting this belt back.
Yes, that's right. Thurman versus Joshua. Thurman versus Joshua. Yeah, see? I'm gonna be the greatest. I'm gonna be one of the greats. Heavyweight champion of the world. Keith, one time, Thurman. Scared to death to talk what? About Spence. Man, please, bro. Please, bro. I just want him to be more famous when we fight. There's no guarantee. One, Floyd ran from me. Real talk. I was at the top. Floyd went in all sorts of directions that never ended up with your Florida boy right here, alright? Man, Spence is a fight worth saving, alright? You can tell your mama and you can tell your daddy that you want an Xbox 360. I want an Xbox 360. Alright? They heard you the first time, motherfucker. They're gonna buy it when they think you deserve it. You feel me? So stop being an arrogant little brat and wait patiently so I can give you some good entertainment. Real talk. That's right, we fight night, man.
Remember strap season? Remember Errol Spence beating Bundu? Yep. Remember Devin Alexander? Around the time that Devin Alexander was talking about Floyd not wanting to fight or face black fighters, around that time, you know, when Devin Alexander was vying for a spot in the Mayweather sweepstakes, 2014, 2015, something like that. So since then, Errol Spence has been talking about fighting Keith Thurman, and Keith Thurman has been talking about Errol Spence needs to do something, you know what I mean? Get a belt. Now it's get a name, you know? Like just being the most avoided welterweight, albeit a champion. The most avoided welterweight in the world. That's a moniker, man. That gets the hype train going, you know what I mean? We have a former featherweight moving up to welterweight to do the welterweight champions' dirty work, you know? Challenge themselves. I think Errol Spence has been made the boogeyman more so by dudes like Keith Thurman, Sean Porter, Danny Garcia, dudes that want to be the next Mayweather, you know what I mean? Sean Porter not so much, he's kind of a throwback, but then again, dude will also play politics, you know what I mean? Wait around on Keith Thurman to get the title shot, fight weird fights, pull out of fights to position himself to get the most favorable way to a title, you know what I mean? Like, that Danny Garcia matchup, man, that might have surprised some people, but, you know, like Danny, there's more than one way to beat him. Like, people have proven that at 140 as well as 147. Successfully, only Keith Thurman has proven it. And that's what he hangs his hat on, you know? Especially the last 2 years. But now he's back, man. So I'm assuming this is before the fight. But Keith Thurman was talking a lot before the fight. That's a good thing, you know? And that's what I said in my post-fight review after the Josecito Lopez fight. You need people like Keith Thurman, you know? Personalities, man. Dude has skills. He also has a personality, he has a voice. He's a good talker, you know? You want to see more of him in the ring, you know? People were calling him the boogeyman at one time. One time? Yeah, well. Once upon a time, right? Once in a while. He's become a boxer. He's become a boxer, man. After Bundu, he changed his whole style up, man. It's more so his swagger, you know? He's become more of a businessman, Keith. Everybody wants to be Floyd Mayweather, but nobody is Floyd Mayweather. They want to play the long game. And they're not valued as much as a Mayweather, you know what I mean? But they're kind of positioning themselves as if they were, you know? As if they had all the time in the world. They want to talk about fans wanting too much, but these dudes, they're gonna realize that their career is also limited, man. It's only a couple of years, man. I remember, like, just 5 years ago seems like a short time to me as a fan sitting here on the couch. Fighters have come and gone. The Timothy Bradleys, George Groves, you know? It seems like these were young fighters just a couple of years ago. In their prime. Now they're done. And they might be good, man. Like these Al Heyman fighters, they're getting paid, so they don't have anything to complain about, man. It's working for them, it seems like, you know? And good for them if they can secure their families. But the legacy part is a little iffy, you know what I mean? I don't even know if these fighters nowadays really want to compete with all-time greats. That's why they actually get a little uncomfortable when comparisons are made, and they get a little chippy, you know? Wait patiently. I'm entertaining you. That's good stuff, man. Listen, Keith, he'll entertain us if he's gonna perform like he did on Saturday, but on the other hand, man, if you look a little closer, you could see that the man was coming off a layoff. That's kind of Keith. Let's say this, 2 years ago he would have probably stopped Josecito in the later rounds, but I think he might have struggled anyway. That's Keith, man. People talk about run time, he goes on the bike, you know, there's no denying that shit, man. There's vulnerability in Keith's style, but at the same time, like, how many dudes at welterweight move the way he moves, you know? It's not the most flashy movement or footwork, but it's effective, you know? And he has that power. He has that power. To keep you off at least, you know? To keep you honest. That's why Josecito wasn't throwing as much in the later rounds as he... I don't know, you know? I don't know if he was preserving himself. But like Keith, he'll stop on a dime, catch you with blind shots and kill shots, really. Especially because they're blind. And he has enough like power and velocity that he can generate. He's pretty special in that, man. Actually, if you look at Danny Garcia when he's comfortably boxing on the back foot, and that's not often, let's be honest. But if you look at him against Lucas Matisse, Robert Guerrero, he can do similar things. That's why actually that fight was pretty interesting. But Danny Garcia has a habit of underperforming. And that is really similar to Adrian Broner in his own way. At a higher level, obviously, with a little bit more of self-respect. Yeah, man. But Keith Thurman, he's an interesting character. As entertaining he is outside of the ring, he is pretty entertaining inside of the ring. With his faults, you know what I mean? That's excitement. Amir Khan proves that every time he steps into the ring. We watch him for his flaws as much as for his skills. Keith here, you know? He has a weird attitude that kind of is unbecoming for the fans. Maybe casuals now are kind of catching on that Keith Thurman hasn't been that active. People that watched him on Fox. We have been knowing that shit. And it's not like he was looking to fight Errol Spence Jr. when he was active. Legend chasing. A lot of these dudes. Sean Paul too, man. You saw him begging Manny Pacquiao for a fight. Kind of passive-aggressively. All stalkerish. Anyway, man. Keith is a interesting character, man. I'm not gonna be disrespectful here. And I enjoyed the fight, you know what I mean? But it takes two to tango. Josecito brought everything he had, man. Came up short. I think it was a close fight, by the way. It was a close fight, but like I said, man, Josecito didn't throw as much in the later rounds as he might have been able to, you know? But who am I to judge that, man? I'm not taking shots in there from a Keith Thurman. Like, people also talk about rust and shit, man, but when he was punching, Keith looked pretty good, man. He looked pretty good. But he has a little bit of that panic mode when he's... I don't know if Keith can, like, stand his ground in the pocket, evade punches. That's not his game. He'll shell up and kind of panic. It's almost like panic, man. He's open to get hit the moment he kind of opens up his guard after, like, being blind for a couple of seconds. He thinks his legs are going to get him out of trouble, in most cases. But I've seen him in the Sean Porter fight also be in the pocket, coming forward, flat-footed. I like that, actually. But he probably thinks, I'm going to play it smart, use my movement. He's very like Arcelino Freitas in that regard. A guy that when he set his feet probably was like one of the hardest punches, but usually had like a little bit of a flighty style. A little bit of that influence of Floyd Mayweather. It's the shadow spanning still, you know? That mindset. Take no chances, unless you really have to. Yeah, but once again, who am I to second guess that? I think he's the type of puncher. I don't know if he's physically strong enough to sustain that type of style. He probably, like some dudes, man, they get tired brawling. Some other dudes, like a Brandon Rios, they get tired boxing. More vulnerable actually boxing, you know what I mean? They're more calm in the fray, in the eye of the storm. And some dudes shy away from that. I think he kind of shies away from that, you know? But he has other aspects. Errol Spence doesn't have the movement of a Keith Thurman. Danny Garcia doesn't have it, you know what I mean? Sean Porter, like, he's weird, Sean Porter. You can see him move, you can see him use his legs, you know? Remember when he hurt his hand, basically on his bike and running against Adrian Granados? That was funny. Like, Sean Porter has a weird style, man. And also early in his career, he was much more of a boxer. Or at least he tried to, you know? He's the type of dude that mixes everything up very well, you know? But obviously his first asset is his ruggedness and relentlessness, you know? And that's an asset, man, you can't teach, I believe, you know? That shit is like some Hall of Fame type of shit, you know? Like, he's just good enough in all aspects of boxing that hard, because that's what it is, man. That shit will beat, like, skillful dudes, man, you know? Talented dudes. We've seen that before. Devin Alexander was probably more talented. Danny Garcia is probably more talented. Keith Thurman is more talented than Sean Porter, but somehow, like Kell Brook is probably more talented, but something makes these fights close, or Sean Porter beats these dudes. Adrian Broner is more talented. Or is he? At what point do we say he was never talented? Nobody's ever gonna say that about AB. AB is a special case, man. But this video is Keith Thurman actually clowning Adrian Broner, so let's listen in, man.
Boy, you the obvious. He was old. Man, he was not old when I was trying to get him. Shoot, the first day that I made it to major network television, my first fight on HBO, I said, what's up, Floyd Mayweather? This your boy Keith One Time Thurman.
Was that fight against the German dude? He also was calling out Paulie Malignaggi at the post-fight press conference. So it was Floyd Mayweather and Paulie Malignaggi. Remember when Luis Colazo knocked out Victor Ortiz and he called out Floyd Mayweather?
Yeah, you in prison locked up right now. But when you get out, come see me. Come see me, dog. Give me a shot. Let me
Did he say that?
throw these hands on you. You wanna know why? Because win, lose, or draw, man, I wanted to fight the best. And now y'all like, fight this guy, fight that guy. Well, guess what? If I really want to fight the best, I gotta fight myself. All right? I gotta fight myself. I'm at the top, baby. I'm at the top. Y'all don't understand the sport of boxing. That's okay. Floyd will retire you. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Retire me. I'm too young, son. I'm too young. He can beat the bricks off of me and I wouldn't retire. I'd be like, AD, I won that. I won that. Give me a rematch. Give me a rematch, Floyd. I won that. Come on now. Stop playing. That's right. That's right. I am the best. I am the best. See? He was waiting for me to become more famous, huh? That's the line, right? That's the line, right? Look.
I wish. Hey, who's that in the background? His mom? You know, she's just thinking, that's just Keith. Imagine like living with Keith.
Fight fans know Keith Thurman. Fight fans know Errol Spence, Terence Crawford. But we already got everything we need to give you guys great fights. We just gonna let it marinate a little bit more so that when you get a taste, you know what I mean?
Like Keith is a tease, you know? Why are you teasing us, Keith? That ain't right. I don't want to be teased by boxers. Marinate. They like to talk about steak. They want to dangle steaks in front of us. Like we're fucking dogs. Get us all riled up. Keith wants to marinate. Marinada.
I mean, it's gonna be finger licking good, son. You feel me? You weak as fuck, bruh. You weak as fuck, bruh. Yeah, go ask Danny, dog. Go ask Danny. Go ask Sean Porter. Uh-huh. I don't gotta knock them out, man. I can hit you one time. I'm gonna get respect.
I like also how the whole one-time thing, it has kind of dwindled down, you know, the meaning of it. First it was like, you know, touch you one time, which is gonna be over, you know. Now it's one time, and I'm gonna get respect. Like, I want my respect for stepping into this ring, man. Let me hit you one time. I'm gonna quit one time. Collect my check one time. Go home one time. Never come back one time.
Like I said, man, a lot of y'all don't know nothing about boxing, baby. Fight fans, y'all don't know nothing about boxing, man. You watch it from the outside. You ain't never...
That's what they hang their head on, that we don't know shit, right? It's also so original, man. Like, when Roger said it, yeah. You don't know shit about boxing. Never stepped in there. Don't look too closely. You might see something you don't like. Just be all peripheral. Don't look close. No. Skeletons. What? Yeah, but that's a good excuse. Honestly, it is, you know? Fucking bound to fall to my knees in your presence, you know what I mean? Ask for fucking selfies and shoutouts, shit like that. How do I act as a fan? And what if I'm just a fan of the sport? Because the sport doesn't really talk back, you know? Like, the participants, they want to talk that shit. What do you want to do, guy, you know? Do you want to spar every fucking fan? Like, every fan that ever talked shit, line them up, you know? Line them up, I'm gonna knock them out. Dish out brain damage. You want to make money of us, but you don't want to really appreciate us. You just want to be appreciated because you put your life on the line. Walking out of my fucking door is putting my life on the line. You know, we all gonna die. You might die sooner. Your shit might get cut short, man. 20 years, 30 years. Who knows? You talk about like that Floyd Mayweather blueprint and all that, you know what I mean? You want to be the next Floyd Mayweather, do the shit the smart way, you know? But what happens if you motherfuckers... Because you will always come back. Like, look at Floyd, man. He can stay away. He doesn't have to fight anymore. You know? If there's an ability to fight, to make money, just by stepping to the ring, do something you always did, you know what I mean? You love to do, supposedly. It doesn't always seem like that, though, from a fan's perspective. Like, that shit seems like a hassle, man. Like, and I'm not mad at you, you know? Quit that shit, bro. That shit... I wouldn't do it. You know what I mean? That's why I'm watching. But, damn, bro, like, imagine, like, fucking Keith Thurman. He's the type of dude that I can see, like, in a couple of years. Like, let's say he has 3 years left in the game. How old is he gonna be? He's maybe 30 years old now. 33, steps away from the ring. How long has he boxed? Since he's, like, 10? Alright, let's say he's 23 years in the game, taking shots to the head, to the body, organs and all. There's a reason this dude can't get into the ring. He's constantly injured. And we never know. Keith Thurman gets busted a lot in his fights. Let's see, man. 33 years old, steps away. Let's say he has 15 good years. Before, it doesn't always have to be brain damage also. Like, all those shots to the organs, man, can't be good over the years, you know? He might develop some other diseases. Like, we see these dudes, man. Like, Wilfred Benitez, man. Defensive boxers that ended up with bad brain damage that were actually shot around like 10 years into their career. Like Wilfred Benitez started early in his career. He was at 16, I believe, a world champion. At 25, he was a shot fighter. I believe at 30, he probably was blind in one eye. He didn't have his balance, falling over, brain damage and all that. Stroke, I believe. Maybe he made it a little longer, man, but still, that shit all set in like in his 30s. You know, before he was 40, he was like severely disabled. So we never know how these boxers' brains react. I don't want to paint too bad a picture. We have these outliers like a George Foreman, George Tuvalu, who still though, when they were older, I believe, like, I don't know about George Foreman, but Tuvalu developed dementia, you know what I mean? And we don't know if it's attributed to his career, but there's a good chance, you know what I mean? Anyway, these dudes want to talk about, I'm gonna be smart, you know what I mean, with my career. Like Floyd was talking about, he doesn't want to end up like Muhammad Ali. He always brought it up, and I took offense a little bit as a Muhammad Ali fan at the time. But if you look at it, man, look at Roger, look at Floyd Sr. Floyd Sr. is actually holding up well, but he's, I'd say, like in his mid-60s. But Jeff Mayweather, he's probably in his early 50s. Roger, mid-50s. Like, I think it's in their genes, kinda, to deteriorate. Like around that 50 mark, Jeff Mayweather and Roger also have diabetes. If you know the science, you can kinda tell when these dudes get kinda slower. You see it with Floyd Mayweather Sr. And I don't want to like wish bad on Floyd Jr., but whether he stays away from the ring or doesn't, the damage might have already been done, you know? So it is kind of what it is, man. There are no guarantees in this shit. So all these names, man, they're just gonna be mentioned by fucking fans. Remember, like when they talk down to us fans, even when this current generation is gone, we're gonna tell our kids and grandkids, if somebody's gonna ask like generations from now, what about this guy Keith Thurman? Yeah, he was a pretty good fighter, man, but he was avoiding, like the plague, he was avoiding the biggest threat in the welterweight division, the presumably biggest threat. But who gives a fuck, really? We're gonna be fucking like dirt, you know what I mean? This took a dark turn. Well, yeah. Anyway, man, I think I'm gonna cut this, or are we gonna finish this? They called this fucking video Keith Thurman clowns Adrian Broner. I didn't see him, like, that's just Keith Thurman talking, man. Talk about him like clowning him. I didn't see that. He just, like, that's Keith Thurman talking, man. He's very demonstrative. Sometimes I don't even know, like Keith Thurman, for one fight he's a black guy, for another fight he's Native American. Yeah, but he's always kind of black, so.
In there on the realness. You know what it's like to have this cage rattled, to get hit with a body shot, but don't go down. Come on now. Oscar De La Hoya got hit with a body shot. He fell, he folded over.
What are you talking about? Like Oscar De La Hoya? Oscar De La Hoya got hit by Bernard Hopkins, man, a fucking middleweight. A light heavyweight, like boiling himself down to middleweight. You know what I mean? Oscar De La Hoya fought at lightweight. Keith. And Keith was always the guy talking about lightweights, man. Amir Khan, a lightweight. I'm a welterweight. Robert Guerrero, lightweight. But he fought the guy, you know what I mean? What about Josecito Lopez, man? He was a 140 pounder. He keeps talking about being a true welterweight. Doesn't want to fight a true welterweight though. That's kind of weird to me. Been talking about dudes like moving up to welterweight, but he wants to test those dudes, you know? Like all these dudes are bullies. They suffer from the Marvin Hagler disease.
Don't answer these idiots. I feel you. Thurman is battle tested. Ugh. Let them know. Thurman is battle tested. All right. We a soldier, boy. Thurman versus Jesse Vargas. All right. Yeah, you know. That was actually a possibility, man. That was a possibility. You know.
He's the best, but he has no shame in this game. Thurman against Rod Sarker. He's a funny guy, man. He's a funny guy. He has the bravado of a guy that would fight everybody, you know. But the actions, they tell a different story, man. I don't want to be too hard on the guy. Obviously, the guy's coming off elbow surgery, fucking ponytail surgery, been crashing his caravan. Somehow I think like Keith Thurman is like in some Arabic caravan or something, you know what I mean? He's like people, or Prince of Samunda or something. He's like 4 virgins carrying him or something like that. Alright.
It would have been nice if he would have won. I don't know what Jesse's gonna do next, but you know, that's a fight that's out there. Yeah, see, Vargas ain't really up there, you know, but like one of those, you know, you fight this good guy, then you come back down, then you fight this other good guy. Vargas is on that one, you know what I mean? Like I can fight Sean Porter again, then maybe Vargas, and then maybe Errol Spence, you know what I mean?
Shut the fuck up.
One of those kind of things.
Ugh.
Shoot me some more questions, y'all. Your boy's wrapping it up.
Nice
See me tight.
Keith.
We ready for tonight.
I remember like my mom, like doing my white friend's hair. Yeah, that shit wouldn't last, man. That should pop open a couple of days, you know what I mean?
We're at the press conference here for Crawford versus Khan, Saturday, April the 20th. Delighted to be joined by Mr. Amir Khan. How are you, mate?
I'm good, thanks. It's great to have you here, man. Did we meet in... I don't think you was in London.
I was travelling to New York.
So you wanted to make the New York conference, which I think I'm glad you came because it was a good conference. ESPN are covering the fight, and honestly, I wish you came a little bit earlier this morning because they've had us on all the big TV channels, all the big TV stations, and the shows and everything. Got us working hard here, but look, it's brilliant. This is what I wanted, you know. I wanted a big fight, which is gonna give me a lot more recognition, and also a big fight to win, which will make me a world champion again, and give me that motivation.
It's fair to say that this fight kind of come out the blue from our perspective. No one saw this fight coming between you and Terence Crawford, like no one saw the fight with you and Canelo coming when it did a few years ago. But the initial conversation you had to alert you to, you know, top-ranked Bob Arum were interested in you fighting Terence Crawford. What was your kind of immediate reaction to this and thought process?
Yeah, I mean, at the time when the fight was proposed to me, I was looking at the Kell Brook fight as well with Eddie. And then the opportunity was so big that I couldn't turn it down. I mean, we'll come to that question. Bob, are you leaving? Yeah. I'm sorry about that, Bob.
No, I was just going to say, there's very few people that can willingly interrupt an interview. Bob Arum is definitely one of them.
Yeah, Bob was one of them. I can't say, Bob, wait a minute, give me a second. Anyway, imagine that. So yeah, I was just saying, so there was the book fight we were looking at. And then I got this phone call about from Bob Arum saying, look, Amir, would you be interested in the Crawford fight? And I was like, look, I'm looking at the Brook fight. He says, look, Amir, this is a good fight for you as well as it is for him. We're doing it on ESPN pay-per-view. In the last 15, 20 years, they've not done a big fight like this. So there's going to be a lot of promotional work going on. And it's just a massive opportunity. And end of the day, so I said to him, look, I need till end of the day, let me have a little think about this. I watched a few videos of Crawford. So I saw that, you know, against another good boxer, he does have problems. For example, Gamboa. My speed's going to help me. My movement will help me in this fight. He's moving up from...
I see the same thing, actually. Gamboa at lightweight. Might have been a catchweight or something. Yeah, it was at lightweight, actually. Must have been a title defense. I wonder what Gamboa had done to deserve that shot. But he did give Terence Crawford a lot of trouble. That was actually the fight. I mean, I've seen Terence Crawford against Ricky Burns. It was impressive. Especially if you think of like Ricky Burns, a champion in Scotland. We've seen on multiple occasions that it's not easy to take the title off him. Ray Beltran proved that. And Terence Crawford did go over. He did go over to Scotland to take Ricky Burns' title, you know. I'm not totally sure about the timeline right now, but he did fight Gamboa. That was really the standout performance to me. It was very interesting, from switch hitting to actually overcoming adversity early and late. But coming through against maybe at the time a flawed Gamboa, but not yet exposed, I feel, you know. I believe that was the first loss of Gamboa. Gamboa with 50 Cent. Yeah, man. It really was the last hurrah of Gamboa. Then again, just recently beat Jason Sosa. So Gamboa might have a little bit left in him. Still, 2019. Yeah, but Terence Crawford now is a welterweight man. Still early in his career at welterweight. To be honest, he impressed me more with the Jeff Horn performance than he did with the Benavidez performance. But once again, you gotta also give him credit for stopping Benavidez in the last round, you know what I mean? Or was it the 11th? Anyway, that was a pretty competitive fight, just from a tactical standpoint. I don't think really that Benavidez was in there winning rounds. He didn't really have the output. Also, his leg did give him a little bit of trouble, Benavidez. A tall dude that actually has fought at 140. I've seen him against Mauricio Herrera. And I had Herrera winning that fight. That just also tells you how far Mauricio Herrera has fallen off, you know, since then. Yeah, but Benavidez, after inactivity, coming back to 147, really earning, I believe, that shot against Terence Crawford more so with his mouth than with his in-the-ring activity. I believe he got in a little bit of a Twitter beef with Terence Crawford. And maybe there's like a history before that that I'm not aware of, but yeah, Benavidez got the shot against Terence Crawford, and you could see that Benavidez is a skillful guy, talented guy, but I wouldn't say that he's past his prime, but in a lot of ways he's not the guy that is really able to take full advantage of his talents, it seems like, you know? Whether it's mental or physical, it seemed more physical in the fight against Terence Crawford, but I've seen him also in other fights underperform, you know? Go to the ropes, kind of get overworked. He reminds me a little bit of Adrian Broner in that sense, you know? A lot of talent, but maybe not the winner's mindset, you know? And that's something you can't fault Terence Crawford for, man. This guy's a dog, like Max Kellerman used to say when talking about him. And he fought, oh my god, how do I forget the guy's name, huh? He's a Latin fighter. Is he Colombian or something? He knocked Amir Khan out. Terence Crawford fought him in HBO, I believe. And Max Kellerman was talking about, I believe it was like an exchange at the end of the round, of one round, one of the many rounds. The opponent that I'm talking about, like actually I should look it up, but really not in the mood, man. You know, the hardcores probably know who I'm talking about. He knocked Amir Khan out. He got knocked out by Mike Alvarez. And he fought Terence Crawford in a halfway competitive fight, you know? That was Terence Crawford really testing the waters against a bigger guy. Why am I blanking on the name? That's messed up. Terence Crawford was barking at the dude, man. When the dude was complaining to the referee, Max Kellerman, that was the first time that he talked about. Max Kellerman's a little bit obsessed with that, you know? That Terence Crawford is a dog, you know? That he has that mean, silent killer energy going on. But he's on point with that analogy, I guess, you know? Terence Crawford, he's not much for talking. Although he has come out of his shell in recent public appearances, especially with Errol Spence. I guess he's comfortable around his folk. Maybe not the, I don't know, the most comfortable public speaker. Why am I talking about all that? Because Terence Crawford did fight Gamboa, and he had a lot of trouble early in the fight. I believe he was fighting actually, was he fighting Southpaw? Was getting hit a lot early? I need to rewatch that fight, that's a great fight. At the time I was constantly watching that fight. I believe he came out, he might have come out orthodox. And was getting hit a lot. I believe with the right hands, with the speed of Gamboa. But Gamboa also, like in his, at times, like supernatural athleticism, he can be open for shots. That extra fast twitch muscle, it can make him lazy in his defensive responsibilities. He holds his hands low, leaves at times his chin exposed, you know what I mean? And he's vulnerable to get hit when you exchange with him. Actually, it's very similar to Amir Khan, huh? You know? The Freddie Roach Amir Khan, like in specific performances, like the Zab Judah performance or Paulie Malignaggi, he looks pretty on point against dudes that he has a speed advantage over, but at the same time these are speedy dudes, you know what I mean? So they might get flustered when their best game is coming up second, you know what I mean? Against power punches that stand their ground, Amir Khan had trouble, usually, you know, you gotta be kind of set to hit him, plant your feet, punch with him. That's what Paulie Malignaggi says, right? Dudes that knocked him out, they were kind of rugged, usually, or knocked him down. Then again, Julio Diaz, I don't know if that's necessarily like a rugged guy, but he wobbled him, you know. Chris Algieri, in a very aggressive manner, trained by John David Jackson, he was able to wobble Amir Khan, so you don't have to be the biggest puncher, so it's not about really being the biggest puncher, it's really just about approach. Have you ever seen Terence Crawford walk somebody down like that, you know? I've seen it against Gamboa, but that was very much a smaller guy. When we talk about being a smaller guy, Terence Crawford at the time was a smaller guy, you know? He's the type of guy that at the time that he fought Gamboa, I was saying Terence Crawford is probably the best fighter, like just from a potential standpoint that I'm seeing right now out there fighting. That was still when Mayweather was around and people were calling him pound for pound. Terence Crawford looked like the heir apparent to me at that time, you know? Like a mean Pernell Whitaker that can switch hit, you know what I mean? That has size on him, especially at lightweight at the time, you know? Maybe not the body puncher that Pernell was, but still a dude that's technically sound, but at the same time, like, he'll not let you survive. Very much also like Floyd. Technical fighters like a Pernell and Floyd, they get, like a Sugar Ray Leonard. The Flash somehow like kind of blinds us to their toughness and ruggedness, you know? especially when it counts, man. Usually these dudes are pretty good finishers when they have someone hurt. Pernell not so much, because obviously these are also dudes that were moving up through weight zones, especially Pernell and Floyd, you know. Ray moved up, but was more like in specific fights, I'd say, you know, and they were very sporadic. You almost can't really say several comebacks. He has separate careers, really. He fight like 2 times in 5 years, shit like that. Very Tyson Fury-esque, by the way. Yeah, but back to Amir Khan and Terence Crawford. So that Gamboa comparison. Terence Crawford has moved up, man. He has moved up in weight. He's a welterweight now. And against Jeff Horn, I thought to myself, like, Jeff Horn, he was very underappreciated after that Manny Pacquiao win. People had him losing that fight. I also did have him losing. I felt like it was like a 7-5, 8-4 type of performance by Manny. 8-4 if you're generous to Manny, I believe. I think Jeff Horn did a lot better than people were giving him credit for, because obviously, like in the Tim Bradley robbery, you know, they are somehow robberies, but you can make arguments that they are close fights also. Couple of rounds here and there, you come up with a weird scorecard, whatever. I think also that style of Manny Pacquiao leaves a lot of doors open for decisions like that, you know. It's not that, like, that precision puncher, you know what I mean? A lot of times he'll go just like for volume, hoping to overwhelm the technician, you know what I mean? Not that Timothy Bradley or Jeff Horn were like pinpoint counter punchers, you know what I mean? A smaller dude also in Manny Pacquiao. You can overwhelm him with physicality at times, you know, and actually Timothy Bradley, in all the fights he had with Manny Pacquiao, he mixed physicality with counter punching. He brought a sound technique set to the table, you know what I mean? And came up short still, you know, that might just be a lack of talent, you know? Manny Pacquiao is just that his amount of talent outweighs Timothy Bradley's well-roundedness. Yeah, but Jeff Horn, I feel like also he, from a tactical standpoint, mixed it well with his physicality and was able to scrape by somehow, you know what I mean? But I believe if Manny Pacquiao didn't stun Jeff Horn like he did in that fight, like that one round that might have been a 10-8 round, also Manny Pacquiao was missing a lot of these punches, you know? I think if that wasn't like imprinted in fans' memories after the fight, I think that kind of influenced a little bit of the bad stigma after the decision, you know what I mean? Feeling that it was a robbery. I think if he didn't have that round where Jeff Horn was all over the place, I think people would have accepted it maybe a little bit more or easier. But that's neither here or there. I was impressed with the performance by Terence Crawford when he went against Jeff Horn. And he beat the shit out of... He technically was so much superior than Jeff Horn that when Jeff Horn tried to pretty much like... I don't think he came in with a game plan. He just threw it out the window and started rushing. Terence Crawford tried to be physical. And then when he found out that he wasn't the more physical of the two fighters, man, that shit turned sad pretty quickly, you know what I mean? Terence Crawford took full advantage of Jeff Horn, man, and beat the shit out of him. Bullying him, you know what I mean? Tying him up, walking back to the ropes, laughing to the crowd, you know? Pitiful. You had pity for Jeff Horn. So that legitimizes to me Terence Crawford at welterweight. And him going against Amir Khan, it might not be like the best choice, you know? There are other fighters out there, champions. But they talk about sides and sides of the river, the ocean. What the fuck are they talking about? A lot of talk about sides. I'm on this side, this other guy's on this side. Get a boat or something, you know what I mean? I gotta swim over to his side and it's difficult because I can't swim. Shit like that, you know what I mean? What if an accident happens and I fall into the water and I can't swim? Anyway, yeah. Amir Khan got the shot, you know? They're talking about Amir Khan and Kell Brook, man. Like, people still crying for that fight. This weird fight, man. Like, the moment you have like two halfway decent British fighters, they're near weight classes, man. You gotta get that garage match. They've been talking about this fight for a while, man. Weird that Kell Brook also, like the style of Marvin Hagler, calling out smaller fights in the style of a Gennady Golovkin. What's with these middleweights? But Kell Brook, a welterweight, had been calling out Amir Khan for years. Even when Amir was at 140, right? Because Amir set his sights always high. He was talking about Pacquiao and Floyd. That time, his dream fight, you know? I think that fight is still out there for me. The fight is still out there for me. That's boxing for you. Like Kell Brook, man. You wanted that fight bad, right? I want it bad, Eddie. I want it badly. Yeah, he wants to serve Amir Khan chocolate brownies, but Amir Khan, he's full, man. He's on a new diet, man. He's not eating that shit. You know what I mean? Why are people like screaming for that fight, man? Would it be a decent fight? Probably, you know. Amir Khan never liked Kell Brook, and like that's reason enough not to fight him, basically, you know. But I can also see like Amir Khan's point, man. Kell Brook always seemed like a weirdo, man. You know, it's almost like he's trying to ride the coattails of Khan. Like Khan was always the guy going over to America, you know what I mean? He has been under the tutelage of all like Freddie Roach, American trainers like Virgil Hunter. I don't know who else actually. They ends the list, I guess. Joe Goosen, you know. He went to America to prove himself in like a Nigel Benn, like a Steve Collins, you know, fighting the real elite. Coming up short, but still fighting them. A lot of times not coming up short, you know. Kell Brook, man, Kell Brook, after years of weirdness, man, getting stabbed, all that weird shit, man. Like, he had title shots against Devin Alexander and didn't take and pulled out of and weird shit, you know. That's why fucking Devin Alexander fought Sean Porter, man. That's why Sean Porter became an IBF welterweight champion. And then that match was made with Kell Brook and Sean Porter, man. That's like his highest of high for Kell Brook, man, going over to America to beat Sean Porter in an ugly fight. Both fighters clinching the shit out of each other, man. Kell Brook in the later rounds kinda creating a gap between himself and Sean Porter's like just all-out aggression without really any tactical, I don't know, setup necessarily, just rushing in, man. Cuts and all that, you know. I believe actually Kell kinda hurt Sean Porter in that fight. Kell Brook has decent power. He's a solid welterweight, pretty big welterweight. But it was an ugly fight that I actually had scored for Sean Porter, man. 115-113. Yeah, he kinda got lucky there, Kell Brook, man. If he didn't have that win, man, if he lost that fight, man, we'd be talking about a whole different Kell Brook, man. Kell Brook for a lot of years, man. Actually, he held that fucking title hostage, man, with title defense against the likes of Frankie Gavin and Kevin Bizier. Like, it was horrible, man. And then he challenged himself. Actually, when he heard that Amir Khan is gonna fight, that was the whole thing, man. He wanted to fight Amir Khan. And Amir Khan, like, he doesn't even have a title, man. He didn't want to fight Kell Brook, even with title, you know? He wasn't impressed, basically. Amir Khan getting knocked out by the best, man, while Kell Brook is hiding with his belt. That was the whole thing, man. And then Amir Khan takes a chance when he sees like Pacquiao and Mayweather creating super fights and he's the odd man out, you know. He said, fuck it, man, I'm gonna move out, fight another diva, you know. Like, Amir Khan, he's a diva. He wants to be around divas. He's not trying to hang around with the peasants. He wants to be around divas, man. He breathes diva air. So the other divas were busy playing with each other, so he picked a bigger diva, man. Fucking Canelo, Mr. 155, you know. Fought this dude. Kell Brook sees that shit, gets all jealous, because he's obsessed with him. He's Amir Khan's stalker. So Kell Brook goes up to fight Gennady. I hope I get the timeline right, man. But I think so, man. These two are intertwined, and I can see Amir Khan being the guy following in Kell Brook's footsteps. It's not something that plays into the narrative, and also from past behavior, it doesn't play in behavioral patterns. I'm having a hard time with these words. I'm winging it, man. I apologize for my English. I'm doing the best I can, people. Kell fights Gennady, man. Basically quits. His eyes swell up a little bit. Okay, he quit. Alright, he had a bruise on his eye. He quit. His eye socket got broken in. Alright, he quit. Oh no. His corner quit for him. Yeah, man. Amir Khan, he got knocked the fuck out. Alright? He was winning the fight and got knocked the fuck out. Okay? Actually, it was a close fight, man. But, like, the common narrative usually is that he was winning that fight. Anyway, man. But Amir Khan kinda, you know, he went down fighting. Kell Brook wasn't even man enough to take his own fate in his hands. He just stopped retaliating. He was giving in. The only thing he wasn't doing is going down. He wasn't giving the ref much chance. He wasn't giving his corner much chance. I remember, like, actually after one round against Gennady, he didn't even do badly. Like, he still could throw and still could land. But the bell went for the finish of the round. And he's like stumbling. He's actually not even walking back to his corner for some reason. He's like walking around the ropes, looking at Eddie Hearn in the crowd, who's standing up and shouting advice to Kell. I don't know. Don't quit, Kell. Don't quit. But Eddie, my eye socket, Eddie. So that was a little bit weird, man, to me. You know what I mean? Like, Kell Brook has like a weird aura. Alright, then all that talk about like Kell Brook fighting Errol Spence Jr. Is he gonna stay at 147? Because he still had that welterweight title, you know? He went back down after getting that beat down by Gennady. I still can make 147. That was the whole thing, man. What a brave guy Kell Brook is for defending his welterweight title against the first real challenge. We gave him so much credit for that. Like, I was calling that shit a lamb to the slaughter, that shit that he did with Gennady. Actually, after the fight, like, I was giving him much more credit, but I was caught up in the moment a little bit, you know what I mean? And really, that was the first signs of Gennady's slow regression, I'd say. It's interesting, like, the way he takes risks, you know? Kell Brook. It's always like with that mindset of having an excuse. You know, it's a built-in excuse. With Gennady was the weight, he's coming up in weight, taking a chance. Then he can say, oh my eye. Then he can say, oh my trainer stopped the fight. I didn't stop the fight. Live to fight another day. Then even going back and defending his fucking title. He's a legitimate world champion at welterweight, man. Why wouldn't he fucking take the first real challenge, man? Like, prove your worth as a champion, man. Kevin Bizier and Frankie Gavin, they don't tell us anything, man. You know? Especially while all the other champions are really fighting somewhat real fights, you know? Better fights than Kell. He was the weakest champion, while Paulie Malignaggi was telling us he's the best champion, the best welterweight champion. Yeah. Then he goes against Errol Spence Jr., and we gotta give him credit, right? He's fighting at his own weight, defending his title. In his back garden. Errol Spence had to travel for that shit. Saying he shouldn't, but it's funny, man, because Kell Brook isn't a bum, you know what I mean? He's a pretty good fighter, actually, and he showed it against Gennady and even against Errol Spence. He exposes chinks in the armor, but he doesn't have the mental fortitude to see it out, you know what I mean? Even if he gets beat, man, it's almost like he chooses his spots to quit. He reminds me actually of Zab Judah. Like, people make the comparison between Adrian Broner and Zab Judah. Zab Judah was the type of dude, like, if you give him that option to quit, he'll take it, most likely, you know? If you're gonna hit him low, he's gonna quit. If you cut him, he's gonna quit, you know what I mean? Don't give him that option. I don't know, you know, he might beat you. Kell Brook, you know, he did very well, and that's the type of thing I mean, like that front runner syndrome. He might not beat the shit out of Errol Spence, he might not beat the shit out of Gennady Golovkin, but he's in the fight, and he might have actually like a little bit the upper hand till like the middle rounds, and then something happens. Is it the conditioning? It's always the weight. At middleweight, he's too small, or his opponent is too big, you know what I mean? At welterweight, he can't make the weight, you know what I mean? But somehow, it's not really him getting tired. It's, at some point, he doesn't seem to fight anymore. He starts clinching a lot, not let his hands go, and gets beat to a pulp. He'll flurry. It looks like he's giving his last effort, and then he'll go to a knee from not necessarily a punch, but like just lingering effects maybe of earlier punches or something, you know? It's more about he might not have that knockout effect in the flurry, that comeback flurry that he attempts. And that will break his will. It just pushes him over the edge. He willed. Because he doesn't get that reaction. Like, chocolate brownie, ah, it's not working. Like, he's constantly using that secret move, chocolate brownie, but it's not effective, man. The other motherfucker has a cheat. He's cheating, like the child that gets angry while he's playing Fight Night Champion and you can't knock the motherfucker out. You're hitting him with your best shot. He trashes the console, you know, or shuts it off. Yeah, man, cancels a game. That dude, not a good sportsman in that way. Like, take your beating. That's what Paulie Malignaggi is giving Conor McGregor a hard time for, you know what I mean? I can appreciate that, you know? I understand. So, Amir Khan, losing brain cells and watching this dude quit, basically, you know what I mean? From nothing that Amir Khan is, nobody's ever gonna talk about Amir Khan like he's a quitter. They say he has a bad chin. But the first time I've watched Amir Khan was Amir Khan against Marcus Maidana. And I was still like a little noobish, this whole boxing thing, and I was just like blindly basically cheering for the guy that uses movement and looks a little flashy. Basically the faster dude, you know what I mean? Whose technique might look a little better. But I wasn't really paying much attention as far as like effective punching and stuff like that. I was in my, like, the fighter with the tassels on his boxing shoes, you know what I mean? Boots, sorry. Something was wrong, I knew something was wrong. But the tassely dude, man, I was cheering for that guy. Anyway, man, I was cheering for Amir Khan, man, to put a whooping on, and actually surviving more than putting a whooping on Marcus Maidana. And that body shot he hit Maidana with early, man, that looked crisp. Like, it looked more like the Phil Greco Khan, you know what I mean? A more explosive version of Khan, going to the body with venom. Although I also like that Luis Collazo Khan, you know what I mean? The tactically Khan. He used little tricks, man, to get the shots, and very effective. Maybe giving up a little bit of speed for a more controlled style, you know. You gotta also love the Devin Alexander calm, man. Yeah, you can see, man, tactical guys, southpaws, they have a little bit of trouble with the style, but it's not only tactical. Maybe he has actually really a good feel for southpaws, because Luis Collazo, while not like a crude fighter, I wouldn't categorize him necessarily like as a technician necessarily, you know what I mean? He's tricky, he's more tricky than a technical fighter, you know what I mean? Like he's slick in his crudeness, not crudeness but in his aggression, because he's a walk you down type of fighter at times. Although he can box, but I don't think that's his first game. If you watch Luis Collazo against Andre Berto, walking down Andre Berto and Ricky Hatton, like he's actually slick in a way because he kind of gets on the inside, is able to counter you with short shots. He has like a tendency to play the ropes and shit like that. But you will be in a fight with Luis Collazo, man. It's not gonna be point fighting with you. Devin Alexander, he'll point fight more. He'll hit you with something that might not hit you, but it sounds like it hit you, you know what I mean? Because he's like screaming that shit, screaming punches at you, and then he'll clinch you. Actually, it's pretty impressive what he did to Marcus Maidana when they both had their welterweight debuts. That was, while ugly, it was very effective. On any given night, man, some of these fighters that Amir Khan beat could have given like the best fighters in their weight class like a life and death battle, man. Like, don't underestimate fighters like Zab Judah when Amir Khan beat them, you know, or Paulie Malignaggi, you know. They were still high-level operators, but what is really my point? Can at 147, Amir Khan's chin hold up to Terence Crawford, who, I would say Terence Crawford is at that stage that Floyd Mayweather was in after he fought Oscar De La Hoya. From a skills perspective, not from a attraction perspective, you know. He has moved up enough weight classes that he's coming close to his limit, what he will be able to do against even bigger fighters than him. But he's so well rounded, and there's just so much ruthlessness when he has fighters in trouble, that Gamboa, even at that stage, like that style he has when he's ready to put you away, that reminds me like of Floyd Mayweather that finishes off Ricky Hatton, even to a large degree against Victor Ortiz, that Mayweather against Miguel Cotto, you know what I mean? I don't think Floyd really had the power. You know, I think maybe Terence is a welterweight still a little bit of a better puncher, but they have a little bit of that same approach, you know, and they'll go for the kill, you know, if you show them weakness. But especially also like that performance from Terence Crawford, not necessarily only when it walks you down, you know, that performance that he had against Victor Postol. That's really the perfect balance, really, between aggression, counter-punching, fighting a controlled style, you know, controlled movement-based style. And he's a switch hitter, man. The flash that he might lack, like that ridiculous athleticism or flash and speed, power, whatever, that he makes up like with his well-roundedness and also that switch hitting factor. Although in recent years, in recent performances, he hasn't really employed it as much. He's more and more become southpaw, you know. This might, like, the only problem I have with Amir Khan, like, is that he also, in recent years, I'm having a horrible time, like, keeping my train of thought. I was talking before about Brook, right? Why fucking Amir Khan doesn't like to fight Kell Brook. Yeah, fucking Kell Brook got his ass beat by Errol Spence Jr., man. Got his title taken. Quit once again, you know what I mean? The other eye socket broke. You know, for some reason, man. He starts blinking, starts going to his knees and getting up at 11, you know what I mean? That was a quick stoppage. Not even that, really. He like put his arms up to be embraced by the referee, you know? Like Mother Teresa, man. Fucking getting, you know, nurtured to sleep. Rockabye, baby, rockabye, Brook. He lost his title, man. Then he said he was a 154 pounder, but hasn't yet fought anybody. 2 weird fights. Back to fucking the busiest style of opponents, you know? I'm hating on Bizier, but I'm sure he fought people that were worse than Bizier at welterweight. Who did he fight in his first fight? Guy Tony Harrison knocked out viciously after outboxing him brilliantly. Ricky Hatton trained at 154. Brook stopped him, put the chocolate brownie on him. These level of opponents, usually they react, man, because Kell Brook's still a puncher, so he's gonna be able to talk about chocolate brownies against dude. A couple of weeks ago he fought fucking Zarafa. Michael Zarafa, man. I don't know, man. Dude is a stripper or something, you know? Got knocked out. Like, his claim to fame is fighting Peter Quillen, getting knocked out, man, viciously. Kell Brook, man. Fucking struggled with that dude, Zerafa, got hit with shots, struggled himself to a decision against Zerafa, man. Now he wants to call for Amir Khan. What are you doing, bro? You don't even know what weight class you're in, you know? Even Amir Khan, like, he signed with Matchroom and Eddie Hearn, so everybody was getting their hopes up for that Brook Khan fight. Khan Brook, whatever. Even fought, I believe, at catchweights, right? Fought Phil Greco, knocked him out in a round. And fought Samuel Vargas. Was that at a catchweight? Or was that at 147? I'm not totally sure. Might have been at 147. He didn't look really in shape. So it might have been at 150 or something. Might have been probably catchweight, something like that. Samuel Vargas, man. Like, people might know Samuel Vargas. I know him from getting stopped by Danny Garcia. One of his weird fights. I believe he fought the guy in Philly. And Vargas fucking stunned Khan on multiple occasions. Still fast. He must have been in shape because he was able to survive and obviously fight out the fight and win on the scorecards, but it was a much tougher fight than expected. And from a chin perspective, getting knocked out by Canelo, then Garcia, these are legitimate bona fide punches, you know. But Samuel Vargas is not a good look, you know, getting rocked by him. But it happened, whatever. Maybe didn't take him seriously. I hope that for him. Because if he goes like that, in that, I want to say condition, because like your chin also will suffer if you're not in the right shape. But the Amir Khan with Virgil Hunter, when was it, 2015 or something? You know, that version of Amir Khan. I mean, he's 32 now, so it's hard to say because he was in his prime at the time, you know. But that Khan, this might have been the best Khan that we've seen, and people were actually criticizing him a lot. He seemed to change his style, having still like vulnerable moments, but he did somewhat change his style. Look at Luis Colazo performance, the Devin Alexander performance. They're pretty good performances for his standards, you know. He wasn't getting rocked in these fights, although it looked like it was not an easy style for him to fight. Actually, just sticking to the game plan, it was just on the surface, like kind of bubbling up, like that urge to break out into his old style, you know what I mean? He held it together in those fights, and I think if you're gonna look at a performance, if he's now going back with Virgil Hunter, if that has any effect at all, I won't fucking act like Virgil Hunter is the best trainer ever. Has like this great effect on fighters that he takes on mid stages of their career, you know what I mean? They're basically finished products coming to Virgil Hunter, and I guess the whispers are gonna elevate them to such legendary heights, but that's more hype than it's reality, you know. Andre Ward is probably, who else, man? Fucking Brandon Gonzalez, a sparring partner for Nick Diaz. These are probably his best, like, dudes that he might have started out with. I don't know, not sure though. Andre Ward, that's definitely a guy that he kind of formed, I guess. But I think maybe the progression he actually made with Amir Khan might have been like the most effective, you know. I would expect, if I'm gonna look for the best version of Amir Khan, I would hope that he's in that form, or can get into that form, you know. As for the legitimacy of the fight, I can't credit, man. It is a better fight than the Brook fight, and I'm tired of these fights that are kind of forced upon us, you know, by some, like, I don't give a fuck what fans want. I'm my own fucking entity, you know what I mean? I'm not in a fucking bandwagon with a bunch of dudes. Like when they're talking about Canelo and Triple G, I never was fiending for this bullshit. They had a couple decent fights, but there's so much like weirdness involved in making these fights, and also like dudes stepping out of their weight class, bigger dudes calling out smaller fighters, man. Bunch of weird Pacquiao Mayweather negotiation tactics, you know what I mean? Stalling out fights and hyping the public for no reason. Like hyping me for a fight that I never wanted. So that's kind of weird to me. Like Kell Brook Amir Khan is also same type of shit to me, you know what I mean? So the first time I've seen fucking Amir Khan, like I heard that he had a bad chin. That was all they were saying in the broadcast in the Maidana fight. This is a guy with a bad chin. He's been knocked out, now coming back, and actually a British guy coming to America, fighting with like I never seen a guy like, I've seen Nassim Hamed and shit, but I wasn't really into boxing that much. Like at the time, like I was more so watching, like I've seen clips of Nassim Hamed, you know what I mean, but I wasn't really aware what he was doing, you know. So looking at Amir Khan, he was like the Sugar Ray Leonard type of fighter, using his movement, fast combinations. Just by chance I was watching that fight, you know what I mean? Or I might have been rewatching that fight like after the fact or something, you know. At that time I wasn't watching live fights, man. I was downloading old, like when a fight happened over the weekend, I tried to somehow find it and download it and shit like that, you know? I was more so like checking headlines, sporting websites, shit like that, you know. Not too involved at the time current scene, you know. Anyway, fucking Amir Khan, I was kind of impressed because that was the propaganda they were spewing, you know. Dude coming off a knockout loss, man. British stars trying to establish himself in America. looking for the big fights and shit and fighting like a dude that's a vicious puncher, you know. The fight turned out to be crazy with him dropping Maidana early and getting rocked in the middle rounds, 2 late rounds, you know, kind of coming back. To me, like, what he did to survive that fight was, at the time, just almost winning these rounds, you know. Like him running and like flurrying, holding and somehow surviving was actually winning to me at the time. Like, I didn't know anything about effective punching and shit like that, you know. As a fan, you kind of get schooled on that after watching more and more. You have to. If you don't, you're Jim Lampley or something. Although there's a little method to that madness too, probably an agenda. So I always kind of rooted for Khan, a dude that's willing to take chances. And even the way he was like punching his own chin after like escaping from the ropes after getting hit with a vicious barrage by Maidana, in the back of his head he's constantly thinking like, fuck, everybody's thinking I have a bad chin, I'm dazed as fuck, but I'm still gonna survive this bullshit, man. You know what I mean? And actually make a point like to kind of play it up, you know, shaking his head, you know, like from Ali to Ray Leonard to whoever did that shit, you know what I mean? Showing bravado in the fight, man, even under the stress. I like that shit, you know? So I kind of root for the guy, man. Like, people trying to force this fucking Brooke Khan fight down my throat. I'm not with it, you know what I mean? I'm good with, like, Khan staying true to himself, you know what I mean? Always looking for bigger and better options, man. And as much as he was fucking calling out Mayweather, that's the next best thing, as I said, you know? And a dude in his prime. You don't have to, like, pick on the old dudes. Take a guy that's actually younger than you. Show what you're worth. He does well against technicians, but to categorize Terence Crawford as a smaller or lighter fighter fighting at welterweight that's only a technician is underplaying him, you know, underestimating him. Like Max Kellerman says, he's a dog, man. He'll walk you down if you show your weakness. Jose Benavidez showed weakness, and even late in the fight, he took advantage of him. Jeff Horn showed weakness when nothing worked. The panic look came to Jeff Horn where he couldn't overpower Terence. Terence made sure to actually test that body. Also, if Jeff Horn had trouble making weight, once again, the weight, right? But Terence is a pretty good body puncher, actually, man, the way he stopped Joey Sandongo. But then again, Joey Sandongo, like the dudes on the boxing coalition used to say, he's hiding glass. He's hiding a glass body, you know? He was also hiding a glass chin, man. That he proved against Progress. Although Progress, he's a pro-grey, he's a very solid puncher also, you know what I mean? Walked through the fire. Actually, he is a fire hydrant. Odds will probably say that Terence Crawford is gonna stop Amir Khan in the later rounds after he might like be in a competitive fight, man. You know, Amir Khan, man, he isn't a front runner, but sometimes like his willingness not to exchange, it's part, you know what I mean? At times he stays a little too much in the pocket, trying to overwhelm his opponent with speed. Not necessarily like respecting the returning power punches, but usually dudes like will try to time him while he's like throwing a high volume of punches, right? Plant their feet and try to time him, you know what I mean? And Khan is the type of dude that gets actually hit with the first shot and doesn't realize, uh-oh, I need to get out of here, you know what I mean? Or clinch or stop fucking throwing for the sake of throwing. Like, actually look at fucking Keith Thurman. He's a lot like Amir Khan, that he uses a lot of movement to get him out of like harmful positions. He'll stop on a dime and try to throw hard power shots. He sling power shots, right? And if he doesn't get the effect out of, like, we've seen it against Jose Lopez, if he doesn't get the effect out of his opponent, and if his opponent stands there and is still throwing at him, he'll actually panic. That's a good thing, you know what I mean? He tries to preserve his fucking health, man. He gets out of there. Like Amir Khan, he'll throw not power shots. That element of surprise in Keith Thurman is that he throws like at times unconventional combinations with power, you know? He slings those shots in there, and like I said, if he doesn't get the effect, he's out of there. Amir Khan, he'll stay in there and try to overwhelm you with speed. Actually, his technique goes a little bit out of the window and going for volume only. The technique going out of the window results in power going out of the window. Usually his opponent is going to be the more powerful puncher, setting his feet, picking his punches, punching with Amir Khan and clipping him over the top with hooks and shit. Like, look at fucking, there's a reason Danny Garcia finds success with these blind shots that he's throwing. They are kill shots, and they're blind. Not only is he blind, fucking his opponent is not seeing that shit, man. And now you can hit Amir Khan with straight punches. Like, well, it's a little loop on that Canelo shot, I'd say, you know. Plants his feet, timed them. I believe timed the jab of Khan. Hit him with the right hand, you know. Like, I believe Amir Khan was kind of circling, actually boxing, and Canelo was the aggressor, planting his feet. Yeah, Samuel Vargas pretty much did the same thing, right? Timed him, just like punched with him though. A looping right hand. Now he can get hit down the middle too, you know what I mean? Punch resistance is probably tied to physical condition, but that shit is waning down. And just him going with Virgil Hunter, I don't know. Maybe that is actually a good factor for getting in shape. I don't know. Is he a good drill sergeant? Get his fighters in shape? Might be. I don't know, man. What is his expertise in training? You know what I mean? Whispering sweet nothings, you know, in your ear hole, like Frank Flex would say. Amir Khan, Terence Crawford, man. I can't come to a conclusion, man, but I'm watching this fucking IFL interview of Khan, right? Yeah, let's listen what he has to say, man. Like, I pretty much gave my opinion on the shit, you know? Like, I can see Terence Crawford. Like, I wouldn't be surprised, like, if Terence Crawford wins a decision. He might not stop Amir Khan, but there is a lot of vulnerability in Amir Khan. If he, in a short amount of time later in his career, can tidy up a couple of technical flaws, hide his chin a little bit more, fight in spurt, I think tying up Terence Crawford, shit like that. I want to see if Terence Crawford can box with Amir Khan, you know? Or if he has to become the aggressor. That's really what I want to see in this fight. Does he have to be more of an aggressor throughout the fight, you know what I mean? Or will he be able to pick his spots and kind of break down Amir Khan and then take over in the later rounds, you know what I mean? That would be also very interesting. That's really boxing with Khan, you know? Testing his skill. Is how will he be able to deal with the speed? Because Amir Khan at this point in his career, he is what he is, man. We should appreciate him for what he's able to put his body, brain through, you know, to not only entertain the fans, but really he holds himself in high regard, man. I can appreciate that in a fighter, you know. Willing to take chances and not try and fight below a level that's really acceptable from a guy that we would call world class. If Amir Khan is not world level, you can't fault him for not trying. That's a guy that's trying his hardest to be at world level. You know, he's taking chances all the time. Is that because he is getting knocked out and shit? Nah, I don't think so, man. I think that's the guy, you know? If he would be, like I said, he is a diva in a sense, you know? He wants to be among divas, but would he be such a opponent-picking cunt if he was always a A-level type of fighter? Which he is usually. He's not too good to step in against these A-level fighters and be the B-side. I'm talking about that. A-side and B-side, you know? Would he have like an A-side type of personality if he was always the A-side? You know what I mean? If he would win every fight, like if he had Andre Ward's record, if he had Floyd Mayweather's record, I don't know, man. I think losses make you, man. Really? Fucking losses make you, alright? Adversity makes you appreciate also what you have. It's so elusive. That shit that they're actually searching for, all these dudes, man, it's so fucking elusive, man. You gotta somewhat give credit to a dude like Floyd Mayweather, Andre Ward, Joe Calzaghe, these type of dudes, you know? They were able to end their careers undefeated, but it's fucking fleeting, first of all. And at the end of the day, man, yeah, they secure their legacies and secure their families, generations of them. But to a degree, the respect of their peers is really what they're fighting for, if not for the fans. Like, most fighters don't want to hear that shit, man. They will say it and shit, and even fans should wisen up, man. They're not fighting for us, really. We hold them in high regard. We the people who gonna tell our kids and grandkids about them. That will actually manifest their legacy and folklore, you know? But at the time they're around, man, I guess the peers, man, that maybe go through the same shit they go through. How do they see them? You know what I mean? Most people will tell you Amir Khan is a very good fighter, and that's the honest opinion that they should have, you know, because that's the truth. He has a chin problem. It's not a heart problem. It's easier accepted, man. And I'm a fan. I'm the same way. Like, I can easily accept a guy for having a bad chin, man. You know? And that's the most comfortable position to judge a fighter, like sitting on the couch and saying, yeah, I like my fighter to have a heart, you know? Even to expect that is a little weird if you're in such a passive position, like the fan on the couch. But if you think of like a fighter like Amir Khan that gets a lot of flack for having a bad chin, and now you want to talk about like he's not taking the Brook fight, now you want to say he doesn't have the heart? Like lesser fighters like Johnny Nelson, man, there's a fucking reason why I don't remember that dude, you know what I mean? And I don't want to be like ridiculous here. I wasn't really watching that shit when he was fighting, you know? And also, I guess like the public had the displeasure of watching his fights like at cruiserweight. If he stepped up to heavyweight, he might have been like a knockout victim of a couple of good fighters. Anyway, man, Gamble Jones beat your ass, man. Fucking Carl Froch, man, dudes like that, you know? They have a big mouth, man. But there's a reason, like people in America, they respect Amir Khan more than they respect Carl Froch. Like Carl Froch, he can tell Floyd Mayweather as many times as he wants to that he knocked out George Groves in front of 80,000 and all that bullshit, man. Like Floyd Mayweather doesn't give a fuck and he doesn't know your name still. You know what I mean? He knows Amir Khan though. Manny Pacquiao knows Amir Khan. You know what I mean? Canelo Alvarez knows Amir Khan. Same shit like when people talk about Brandon Rios, man. Like most of these dudes that beat Brandon Rios know that he's a real fighter. Like as much as you want to call the guy a bum, man, his peers aren't. Sean Porter might be, but Sean Porter's a weirdo. As much as he's a rugged fighter that I've heard people actually compare like to all-time great fighters, saying that Sean Porter could actually compete in every era at welterweight. There are a lot of fighters like Sean Porter, man. You know what I mean? What's the dude that beat Ray Robinson? But Robinson also knocked him out with that vicious left hook going backward. He also beat Carmen Basilio twice. Tough dude, man. He reminds me of Sean Porter a lot. So yeah, I can see that, man. But Sean Porter is kind of a weirdo. Did anybody see him like on this Fox News thing that they're not doing like the UFC, like the UFC shows, you know, with the one chick and the two fighters, and they were interviewing Manny Pacquiao before the Broner fight, and Sean Porter was kind of like stalkerish himself, you know. He was asking like Manny Pacquiao who he'd fight after Broner, and not really like challenging him right there to his face, but it was very obvious Sean Porter's intentions, you know what I mean? And he was so direct and asking like an elusive weirdo like also Pacquiao, you know? He's like a child basically. He's like giggling and shit, you know what I mean? And Sean Porter is like asking him if he might reconsider fighting Floyd Mayweather. That was stupid to me. What are you doing, Sean, man? Get a hold of yourself, you know? Pacquiao's a big boy, Floyd is a big boy, they make a lot of money. You want to fight me and my fucking 170 frame coming into the fight at fight night, like making your life miserable, Manny? You know, I've seen the Chafon fight and, you know, I thought maybe you want to have a little tune-up with me. The way he was looking at Manny, man, he was so fucking serious. He reminded me a lot of his father at that point, you know? You can see like the Kenny Porter traits of like uncomfortable, militant thing, you know, going on, like staring you down, like saying something where you would expect like to have like a relieving or pressure relieving, tension relieving laugh after, you know, and nothing comes, and you're like just like looking in each other's eyes and like awkwardness all over the place, man. Like, all right, next question. Like, I'm talking from the perspective of these reporters that have to fucking interview Kenny Porter, man. But Sean Porter, man, he had that intense look when he was staring down Manny Pacquiao, you know? Like, it wasn't really a question. It's almost like it was a call out, like hidden in the most polite way, you know? And then also, like, they were talking, I think Abnormal something he was talking about. Or was it Sean? Talking about, like, Pacquiao singing. That was weird. It might have been Sean, man. It was like some passive-aggressive shit from Sean, you know what I mean? He wanted that shit bad, like, almost like he wanted to set up a ring and have, like, a couple of rounds of sparring, like, get that shit in, you know what I mean? Get some work in. They were asking Manny, like, you want to sing maybe for us? And then, like, Pacquiao was kind of laughing. Oh, no, I'm not singing. Kind of laughed it off, you know what I mean? The camera panned over to Sean and he was like, now we're gonna make you sing, don't worry about that. What the fuck are you doing, Sean, man? Stop being so fucking serious, bro. It's like the wrong moment to be so serious. Anyway, I digress. Yeah, man, I don't know, man. Let's keep watching this. Like, I'm talking. Let's keep watching this shit, man.
Light welterweight to welterweight, the punch, the power is not the same. He's coming up a weight, so he's quite new in this weight division. You know, and he's in the pound rankings as 1 or 2. So he's ticking all the boxes. And then I looked at the Kell Brook fight. If that fight was to happen, is he going to sell like he would have sold a year ago? I don't think so. That bad performance he has against his last opponent was really bad, that people are not really talking about the fight now, or people don't want...
But Khan is funny, you know? With all that shit I've just said, you know? Khan is like funny guy, man. Like, he's obviously avoiding that Brook fight, you know? I'm not denying that shit, you know what I mean? But what did he just say? Like I said, Kell Brook had a bad fight against Rafa. Khan had a bad fight against Samuel Vargas. So, really, like, them, like, colliding, it would be like a battle of the bums, in a way, you know? It's just below being, like, two fighters coming off losses, you know? In the cringe scala. So, I understand kind of, like, ducking that stigma. Going against Terence Crawford for a welterweight title, man, it actually doesn't have to explain himself. Everything about it is better than fighting Kell Brook. And like from a risk-reward factor also, you know, I don't like talking about that because it's almost like every fucking boxer nowadays has been schooled on that shit, you know, on that theory. Reward over risk makes sense in this case, you know what I mean? It's a more interesting fight for both Terence and Amir Khan than having like this matchup between like fucking Jeff Fennick and Azuma Nelson when they're 50. You know what I mean?
I really want to see the fight between me and him. That's another thing there. Selling in a stadium, probably won't sell a stadium. It'd probably be hard to sell in a stadium. And there was another thing that was.
And there's another thing that I wrote down before I had this interview, like before I got to the shit. You know what I mean? Like, this is my list. All the reasons why I won't fight Kell Brook. Also, most likely the sun won't come out on that day. You know, I don't want to really fight him. I heard bad weather. You know. Like, I heard it's gonna rain on that day, you know. Always a good reason not to fight him.
And all we do, me and Kell Brook, is talk bad about each other. And I don't want to do that. I'm not one of them guy type of guys. I like to be one of the good guys in the sport.
Did he say I'm not one of them guy type of guys? Hey, did he say Kell Brook was into dudes? You know, maybe that's also on his list, man. Why is he forgetting that? That should be on his list, right? I'm just like having a highlight clip of Orlando Cruz, man, fighting Orlando Salido. The battle of the Orlandos.
If we can if this was me and Kell Brook in a press conference, we'd be talking bad about each other. We'd be, disrespecting each other. And I don't want to be in a fight like that because that's not where I am. I'm too old for that. I don't want to do that. You know, I'm a man now. I'm
He's a nice guy,
32-year-old, and I want to be respectful, go in there and do my business, let my fist do the talking. But Kell doesn't want to see it that way. So I feel that when I put them both together, I said, and then while I was thinking about it, then I hear another report that comes on Twitter that Kell said this and Dud said that, this about me and said that about me, calling me a chicken. I said, you know what, I don't want to fight the guy now. I mean, he's just too disrespectful, and if he was more respectful, then the fight probably would have happened. Honestly, it would 100% would have happened, because he's so disrespectful and he always talks down, and I'm like, how can you disrespect me so much and then want to fight me and then expect to get like million views on pay-per-view, where people will think, wait a minute, Kell, you said he's rubbish or he's shit and you're gonna knock him out, so why should we watch this fight? Because we know you're gonna win easily. The way he made it.
Wait, I have to hear that shit again.
And then while I was thinking about it, then I hear another report that comes on Twitter that Kell said this and Dud said that, this about me and said that about me, calling me a chicken. I said, you know what, I don't want to fight the guy now. I mean, he's just too disrespectful, and if he was more respectful, then the fight probably would have happened. Honestly, it would 100% would have happened, because he's so disrespectful.
Because that sells respect, you know. But for some reason, I believe him. I don't know, man. Something about Amir Khan, you know. I actually don't think he's lying.
And he always talks down, and I'm like, how can you disrespect me so much and then want to fight me and then expect to get like million views on pay-per-view, where people will think, wait a minute, Kell, you said he's rubbish or he's shit and you're gonna knock him out, so why should we watch this fight? Because we know you're gonna win easily. The way he made it, so I just think he killed that fight himself, and that's the reason the fight didn't happen.
But also, like, fans want to see fighters confident that they're gonna win, you know what I mean? That's actually the hardest thing for fucking reporters and media to get out of these fighters, you know? You want to make a prediction? Like, I'm not gonna make a prediction. Like, nah, you want to hear a fucking prediction, bro? Like, even if you don't believe it, just say that shit, man. That's why Conor McGregor is so big, man. Against everybody he went in, he's predicting that, like, motherfucker, actually reporters will prepare on that shit, you know? They're kind of used to him, like, making these bold predictions, so they're fucking in the crowd, like, every fucking press conference of just McGregor, one media member's in the crowd, and usually it's not only one, it's like a couple of them, you know? They sit there, man, just waiting for the moment the mic gets to them, and then, Mystic Mac, you're known for making predictions. What is your prediction for this fight? Yeah, I'm gonna knock him out in the first round. Okay, bad accent and everything, but you know what I'm saying, man? 4 fucking reporters asking the same shit, man. You gotta be at least like 50% on your predictions, if that shit's gonna work, you know? Ali, McGregor, these type of dudes actually got that shit right a couple of times, you know? So they kind of established it. People want to hear fighters being confident, man. Like, usually if a fighter is talking down to the opponent, they also say like, yeah, I respect his skills, but like, he's a cunt. Like, even the media will ask them, his last fight, would you say he did a good job in that fight? Would you give him credit for winning that fight or whatever, you know what I mean? Usually a fighter is smart enough to give a little bit of credit. I don't know if Kell Brook does that, but I guess once again, man, Khan has a point.
Respectful. I'm not scared of him. I mean, I'm going on and finding a tougher guy. The money in a way probably works out about the same, to be honest with you. But I just feel that I was, I'm not scared taking the book fight. I would have loved to have that book fight. I would have loved to take that book fight, but it's just I want to be respected a little bit as well. I'm a man, I have kids. I don't want someone talking rubbish about me. That fight between me and Brook might never happen now. You know, I don't want my kids growing up and saying, "Oh, Daddy, who's this Kell Brook always talking bad about you?" And so I don't want to live that. You know, I got a little girl now who can.
When they ask the question, wouldn't you like to finish that statement?
What did I say? Making it up as you go.
By saying, yeah, that's the one that I beat in the ring in, you know, wouldn't you like to say that as a finishing statement to that?
Well, yeah, I mean, that would be good. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that would be a good one to do. But at the same time, I'll say, yeah, that would be
finishing. You know what's funny? Look at Amir Khan's expression when he's like answering these questions. Actually, in the moment, evaluating that notion. You know what I mean? Then you'll be able to tell your children, beat that dude. You know? For a second, he lights up. His face lights up. Like, yeah, that would be awesome and shit. But then, like, that little devil on his shoulder creeps in. Check it out.
By saying, yeah, that's the one that I beat in the ring in, you know, wouldn't you like to say that as a finishing statement to that?
Well, yeah, I mean, that would be good. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that would be a good one to do. But at the same time, I'll say I'll probably not fight him because I'll say, you know what, keep saying them things because he's going to keep on saying them. Even if I knock him out and beat him, he's going to always keep talking. So I'm like, you know what, I'll just rather just walk away and put a bag over that fight and that fight will never need to happen again. But don't get me wrong, I love to have that fight and I want that fight, but he just needs to be a little bit more respectful and, I mean, you have to promote fights. You know, we're businessmen, we want to promote fights, and let's do it the right way instead of doing it the wrong way, you know?
It seems to be the perception is that, not that you're scared of Kell Brook, and no one can accuse you of...
You know, all the rubbish, like people like Crawford say, oh, I'm here scared, what's he doing? Spencer Farron. I mean, all these guys, all these things that these people say, I just think it's rubbish. And I think that, wait a minute, do you even understand the sport? Like, you're saying I'm scared of someone when I'm fighting someone who's better. I don't understand. I don't know where they're coming from. And I just feel that, you know what, to me, it seems a little bit more than that, but I don't want to go too deep into it. It's a bit more than that, you know what I mean? I think there's a lot of jealousy there, but there's something else there which I don't want to talk about. But it is what it is.
Okay. Alright, let's speculate. So is he saying that Spencer Fearon, a black man, a black British man, and Carl Froch, they're anti-Islamic? I don't even know why I mentioned that the guy is a black dude, you know what I mean? So is that what Amir Khan is alluding to? You know, is there an anti-Islam agenda? Islamophobia? Are these dudes Sky employees? I don't know what he's saying, my man. Is Amir Khan alluding to these dudes being Islamophobic or whatever? Or having an anti-Islam agenda? Is that even what Amir Khan is talking about? You know what I mean? Do you think that's true? If he's talking about it. But it kind of falls into line with the speculation about Kell Brook's preferred, who Kell Brook likes to mingle with, I guess, you know what I mean? In the bedroom or whatever. I don't even know where that's coming from, but maybe Amir's grasping at straws. Usually people that are around, you know, like UK people, that goes to you. Does Amir have a point?
The perception seems to be, not that you're scared of Kell Brook at all, but the perception seems to be that because it's been going on for so long, this rivalry, it's the fear of losing that fight. Would you say that was true or not?
Never. I mean, I would never be beat by Kell Brook. He can never beat me. So there's no fear there. I've never once in my life thought he'll ever beat me. So, no, you're wrong there.
I don't know, man. You know, body language experts would say he's biting his lip or something, right? After saying he's wrong, I don't know. Man. But that's a good question. That's probably what people are always saying, right? Amir Khan can't live with losing to Kell Brook. His style kind of lends you to believe that there's always that chance. People might actually favor Kell Brook over Amir Khan. Anyway, that's not the point, right? When he says Kell Brook can't beat him, I believe him. You know what I mean? I believe that's what he believes, you know? But at the same time, would he be able, because boxing is unpredictable. We all want to be experts. Like, I've seen many fucking boxers have wrong predictions and glaring weaknesses in breakdowns of fights, you know what I mean? Boxing is unpredictable, especially Amir Khan knows that. Brady's Prescott. Oh my god. How about that, man? I guess I have to record long enough so shit that escapes me in the beginning can come to me later on. But Brady's Prescott was the guy that knocked out Amir Khan, I believe. Was it at lightweight? I believe at lightweight. As a big underdog. Upsetting the apple cart. Also got knocked out by Mike Alvarado in one of his come-up fights. In a brutal fight in which he had Mike Alvarado's lip split. And also Terence Crawford tested the waters against Brady's Prescott, I believe at 140, when he was still a lightweight. He was still a lightweight contender at the time. Brady's Prescott stopped Amir Khan, so Amir Khan knows how unpredictable boxing is. Big favorites have knocked him out, but also underdogs have knocked him out. So there is a chance of him losing in devastating fashion to Kell Brook. But still, man, that competitive spirit of a fighter, you can see it when he answers that question, or when he says that he doesn't think Kell Brook can beat him. Let's listen to it again.
The fear of losing that fight. Would you say that was true or not?
I mean, I would never be beat by Kell Brook. He can never beat me. So there's no fear there. I've never once in my life thought he'll ever beat me. So, no, you're wrong there.
Eddie Hearn wasn't here today, and he wasn't at your press conference on Tuesday. He's openly said that, before that, while the negotiations were going on between you and Terence Crawford, that, in his words, he'd be pissed off if you took this fight. So how is kind of that with Mr. Hearn?
I mean, look, he's good. He called me earlier today saying that Amir can't make it to the press conference because he's got some weigh-in going on or something. There's a show happening tomorrow. Yeah, so I'm at the weigh-in. So, he sent me a picture as well to prove it. And then Frank came running in, and also he had another guy. What's his name? Anthony, Lee, Mr. Lee, who's still here. Mr. Lever is still here. Mr. Lever is right there.
Nice deflection.
Okay, well listen, like I said, no one can kind of accuse you of ducking anyone because you're going in against, pound for pound, one of the best.
I feel a little bit down and a little bit bad for not giving the UK fans what they wanted. It's a little bit more personal than that because it's more like it's just Kell. I just feel like he's been very disrespectful, and that's why I just want him to. I just want him,
What do you want, Amir? Amir is such a good guy, right? He makes the point of addressing the UK crowd. He feels down for disappointing the UK crowd, but what do you want to do? You want Kell to he's hanging over Kell Brook's career. He knows he has so much influence in Kell Brook's career, man. It's hard to kind of deny that power, it seems like, you know what I mean? To have him in the palm of his hand. That's what we're seeing with Mayweather, with all of his opponents. Look at him in fucking Khan. Look at him on fucking Pacquiao. Look at him in Pacquiao right now. Mayweather isn't an active fighter. I'm sorry, guys, man. I have allergies. My nose is giving me trouble. Yeah, but that whole dynamic, man. Boxers begging other boxers. That goes back a long way, man. Where boxers try to humbly ask for fights and it becomes kind of stalkerish. Remember Aaron Pryor walking up to Sugar Ray Leonard at Sugar Ray Leonard's press conference and getting kind of put in his place. Lara with Canelo. I guess you gotta be demonstrative and even volatile to get a fight. But even Kell Brook, it's a weird thing, man, because his nature isn't that. Throwing insults, Queen Khan, in a sedated kind of way, you know what I mean? So it doesn't carry over to me, you know what I mean? It's not Nigel Benman telling Chris Eubank that he hates him, that it's personal for him. There's no hate in this. And also that Wizard of Oz type of thing. I talked about that I wouldn't think that Khan would have that A-side character, you know? But he might have. He's getting a taste of it, you know what I mean, with that whole Kell Brook thing? But also, it's just not his style, man. Amir Khan sees himself on the world stage competing, you know what I mean? Kell Brook is looking for a domestic dust-up. And that's kind of beneath Amir, and I kind of agree with him, man. I kind of agree with him, with all the losses and everything, with all the flaws. You know what I mean? With all the Skype sessions, you know? I like Amir Khan more than I like Kell Brook, man. Kell Brook is strange. Is he a real one? I'm not sure. He's a guy that steps into the ring. He's a world-class fighter. But then again, does he really see himself as that? You know what I mean? Kell Brook with Amir Khan's confidence and self-belief, what would he be able to achieve, you know? Kell Brook, man, he gets stabbed and shit, you know what I mean? He gives you fodder for questioning. It's weird, man. He gets stabbed and then he can't really fight for his title or can't defend his title. It's the weirdest thing, man. He wins a world title close and all that, and then he gets stabbed. I mean, I don't want to blame him for getting stabbed or whatever, but who knows, man. Kinda gotta put himself there, right? Anyway, man, that's not about that, you know. I'm just saying, man, Kell Brook, with all he achieved, it's like I said, man, it's all with built-in excuses, and it's still that Marvin Hagler thing, man. Marvin Hagler calling out smaller dudes. Like, I like Marvin Hagler, but if I'm going to talk about like the 80s, I'm going to talk more about like Durant, Leonard, Hearns, dudes that challenged themselves and went through the weight classes and did a lot of stuff, you know what I mean? Benitez even, man. He had a short period when he had all his skills and was on top, kind of. But yeah, Hagler was kind of calling out smaller dudes. Let's be real now. Like, people say he was never a real light heavyweight and he was just staying in the weight class he was most comfortable in. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think Michael Spinks was around, right? Like, I'm not that type of historian that I really know, but I don't know. Kind of looks bad. And Hag was a dog, man. He earned his shit. Like, that's also a task, man. Fucking staying in the weight class like that, like Bernard Hopkins did. That sacrifice throughout the years, you know what I mean? And Marvin Hagler didn't have an easy come up also. So you can't just become a superstar, you know? Shit like that. That's not something that you can earn, I feel like. You know what I mean? You either are or you're not. Like, Marvin Hagler had to get the rub, you know what I mean? Sean Porter is the type of fighter that has to get the rub on their own skill and will and all that. Tim Bradley, these type of fighters, they have to get the rub. Tim Bradley has the Pacquiao rub. Sean Porter, actually, you can say, just an accumulation of good wins, has gotten a rub from all his opponents. He's probably the closest thing to a guy that, without like having those glaring superstar qualities, that has been able to not build himself to a superstar, but like Sean Porter might end up being a legend in the game, you know what I mean? But it's more of like a Bernard Hopkins type of style of doing it, you know? Marvin Hagler type of style of doing it. Like, Bernard got his rub rather late, like with the Trinidad fighting smaller dudes. Trinidad dudes like that, you know what I mean? Hagler too. Hearns, Leonard, that's all late in his career. After going through wars, man. Like, people think of him as like this marauder and shit, man. He was a technician early on, man, going through the Philly circuit. He had to fight some dudes, man, that weren't easy, like, he had to keep them off. He took his losses too. Willie Monroe Jr., he's living off his fucking, I believe, uncle's name. But that's the guy that beat Marvin Hagler. First guy to beat Marvin Hagler, you know? A slick dude. So Hagler get outboxed. He had like these crazy Benny Briscoes, like dudes like that, that's gonna come to you regardless. Not unskilled fighters, man. Cyclone Hart, punchers, all that. He faced all that shit. Caveman Lee, Fulgencio Obel Maez, something like that. That dude, man. He gave him all he could handle in his first fight against Marvin. Marvin also rematched these dudes, you know what I mean? Antifermo beat the shit out of him in the rematch, got robbed in the first one. Actually, that was a closer fight than people say. Like, people say it was robbed. Like, Marvin kind of fought the wrong game plan against Antifermo. Maybe boxed a little too much, you know what I mean? Played it safe. Like, Marvin had to learn, man, on the job, kind of. You know? Learn from his mistakes, man. Become one of the greatest well-rounded fighters ever. Really, like, you would think Terence Crawford is like a superstar type of fighter, but he's the type of guy that has been accumulating his resume on like a lot more. The substance is just on the full record, you know what I mean? A lot of good fighters. Maybe he hasn't fought a great fighter. I don't think Terence Crawford. I don't think Errol Spence has fought a great fighter, you know? A lot of these dudes out there, they haven't fought great fighters. Adrian Broner, has he fought great fighters? It just depends, I guess, what you're gonna call great. Is Sean Porter a great fighter? There's so many questions, man. I'm going round and round in circles, man. Let's keep watching while I have trouble with my nose. Dealing with motherfucking allergies.
I don't suffer. Like, I just want him to like know what he's done wrong, and that's why the fight didn't happen. Because it's just Kell. I just feel like he's been very disrespectful, and that's why I just want him to. I just want him, you know, to like. I don't suffer. Like, I just want him to like know what he's done wrong, and that's why the fight didn't happen. Because end of the day, it's wrong how he takes things and how he says things and how he disrespects me. If you want to promote a fight, like, you didn't see Pacquiao and Mayweather when they were fighting each other. They never dissed themselves. They were always respectful, but saying, "Oh, he's a great fighter, but I'm gonna beat him." Said that, but I mean, not like, "Oh, he's this, he's that. Oh yeah, I'm gonna knock him out. I'm gonna do this."
Hasn't that been you as well as him in the last few years?
Obviously, not me, not really.
Why do British dudes do this thing that Amir does? I don't see it. I don't know what they're doing.
To be honest with you, I don't really like talking about him. That's another interview for my...
It's that I can't be bothered face they do, you know? I can't be bothered. Honestly, I can be bothered. You know? What is that?
Well, IFM London, which is all about Kell Brook again, but guess what? Oh, I'm so bored talking about him. Kell, wish you all the best. Who you fight next?
Oh god, like metal breakdown,
yeah,
baby.
talking about him. That's another interview from
pissed off,
London,
man.
which is all about Kell Brook again. But guess what? Oh, I'm so bored talking about him. Kel, wish you all the best. Who you fight next? Because you're 154. Who's he got against? What's that guy called?
No, he's
154
trolling.
champion. He's mandatory against.
Oh, Gerald Hurt.
Hurd, yeah. Good luck against Hurd. You need it.
Oh shit.
We called him back again mostly, man.
That was a great exit, man. It was wrong to call him back for that shit, man. Good luck against Jared Hurt. Oh shit, that's savage, man. Like, honestly, he said, I don't want him to suffer, but he was lying, bro.
You're back, obviously, with Virgil, which must be a huge boost going into this fight with Crawford.
Yeah, man, I'm looking forward to be back with Virgil Hunter, and I think I owed it to him. Don't get me wrong, Joe Gusto was an amazing trainer. Just that Virgil, it seems that, you know, he got sick, but it seems that I owe it to him because now he's better and he's looking good. That's why I decided to go back.
Just one final one. Obviously, Saturday night, Brown and Pacquiao. What's your thoughts on it? Who wins?
It's 60-40 towards Manny Pacquiao, but we don't know which Manny's going to turn up. Has Manny got old overnight, or has Broner still got it? So it's hard to say. But Broner's still young. He's still got the still, like, you know, got the power and the movement and the speed. So does he need that, or does he need a little bit more? I mean, who knows? The fight, we'll see on Saturday night at the fight.
Have you got a preference where you want this fight to be, here or in Vegas?
It's nice to be in New York or Vegas, really, either. Yeah, I mean, London, yeah, definitely. It would have been wicked if it's in London. But yeah, I mean, anyway, really.
I don't suppose it matters to you where this ends up TV-wise in the UK, whether it happens on Sky or on BT?
Sky, to be honest with you, because my last two fights have been on Sky, and I think Sky have been brilliant, you know, promoting the fights and everything. That's no disrespect to any other network out there, but I'd rather be that Sky family and have it on Sky. So then Carl Froch and people can still talk shit about me all the time and say, oh, you're this, you're that, and, you know, Spencer, what's his name? Spencer Fairbairn also talk shit about me. So I think it'd be nice if it's on Sky. Gives them a bit of a job. Gives them a job, gets them paid. Talk shit about me, you can. Yeah. Alright, bro.
Thank you very much.
I'm me, man. He said he's too old to be talking shit, but he's flapping his gums. Am I right? Alright, hey, that's it, man. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Peace out. Have a good one.
Harold, pugilist from Omaha, Nebraska.
Guys, as much as Bud Crawford is talked about as perhaps the pound-for-pound best in the world, he is also talked about as the best switch hitter that the sport has seen. Some say ever, of going from lefty to righty.
And then he can start switching from there. I agree.
Coming forward, everybody felt conventional wisdom.
No, Bud takes a few rounds to warm up. Just like you said, downloading the information, and then he'll make his adjustments. To a person who hasn't trained the eye in the sport of boxing, that's all bad, but it's all good for Amir Khan.
Moments ago, we saw Khan tripling up that jab.
That's exactly what Khan has to do. He has to out-jab Crawford, because once Crawford starts getting his jab landing, then he's able to set up his combinations.
Crawford with a first-round knockdown. Could this be the statement that he's been looking for? Crawford, final 25 seconds of round number one. He was floating along, calculating, and then, oh, did he wake up? Closing that gap now. There's a right hand. And Khan has to tie up. Can he survive this round? Final 10 seconds. We have early drama here at MSG. Crawford, another right hand. And Khan is wobbly again. Trying to stay up. End of one. Wow. Bud Crawford.
As long as you take your time and keep your hands up. Quit reaching. Quit reaching. Get yourself together, you all right? Pour some water in this area.
Here's Khan reaching with the jab, throwing a jab from the wrong position, and you see the right hand, the counter-punching ability of Terence Crawford. This is one-punch punching power right here from Terence Crawford. You see him how he chopped down with that, Dre?
It wasn't a hard shot, it wasn't a long shot, it was very short and crisp.
But right on the point.
Hitting right on the point of the chin, and that's when Amir Khan finds himself doing that type of maneuvers when he gets hit right on the chin.
Beautiful chopping shot right down on the chin. I love that slow-mo cam right there.
Then there was the right hand at the end of the round. Here it is.
Set him up, timed him. Over the jab. Khan has a problem with distance. Sometimes he shoots his punches from too close. Sometimes he starts his combinations from too far away.
But it's a long fight to go. We will see. We will see when that next right hand lands. There's a body shot with the left hand from Crawford.
Yeah, I don't think he's recovered. I think he's slowly recovering. But Terence needs to test him again.
Khan puts that right hand so quickly behind that jab with that speed as he lands a right hand on the undefeated champion. So perhaps a bounce back moment for Amir Khan. We will see. You know how calculating Bud is.
You see Khan lunging forward, getting up beside himself. You know, his feet are behind, his hands are in front. Crawford's going to time him with something on the way in. There it is.
There's a lead right hand from Crawford, and he comes with another sweeping punch as it backs up Khan.
He's not wasting any punches, and that's Crawford. He's trying to land that one-hitter quitter on Amir Khan's chin once again.
Nice jab from Crawford there from distance. He's starting to get that jab working.
Right hand to the body.
Khan felt that power. He's very hesitant at the moment. Not getting on his jab right now. Kind of flicking it out there, trying to choose the right opportunities to attack Terence Crawford.
Two-punch combination. Then he went looking at the belt line before he had to get away from a sweeping punch.
Keep boxing him. Keep that jab in his face and shit. You keep that jab in his face, he can't do shit. And he gonna lunge at you. He gonna open himself up. Then you can counter.
Take me through that combination by Khan.
It's the left hook. Khan leads with the left hook sometimes. Instead of shooting a jab, he'll come around the guard of Terence Crawford. Here it is again. That's the awkwardness about Khan, and a nice right hand afterwards to finish that combination.
Caught Crawford pulling out.
Back to business. Hyper-focus and attentiveness, and there's a 1-2 combination from Khan again.
Yeah, and he lands it again because Crawford has a bad habit of pulling out with his hands not at home.
Go back to the initial game plan and set the knockout blow up with boxing and a good jab.
Well, the one thing that I want to see from Crawford, you know, he's not really paying a whole lot of attention to the body of Khan, and then he'll be able to land a shot over the top.
That's how Canelo slowed Amir down. It wasn't the headshot initially, it was the body shot, and then he finished with the devastating headshot.
But just pay attention to how many body shots Terence Crawford throws this round. Crawford in the southpaw position now. I think he understands the speed of Khan, so he's okay with Khan shooting that right hand. He's looking to counter him on the way in. With the right hook, there it is.
There's only one thing that he was holding on to is he felt he was the bigger man. As you see tonight, he's not the bigger man.
Or the stronger man. There it is.
There's that southpaw jab, doubles it up, and then the left hand behind. Of course, the body shot of the night came in our last fight with Teofimo Lopez, who is the buzz fighter among the younger generation, now 13-0 with 11 knockouts scored. A knockout in the 5th against former title challenger Edis Tatley. What a night it's already been from MSG.
Every time he want to come in, he give it away with his legs.
Featherweight, and Lopez making his mark at lightweight.
We're in the 5th round.
4th round.
Yeah, he's going to start breaking down.
4th round. Now, talk to me about how he's dealing with Khan's speed.
Oh, that speed ain't shit, man. That speed ain't shit. All you gotta do is keep his goddamn hands at home and shit, and catch that shit and then release. Real easy. He ain't as fast as he used to be.
All right, good thing we're on pay-per-view, Joe.
I want to give a shout out to Omaha, Nebraska.
If that isn't comfort in the middle of a highly pressurized world title fight, I don't know what is from Bomac. And is he ever authentic?
Keep that
He's used to being hurt. Like when you see that kind of knockdown.
He don't give it up, bro.
Oh, he tried to catch him with that right hook.
Once you make a woman say, ooh.
He was trying to time that right hook was Crawford, and he nearly got it.
As crazy as that sounds. So Crawford has to stay focused. He can't get caught up like Bomac said. We're just looking for the knockout because Amir Khan, he's still throwing.
Oh, there is that right hand. He survived it. That was nasty, wasn't it?
All set up by the body punches from Crawford.
Dirty body, goes upstairs, says that was low, does Khan. Crawford really doesn't care. He's on the attack.
Amir's hurt right now. He's hurt. He's stung. The legs always tell on you.
Yes, sir.
And right now, give me the assessment of the legs of Khan.
They're just not stable. He's not under his legs. You know, he's not stable. That's, man, that right hook, that's the shot that Crawford trying to
good body shot by Crawford.
Trying to set the right hook up.
Goes to the body again, and then doubles it up with the left hand and goes upstairs as he's back to an orthodox stance now and clubs with the right hand, sweeps across the belt line, looks for glory, lands on the left to the bottom. He's got momentum now, doesn't he?
He smells blood. He's like a shark right now. He knows he's weakening. He's digging him down to the body and landing hard power shots up top. And I'm talking about Crawford.
Trying to shoot the uppercut that time as Khan came forward and opened up. There's a straight right hand from Khan to finish off a wild round.
Okay. It's hurting? It's okay. You gotta ignore it, okay? Let that motherfucker go, okay? Keep the jab working more for me. And the lead left hand, okay? The hooks. Keep the hook working off the jab. Stay smart. Don't get caught with nothing, okay? Stay smart. Stay under your feet. Don't reach. Don't be anxious, okay? Don't catch him. You don't catch him. You got power on the right? Okay.
That is the face of a hunter, isn't it? Crawford landed a high 27 punches in this fight so far in round number 4. And he threw 58. 27 of 58 with that damage done in that last round.
And you hear Virgil telling Khan, don't be in a rush. And you see Khan just rush in with her overhand right.
I mean, Virgil's doing the best he can with what he has. You know, at the end of the day, you know, me and Amir Khan.
Stop whining.
And he's doing the best he can with what he has. It's the best way I can describe it.
Khan says, come forward, bud, come forward.
Watch the sweeping backhand of Terence Crawford. He's setting it up.
There it is. And there's a looping right as well. Now southpaw. Can he give an angle? 3-punch combination. Probing with the jab, back to orthodox. Probing with the jab, looking for a right hand, possibly to split the guard. Goes with a right uppercut. And there's a 1-2 from Khan. Give him credit. He was down in the first round. He's trying to hang in there. Oh, big left hand from Crawford. Uppercut, right hook. Switching back and forth from righty to lefty and having success.
You cannot say anything bad about Amir Khan's toughness. He's a tough mama jama boy. He's taking some big shots tonight.
Too much of that toughness ain't good though, Tim. And I will tell you this about Verge. He's thinking and pondering about throwing that towel in. Not right now, but it's close because he doesn't want to see Amir Khan go out like he did against Canelo Alvarez. He cares about the kid. Good right hand from Khan right there. It's just not enough though. Terence Crawford is on the prowl right now.
Yeah, but did you see how he threw the right hand? He rushed in. He with his chin out in front.
It's a panic shot. Yeah, it's a panic right hand.
Terence Crawford gonna have something waiting for that.
This is what Crawford loves. He loves finding the solution and inflicting pain.
Yeah, Khan very hesitant. He can't get inside. You know, Terence will catch him with the straight left hand coming in, just like there. Oh, got caught on the way out.
Lands one. Or Khan lands one, excuse me.
Caught him on the way
And now the jab has some success for Amir Khan.
All that's going to do, fellas, is extend the fight a lot longer and allow Terence Crawford to pile up that punishment.
Let's see. There's a right hand from Amir Khan many times. As Crawford stalks here as we come to the end of the round.
He good. You must be crazy.
Good round. Much better round. You landed that last right, huh? Terence, how's your right hand? It's fine. Right hand is good? Yeah. All right, no. Be smart now. Come on, okay? Yeah, very good. Be smart. You're doing well. You're coming back. Okay, come on now. Don't give up nothing.
Sitting down on him. He's running in with shots. Crawford trying to drop that right in, and he's trying to catch him in between his shots. Just look at that. Did you see the transition right there where he stepped back? This fight's being stopped because of that. It was an accidental foul. Accidental foul that lands to them and gets us to a technical decision. Whenever a fighter says, I can't continue, he has to be careful with what he's answering. Exactly right. Because you are given the full 5 minutes. Crawford with the TKO, but he should have taken the full 5 minutes. Made it feel the referee, he did rule a low blow, but that's not the reason the fight was stopped. Interesting. Virgil Hunter and down. It's the man who asked repeatedly, Amir Khan, do you want me to stop it? Do you want me to stop it? And he made the final choice. Therefore, this is a technical knockout win according to the referee, who's now conversing with the commissioner. Listen, that is the initial decision. So don't be confused by the accidental low blow, because the bottom line is the trainer said, I've seen enough. My guy's getting pummeled here. Let's go up to the ring and make it official. Ladies and gentlemen, after an accidental blow in the blue corner, informs referee David Fields that their fighter can no longer continue.
Of 47 seconds of round number 6, declaring the winner by way of technical knockout, still the WBO welterweight champion of the world, Terence Crawford.
That's a pretty blatant quit, man. He was hanging in there, man, until he wasn't. He was about to get knocked out, man. I think he hurt his hand also, started kinda waving that shit around. Credit to him for continuing, man. After getting hurt like that in the first round, stung a bunch of times, man. Like they were saying, man. He runs in punching, you know. He does that MMA thing, you know, that UFC thing. Punch running, run punching, gives shifting a whole new meaning. Khan could have won actually let me look at my scorecard here. The third round. He was having success with his jab and with his left hook. Leading with his left hook, you know. The second half of the round, Terence kind of took over, started countering to Khan's body, and actually hurt him, I think, at the end of the round. Had to give it to Terence, man. Yeah, man, but Khan, he quits, yo, because Terence, I guess, threw a low blow and Khan quits, takes the advice of Virgil Hunter. But he wasn't winning the shit, man. It was getting worse from here. What do you think a low blow's gonna do, man? It's gonna take even more gas out of his tank, soften him up. That right hook, yeah, man. Him and Lomachenko, man, they look for that right hook. Terence Crawford is pretty much the best fighter in the world, I'd say. He gets hit, though. You can hit him. Lomachenko, you can hit. Like, all these dudes, man, that are vying for pound #1 status, like Alvarez Jr., all these dudes, man, can hit him. Is he now gonna fight Brook, man? Brook is in the fucking audience, licking his chops, you know what I mean? Khan's a quitter, too. That kind of puts him on the same wavelength. That probably helps the negotiations. The battle of the quitters. Legit or quit? In the beginning, man, Khan, he hung in there until he didn't, and Terence Crawford remains, and still, WBO welterweight world champion, Terence Bud Crawford. Feasting. Alright.
In a recent interview I heard Abel Sanchez talk about like Mikey Garcia and Errol Spence fight. About natural size difference and how Mikey is biting off more than he can chew. He's still not giving Mikey the edge over Spence. He's still thinking the weight will play a factor. What are the chances that he really talked to the guy, you know? To Big G. Like Abel Sanchez, man, is a talker. You never know with the guy, man, but he obviously seems to have some loyalty towards his fellow Mexican boxing people, you know what I mean? He's supporting, he's rooting for the guy, but he's not giving him good chances. All these dudes, man, they're trying to play it really safe, you know? Give credit, you know, for the step up, but still, it's just more sensible, you know, to go with Spence. The boogeyman, a great welterweight. Even Mike Garcia is saying he wants to fight a great champion, you know? Robert is saying they want to fight a great champion. They're smart. They're gonna get more credit if they talk about great champion, in case they beat him, in case they lose to him, you know what I mean? If they said they lost to a great big fighter, there's no shame in losing. But is Errol Spence really a great fighter? I remember years ago, Errol Spence Jr. actually was asked the question, comparisons between him and Marvin Hagler, for some reason. I guess they're both southpaws, you know, maybe that's where it ends really, the similarities. Derek James jumped into the interview and was talking about how Errol Spence Jr. is a lot more polished skill set than Marvin Hagler ever had. That's even before Errol Spence Jr. fought Kell Brook. Usually, like, especially fighters, they tend to shy away from these type of comparisons. And so did actually also Errol Spence. Now Abel Sanchez, you know, he compared it to Roberto Duran fighting Marvin Hagler. You know, I also have thought about that comparison to that fight. I don't see like other comparisons really applying, you know. Sugar Ray Leonard fighting Roberto Duran. I've heard that comparison, but that doesn't make sense. Duran was the guy coming up. I think he jumped actually 140, man. I believe he had maybe a tune-up against Palomino. Not really a tune-up, he won a title in that fight. I don't know. For some reason I thought Palomino was his first fight at welterweight. Anyway, man, Duran was the smaller guy coming up to fight Leonard. Leonard got emotionally involved and started fighting Roberto's brawling fight in that fight. The smaller man moving up, roughhousing the supposed bigger man coming up short. Not using his natural advantages. I didn't see that comparison really holding up, man. But the Duran challenge for Hagler's title, that's interesting. But Duran, he was boxing Marvin Hagler. Marvin Hagler was trying to box with Roberto Duran. And after the fight, after losing a decision to Hagler, Duran talked to Sugar Ray Leonard and told him, you can beat this guy. Leonard took that as obviously the tactic of boxing Hagler, you know? That's not when the fight between him and Leonard was made. That was years later, man. Leonard had to see Hagler struggling with Mugabe to get his courage up to fight the guy, come out of retirement. That was the strategy that Duran employed against Hagler. He boxed the guy. And he was having success, man. Duran is not the most fleet-footed fighter, you know? He's not really a boxer that can be really on the move. More of a stationary counterpuncher, I'd say. Defensively, he's a very good fighter also. so he can be a little bit more stationary. But in later rounds, Duran kind of gassed, and that's actually when Hagler came to his senses and started like roughhousing Duran, man. Just overwhelming him with work rate, kind of beating him up a little bit. And Duran gassed. He wasn't making a fool of himself, but his output kind of slowed down, and he couldn't overwhelm true middleweight. You know what I mean? But like I said, Duran is a former lightweight, so I see where Abel Sanchez is coming from when he makes that comparison. Definitely, I think Mike Garcia is a better boxer than Roberto Duran. And what I mean by that is a more calculated, patient boxer that will use his jab and fight on the outside, not get involved in a roughhousing type of fight. Duran wasn't that. Duran was a much better all-around fighter, I'd say, much better inside fighter, much better defensive fighter. I'd say an overall better fighter than Mikey Garcia, but I think Mikey is probably more Leonard than he is Duran from a skill set perspective, I can see why Sugar Ray Leonard is actually favoring Mikey over Spence. I can see what Leonard sees in Mikey. A little bit of himself, not the flash. He doesn't have the flash of Sugar Ray Leonard, but if you look at Mikey Garcia against Orlando Salido, man, you don't see Mexican fighters fight like that, basically. That's something special. And I'm not just stereotyping. I'm just saying, man, how many fighters do you see fighting like Mikey Garcia? Mexican fighters. Like even the great ones, He's definitely something special. The comparison to Sugar Ray Leonard. Sugar Ray Leonard actually his ruggedness, his killer instinct, the dog in him, that gets kind of underrated. And I shouldn't underrate it. These comparisons I'm trying to make here, but when you put Duran against Leonard, you see who's the fighter and who's the boxer. And that's what I mean. That's where the line gets drawn. Mikey Garcia is more of a boxer than he's a fighter. Spence Jr. is more of a fighter than he's a boxer, I think. He has no problem showing true grit, and he actually takes pride in that. And that's what he showed in the Brook fight. If he's not technically on par, he will try to power through. But that type of shit can get you also put out, right? Brawn over brain, especially against a guy that's patient, timing reliant. Rushing isn't necessarily the answer. Maybe it is though. We see Marcos Maidana have somewhat of an antidote to what Floyd Mayweather would have liked to do. And again, Marcos Maidana did much more than only brawling. He was boxing with Mayweather. I guess it's kind of stupid to put a fighter in one category. Like for example, we haven't seen Mikey Garcia. That's what he says, at least. We haven't seen his A game yet, but that's what Floyd Mayweather said. That's what Underwood said. That's usually what fighters that have a technical advantage say. Why maybe their fights aren't as competitive, therefore not as entertaining. That's the excuse. I wasn't showing everything I got. This guy was bringing it out of me, so I need a special opponent to bring it out of me. I'm not just gonna, show my A game just for the sake of it. Is that the risk they're trying to avoid, or what is it that we are also looking for? It's an A+ performance. What does that look like? Mayweather got it? Is it overcoming defenses? I think that's what we are looking for. I'm not pretty sure if that's what these top-level fighters that that's what they're looking for. Maybe it's about fighting a top-level opponent to make him look a fool. Floyd Mayweather against Canelo Alvarez. Make him supposed boogeyman getting dressed down, going against a guy that you're not supposed to be in there with, or fucking win against. And you fucking showboating against this dude? That's what Sugar Ray Leonard did against Roberto Duran in the second fight. That's why it was special. You see young fighters like Gervonta Davis showboat against lesser opposition, or at least like perceived lesser opposition, and they were so bold, knock them down, go into a dance, you know what I mean? Sugar Ray Leonard was doing the bolo against Roberto Duran. Sugar Ray Leonard, when he was finishing Thomas Hearns in a much anticipated unification bout, he was showboating. The way he was winding up that right hand, all that. I mean, these are memorable moments. And that's what makes these fighters also great, It's almost like they could sense it, that it was something special. Something special was happening. They wouldn't just let it pass by. A sense for the dramatics. And we've seen a little bit of that from Mikey Garcia when he was goading in Adrian Broner while actually stalking him, cutting the ring off with his hands down, little hesitation move, feinting, really goading Adrian Broner. And Adrian Broner wasn't biting on that shit, you know what I mean? So that made it even more impressive. Like almost for a minute, like Mikey was basically following the guy around the ring with his hands down, kind of. Since I've seen that Orlando Salido fight, way back when, and like I said, about this comparison Abel Sanchez made to Duran Hagler, smaller dude against a bigger dude, the bigger dude actually boxing with the smaller dude. Man, I can see that happening. When I listen to Spence Jr., yeah, he will talk about if I'm gonna catch you, I might stop you, I might spark you. At that UK lingo, going. Did Kell Brook tell him that? Anyway, that's what Spence Jr. told Mikey. It's gonna spark him. What I'm hearing when he talks about him having a boxing pedigree that shouldn't be underestimated, him being a former Olympian. All these people talking about Mikey being a superior boxer, even Mikey telling him that to his face, I'm looking into a mirror, but I'm a little better in every aspect. That's a bold statement, and I feel like every time Errol Spence's eyebrows get raised, he's just thinking, man, I'm gonna outbox this dude, you know what I mean? This Mexican trying to outbox me? Nah, man, that's our thing, right? That's also what it become, right? This whole race thing, but that's real, man. Like these boxers nowadays, man, they're on social media and all that shit, They have all these friends on YouTube, boxing, podcasts, and communities that support a certain fighter and put extra ideas in their head, man. I say Deontay Wilder, even Errol Spence, man. These type of dudes, they follow the hate and the support that's out there, man. For them, they take notice, man, and they actually bring it into their own trash, man. Like Errol Spence Jr. talking about Mikey getting, pat by Orlando, Salido, shit like that. Was talking about that, you know what I mean? Terence Crawford telling Robert Garcia, Mikey got a chin problem, shit like that. That's funny. That's funny, man. Where's that shit coming from? You think these guys are really researching that shit and coming to their own conclusions? Or are they listening to the supporters, you know? The agenda-driven cunts on YouTube that are all for the cause. Those dudes. This is a Mexican man, he can box. And Errol Spence Jr. just so happens to have a problem with boxing now. It's not a glaring problem, he's a world champion. He's a very good fighter. But when, like James said, Errol Spence Jr. is more fundamentally sound, more polished than a Marvin Hagler, man. That was blasphemy. I didn't like that. I was actually surprised to see Errol Spence Jr. boxing Lamont Peterson after he already had beaten him down, walked to his own good amount of right hands, you know what I mean, early. And then when he had Lamont Peterson basically out, kind of surviving after dropping him, he started boxing him. Almost like, it was like torturing the motherfucker, you know what I mean? When I finished the motherfucker, where he now started to box when he already put like head trauma on him. Yeah, but anyway, I was kind of surprised to see him box fluid. Yeah, working off his jab, you know. I think actually the right hook is his power punch, you know. Also his right jab. It's not a consistent tool he uses, but especially when he was walking down Kell Brook in the later rounds, he was using that jab, you know. That's what actually was fucking up Kell Brook. The southpaw jab, man. It was Gennadi's jab that broke that orbital bone of Kell Brook. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was either the right hook or the southpaw jab of Errol Spence, man, that took care of that other orbital. I think Lamont Peterson fought the wrong fight, and he has a tendency to do that, you know, like giving up the first 6 rounds or like the first 8 rounds against Danny Garcia by just moving, you know what I mean? It's almost like he can't fully exploit a certain style that he uses, you know? He's not good enough at one particular style to necessarily be able to beat you on that style or win rounds. Lamont Peterson, that is. As much as he was making Danny Garcia miss, he wasn't making him pay. And when he started like walking down Danny, it was the total opposite of what he had done before that in that fight. And then it was kind of too late. He was sweeping those rounds, but he almost stopped Danny, but he kind of gets shit confused, I feel like, you know? Against Errol Spence Jr. came in kind of static his ground, trying to walk down. Errol Spence all pre-fight hype. That's also that respectful shit, man. I think maybe Spence kind of lulled him in. Both these dudes were kind of respectful competitors. And they were talking about going to the body and how both of them are not runners. And Errol Spence Jr. was saying he appreciates Lamont Peterson because he stays in there and tries to bang it out with you. You know, he's not going to run. And Lamont Peterson, I guess, wanted to prove a point or whatever and stood his ground. Actually was catching Errol Spence with right hands early. Got broken down because it wasn't the most sensible game plan. I thought, you know, to exploit Errol Spence Jr., you got a box. Kell Brook showed that, you know? And even other fighters showed that. Chris Van Heerden showed that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Can't, you know, fight his game. You know what I mean? One fighter likes to do one thing. You don't go in there try to do that particular thing better than him. Roberto Duran came to box. Marvin Hagler chose to box with him. That's a mistake. Marvin Hagler got touched up in the middle round. So when I hear Errol Spence Jr. sometimes he makes remarks that right now I can't recall totally, but he has talked about being skill-wise on the same level as a Mike Garcia, if not better, being faster than him, having more boxing ability than him, being, I don't know, having a better boxing IQ, a boxing brain. If that's the case, man, he's gonna go in there and try to, you know, match wits. That's not gonna work out for him, man. He better be the Errol Spence Jr. that we're seeing and apply pressure from the get. Make that weight apparent. He's gonna go in there and try to play it cute. He's gonna come up short. Like Mikey, you watched the Juanma Lopez fight. He's teaching him. He likes southpaws, you know? He puts him out because he has good enough timing to hurt Errol Spence Jr., I believe. I think some fighters, man, their weight class transcending. I think Mike Garcia is the type of fighter. And Errol Spence Jr., man, that's actually a sensible choice to fight at welterweight because he's not a mover. He's not gonna move. He's gonna come for him, and that's what Mikey wants. That's what he wants, man. That's what Mikey wants. He doesn't want to walk you down. That's not Mikey, man. Don't get it twisted. Mikey's a boxer, a counterpuncher. That's why he looked the way he looked against Robert Easter, because Robert Easter didn't fight an aggressive fight. He wasn't fighting like the bigger man. He wanted to play it cute with Mikey. So Mikey chose to fucking walk this dude down and beat him up, basically. It went to decision. That's because Robert Easter is a very good fighter, showed a lot of heart in that fight. Adrian Broner didn't come to fight, man. And the moments he had, maybe he can do something on the inside if he just lets his hands go. But when was that? In later rounds for like a couple of instances where Mikey Garcia is basically just smothering. I mean, he's winning the fight. He's not going to take unnecessary risk. He's done the work. Dude is beaten. He didn't think it was necessary to fight Adrian Broner on the inside because that's really giving Adrian Broner the only chance that he had, man. He couldn't box with the guy as much as he tried. That's Adrian Broner. Not letting his hands go, running, shaking his head, all that type of shit. Not counter-punching, you know? Trying to keep the percentages rather high, the output rather low. That's his way of outboxing someone. Like, you watch too many Floyd fights in his later career, you know what I mean? Minimalism. He got it twisted. So we've seen a bunch of dudes that go in there with the wrong game plan. That's what we're seeing, man. We don't see a many great fighter, you know, that's just the reason. Multiple weight class champions that go in there with a retarded game plan. Yeah, Spence better not start boxing in there, you know, try and play it cute. That shit won't work, man, alright? Guys that have like a vested interest in this shit, man, you better hope fucking Spence doesn't box in there. You better come like a Margarito. He said, I don't know if you think I'm a Margarito and shit. You better be Margarito. You go in there trying to play it cute, you're gonna get broken up. Mike Garcia has nothing to play with. People better realize that shit, you know? he's too basic, he's not flashy enough, whatever you're looking for, this dude beats ass. Alright? Man, watch that fucking Orlando Salido fight. That's a different Mikey. We haven't seen that Mikey. If that Mikey shows up, they're gonna be shouting from the rafters again, you know? Mikey can beat everybody. Man, I've been saying Mikey Garcia is a special fighter since that Orlando Salido fight. I was thinking of people like a Sugar Ray Leonard, Sugar Ray Robertson, like fleet-footed power punchers, man. Stop on a dime, put you out. You know, hit you with something you don't see. They're dancing in that, you know? Just beautiful movement combined with power. What I also seen in that fight is that he was holding a lot when Orlando Salido was kind of roughhousing. Clinching is actually very sensible if you want to avoid completely like the only chance the opposing fighter has, you know what I mean? That's what it's going to be. People talk about power and all that shit. Yeah, him absorbing power, you know, going up to 147. And the guy is a fucking former, was he featherweight? Yeah, that's crazy. But Mikey's a special fighter, man. Right? Losing my train of thought here. Yeah, absorbing power at 147, you know? Yeah, that's all well and good, man, but I think it's going to be about physical strength. Is he going to be able to smother, contain, stifle Errol Spence, create that spot in the action, you know, slow that shit down. Too high a pace is not going to work in his favor, I think. Small steps, inches and angles. To quote Kelly Pavlik and Raymond Cini, going to be about inches and angles, nothing exaggerated. I'm rooting for the underdog here, man. Who's not the underdog people are making him out to be? They're talking about like a lamb to the slaughter and shit. They're talking about the body is gonna get broken up. Like, body punching is gonna open you up also for headshots, right? And Mikey Garcia, man, once that Juanma Lopez fight, they're just teaching him the things he does with the jab. Yes, these dudes like he's basically fishing, you know? They're biting at the bait. And he's consistently slowing the pace down, making shit easier for himself, man. Walking these dudes on with their own aggression to hard punches, you know what I mean? From the jab to the left hook to the right hand, putting you out in combinations. Mikey Garcia, man. He's like a crazy counterpuncher on Fight Night Champion in fucking real life. Taking advantage of the angles, catch you slipping, hitting you with blind shots while you like fucking doing the thing that Danny Garcia did against Eddie Morales in the first fight that Morales made fun of him for. You know, the waving your hands type of shit, trying to touch something. I don't see fucking Errol Spence counterpunching Mikey Garcia. Mikey Garcia gonna hope to muscle Errol Spence Jr. in the clinches, trying to somehow, you know what I mean? Similar type of shit that Shane Mosley did to Antonio Margarito. And Errol Spence Jr. better can prepare to fight like Antonio Margarito against Miguel Cotto in the first fight, especially in the second half. You know, do that in the first half, you know. Mikey Garcia is a great fighter. I think he could beat a lot of all-time greats, man. You know? Be competitive in every era. This type of shit. I don't want to go overboard here. I'm not saying he's better than Marvin Hagler. More polished. Whatever, you know. But I say he's a better boxer than Roberto Duran when he went against Marvin Hagler. And if Errol Spence Jr. like Marvin Hagler is going to try to box with Mikey Garcia, man, I don't see him being as good an all-round fighter as Hagler was. I don't see him being as a polished boxer as Marvin Hagler was. Errol Spence did it, so I don't see it. I just don't. Hey, I think I've given my take here, at least for today. Thanks for listening. Peace out. Well, I guess I predicted this. It went the distance. Oh my goodness, man, that was a thorough beating. That was hard to watch, man. Especially since Garcia was... I don't know, man. He looked slow. He looked fucking slow, man. Oh, shit. Garcia is not the speediest fighter anyway. And he doesn't have a high punch output. And that definitely proved to be true in this fight. Yeah, man, but that was weird. I think it was the height and the reach really that got the job done. Also, like the variety from working from head to body, body to head, man. He was beating him up, man. That was vicious. I mean, credit to Mikey Garcia for going the distance. I picked him actually to win a decision, man. I guess. Yeah, man. I got that shit wrong. Definitely. He took a vicious beating, man. Is that good to get a 12-round beating like this? You know what I mean? Where's the moral victory in this one? I think if you're not going to try to win, you might as well just stop. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. You know, actually his skill set allowed him to go the distance. Shot a good chin. Like both of these fighters actually pick punches, you know what I mean? Defensively. On the inside, he's just not the best inside fighter, simple as that. Because he's not, like I watched that Roberto Duran Marvin Hagler fight in the prelude to this fight. And I was like impressed, I was so impressed. Roberto Duran, man, he was able to tie Marvin Hagler, slip, you know, but it was similar actually. It's just Mikey can't really fight on the inside. Roberto can, you know what I mean? The size definitely also in that fight played a big factor. And it also did in this fight. Oh, Errol Spence Jr. and Manny Pacquiao in the ring. Errol Spence fights Manny Pacquiao next, man. That's a good fight for him, man. Credit to Errol Spence, man. Gotta give him credit because actually he was boxing. Outboxing Mikey Garcia and then beating him up. One-sided beatdown. Yeah, and I picked the dude, so I gotta eat crow here. Well, round beating, man. What do you think, people? Is this gonna stay with Mikey? Can he go back down and is this gonna stay with him? Is Lomachenko now getting damaged goods, you know, if he's ever gonna fight him? Errol Spence Jr. took it a little personal, you know what I mean? Like he was talking that I'm better at everything type of shit. And I was believing it, man. And I was thinking it myself, you know what I mean? Then again, I kind of knew that he didn't really fight on the inside. It's like he's trying to follow around a fucking big guy like this in the early rounds. That's not gonna... And especially like defensively, he's like picking punches, like taking it on your guard and shit like that. That's rough stuff. Like he got that beat down. But he's still like very good fighter, man. Just at his welterweight. This shit was vicious, man. Oh boy. Like Errol has a nice mix between dog and like skillful shit. Oof, Mikey. Took a beating, man. Anyway, man, I'm out. Peace out.
Another jab knockout.
You've been in with Spence, Triple G, Sean Porter. What was different, or was anything different, about Terence Crawford?
Even though I've been beat by him, I can't sit here now and say he beat Spence, he beat Porter, because styles make fights. Never in my career, nobody's ever done that to me in sparring or anything, you know, so... Obviously, it's different weight. I was close on. And you can see Terence Crawford trying to figure out how he can land his jab without getting hit. See, Brook thing is timing. That's his thing. He wants to time Crawford on the way in. You know, Brook also has a great jab, sharp jab, a strong jab. And you can see Terence Crawford trying to figure out how he can land his jab without getting hit.
He has power in either hand, Crawford. He has finished guys, whether it is orthodox or southpaw. But in recent years, we have seen plenty of Crawford. Here he comes out as a righty. And there is that jab from Kell Brook as he goes to the body against the champ.
Brook jabbing extremely well right now. Not just to the head, but as you just saw, also to the body. Brook has a brilliant 1-2. It's automatic. It's his favorite combination, but his jab right now is landing.
He just scored with it.
But it was one of them, you know, I got caught with a shot I didn't see. And got hit with his own weapon, man. That's stiff jolt. Nobody could have got me in a better condition. I was banged on the limit on the scale. I felt great. You know, he looked good. You know, the problem would have probably been me. I could have been a bit more relaxed and, you know, been a bit more loose and let the shots have got more, and then I would have got into my rhythm, believe it or not. The moment Crawford switched, man, his jab hand, he started countering Brook's jab. Which is the right hand for Brook.
Crawford looking to close that gap as he goes southpaw for a moment, doubles up the right-hand jab, and then comes with a left. Good exchange here as he switches back to righty. Fascinating first round. Gonna take a short break.
He's being patient. He's waiting. He's looking to counter Crawford. He's trying to get Crawford to commit so he can make him pay. Jab is giving Crawford a lot of problems right now. You see him thinking, and there's time to make adjustments. Like in the spin spot, I don't see him make that adjustment. We've seen Crawford do it in the past. He's going to have to do it right now because plan A, Brook has the advantage.
Spence fight happened in May of 2017. That was the last time Brook fought at this 147-pound limit. He was fighting brilliantly, and then Spence got to him with the power and scored an 11th round TKO with a broken left orbital bone suffered.
You faced them both.
I know that styles make fights, and you know in America they know how to, you know exactly how to cheat, how to boxing in every style. You know in Britain we're a bit, you know, behind the time. So want to see how Brook takes the shots of Crawford as he starts to land clean flush shots. Right now it's a battle of patience. Neither fighter can afford to make a mistake, and as you see, Brook stepped in just a tad bit, and Terence had combinations waiting on him.
Engel did not want to travel and then have to quarantine nor come to the United States. So instead, Carlos Formento is the trainer in the corner of Kell Brook. First time they've ever worked together.
Close the distance on Kell Brook. He told us in the build-up to this fight that Brook can't fight mid-range and in close. Right now, Brook is winning the battle from the outside. You know, it's a bit different, but I think that's the fight to make. You know, I can't actually, you know, even though he's stopped me tonight, Terence, I can't sit here and say he would do that to Spence or beat Spence. You know, it'd be a fight still that everyone needs to see.
And you saw something in him, you wanted this fight. How was it different? What was distinct about his style that you didn't figure on?
That's how Errol Spence had success against Brook. He closed the distance and started to bully Kell Brook. He started to fight him in close. Brook fought back valiantly, but he really didn't have any answers for that.
See Crawford having his moments there.
I see some swelling already. Some swelling already on the right eye of Terence Crawford in the right hand. Right down the middle, it just lands for Kell Brook.
And there's a right hand from Crawford.
Way to answer that right hand.
In this ring against Toka Khan Clary, Shakur, the recent featherweight champion, now contending at 130 pounds, looking for a showdown for a belt here. Round number 4.
That will put him in a safe position to let his combinations go. Beautiful right hand.
And the chest gets turned. Just like that. Terence by Crawford hits the gas.
7. Hey, come in. You all right? Give you a chance.
One of the best closers in the game. 27 knockouts in his career. Do we have 28 right here?
This fight is all
thundering in. Look at Crawford. Vicious attack to close it.
No.
And he stares him down.
Okay. I think his timing is great. I feel comfortable to my arms pop for some reason. You know, and that's what he made me do. You know, it's a funny one, it's an hard one, but he's a great talent. Catch a stiff jab, don't remember anything. They'll have you out on your feet, man. Like, he was out on his feet, he didn't know what was going on. When he got back to his corner, he said, what happened there?
This guy's in the classic Sugar Ray.
Now he's a finisher, man. Terence Crawford. You know?
Central, yes, nonetheless, the looks against it's your back. Oh, you don't evolve, you mouse. Say it. Snip forever, this is our city. Your mouth, this is your city. Stay, no, sing it, but now let's go. Your mouth, the rest, best off the fan there. And this mouth will keep you up now, so it's a bit membership. Far below, hello, near amazing. Damn, there's no way to spell nail on. Last no for steps. Chef, give a mouth, eat a morning. Wash your mouth, their mouth, never snap. Snips, Lauren. Yeah, without their snaps, not those snips, Lauren. Their mouth, never hero. This is all. Was there's no house in the workhouse, man, and memo. Zero for else to do. I'll show whatever smash will you do. No bidding over the weekend, your messy city to Mr. Mano, we're not shell, we pick on the man and man out, my route, there is no steps up.
The deputy came here with so many fish that they could not pull even more. John suddenly realized that the man was Jesus and said, "It is Lord." Immediately, Peter jumped into the water and swam and shook. The other disciples followed the boat. When they arrived at the beach, they saw bread and fish cooking on the fire. Jesus told them to bring some of their fish to add to the meal. Then he said, "Come and have breakfast." After they finished breakfast, Jesus asked Peter, "Do you love me more than fishing?" Peter said, "Yes, Lord, you know I do." Jesus said, "Then feed my lambs." Jesus again asked, "Peter, do you love me?" Peter said, "Lord, you know I do." Jesus said, "Shepherd my little sheep." Jesus asked the third time. Peter felt very sad. He said, "Lord, you know everything. You know that I love you." Jesus said, "Feed my little sheep." Then he told Peter, "Continue following me." Jesus said to them, "Come after me, and I will make you fishers of men." At once they abandoned their nets and followed him. Matthew 4:19-20.
Terence Crawford is a freaking athlete, a former wrestler. This guy is built from the feet up with his physical strength. We've already seen that he can generate a lot of power. Again, the counter that lands, and Errol Spence now backing up, and we don't normally see Errol Spence backing up. That is the Crawford pressure right now that he's putting. And Crawford is putting the punches on the face of Errol Spence.
easy work. They're gonna stop this fight in the corner, man. The doctor stepping in is not a good omen. Ooh. Check out my video. I talked about Bud Crawford's jab. The one time Errol Spence got hurt, I believe, early in his career, was against a southpaw, Emmanuel Latte. Almost his willingness to fight is what's getting him fucked up. Funny how you can be a boxer against dudes that are smaller than you, you know what I mean? Use your jab, stay on the outside. Like that was a sign. Going 12 rounds with Mikey Garcia, who's little and pudgy. Bud Crawford, man, when he moved to junior welterweight, I was saying he's the best welterweight. Like, put him in the ring with the best welterweight, he's beating him. That's what this generation, and it's almost like Errol is a victim of that generation. Like, he came under Keith Thurman and Sean Porter, Andre Berto, Victor Ortiz, like a bunch of underachieving dudes, you know what I mean? And Spence, out of that bunch, seems like a dog, you know, a lion. And he probably is that. But Crawford's something else. Bro, he just hit him. Oh, look at him. Yeah, it's time to stop this fight because look at this boy's face, man. Getting up wobbly. We don't see this guy. Man. The mind is willing, but the body's weak. Anyone feeling bad for Spence out there? Yo. It's over. We don't need nobody to take too much damage, guys. Oh. This fight's getting stopped. Oh, Derek. Oh, this fight needs stopping, man. You don't want to talk like Derek James at the end of the day. Oh, boy. Oh, goodness. On top of the head. Hit him with a temple shot. Coup de grace. Ah, this boy, bro. He can do the Zab Jude, he can do it all, bro. Funny thing is when he switches orthodox, like he can still hit you with like a Tommy Hearns right hand. This dude is just sturdy, bro. From lightweight to welterweight. Look at him. Like his power comes from the middle of his body, bro. He's a balanced fighter, Crawford. And he has that Donald Curry look to him, you know? That straight up in your face. Technique will make up for recklessness or whatever. Not even recklessness, like over-aggression or complete confidence, like ridiculous. With guys like Donald Curry and Terence Crawford, it looks different when they stalk an N-word. You know? They make it look pretty. I wonder if, like, the high life is catching up to Spence a little bit here. Yeah, the bees in the crowd. Mo 3 looking down from heaven. Come on, man. Right hook is an issue. If the right hook
Errol is kind of weirdly, I don't know, he's not weird. I don't know the way he's walking, and something's off. I mean, obviously he's concussed. Those right hooks are doing something to him, you know, to his equilibrium. I don't know what's going on. But he's kind of toddlerish walking back to his corner, you know, toddler-esque. You know, the way toddlers will kind of swing their booty back and forth. And, like, his eyes don't look right, like, from the beginning. So he basically can shell up now, and nothing happens. So, like, how does that happen, guys? When a jab to the body is harder than anything that Spence will dish out to the body. Like, what the hell? Like, oh my god, that jab, bro. It's over, man. Come on, man. Ooh! He's gonna get slapped. Oh, he's gonna get slapped. Wow. Wow. Those shots to the back of the head, bro. And then the clean up right hook. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh. Man, they left him hanging, but that's how that's supposed to work out, I guess. Legendary fights end with brain damage, guys. You're gonna get... I don't want to... Oh my god. You're gonna hear Errol Spence like slurring in interviews in 20 years, bro. Because this shit is gonna be a rematch. Nah, he's gonna retire, bro. This is a family man. He's done. Over. Basically, I don't want to get shot by you goons. That's what he's telling him, you know what I mean? Don't take it personal, bro. Man. Because if this is gonna continue like that, like a rematch and all that, bro, like we're gonna have Errol Spence slurring, bro. We don't want that. Let's see Terence go up to 154. Put the Charlos in the place, you know what I mean? Put Charlo in the place. Charlo in his place. Other Charlo, he's in his place. Watch him dance. Watch him dance. How you doing, people? You know, I wasn't really going with that notion that Errol Spence Jr. had lingering effects from the car accident. Post-fight, critics have talked about how Errol Spence Jr. has regressed in his speech pattern and essentially has gone into the fight impaired. A lot of the credit is taken away of Terence Crawford, who is the man who inflicted the damage that eventually had Errol Spence looking the way he did. I don't remember earlier fights in which we have raised these red flags. I think he has stepped up in level and his flaws have been exposed. He was bullied in the clinches, not being maybe the inside fighter he was proclaimed to be. Terence Crawford was able to hand fight in the clinches and be defensively very responsible and make his punches count when he didn't necessarily have the highest work rate, but he had a very consistent jab, and I feel like that weapon is very underestimated and high-class fighter can be made to look less than. Keep you resetting, keep you confused, keep you hesitant, keep you shell-shocked, which is what Errol Spence became in that fight. Anticipating, you know, trying to feign aggression, show that he was the boogeyman, you know what I mean? Live up to his reputation, walking him down, trying to work the body. He was trying, you know, he wasn't landing though. He wasn't landing to the body as he'd like to. Terence Crawford was very defensively responsible on the inside. You see him switch up like a Floyd Mayweather from high guard to a shoulder roll. He's doing it from the southpaw position. We've seen Paulie Spadafora use the shoulder roll in that stance. Might also be a little bit of Errol Spence having trouble with a slick southpaw. Simple as that. Counter-punching southpaw. How many fighters has Juan Manuel Marquez make to look very foolish, although they were solid fighters? It's that counter-punching style, man, and Crawford put on a clinic when it comes to counter-punching. Errol Spence Jr. has a tendency. This shell-shocked anticipating of often getting hit, and then he's bending at his waist, kind of exposing one side of his head, you know what I mean? Crawford, he'll put that left hand behind your ear, and he has no problem doing that, no qualms. Just ask Henry Lundy. It almost looks illegal. These are Bud Spencer knockdowns. These are into the canvas drilling knockdowns. You know, he did it to Gamboa. He did it to Hank Lundy. He'll throw downwards trajectory nuclear punches. They end up being nuclear, might not be Adonis Stevenson, but Superman used to do it. Try to nail you into the canvas, landing on the neck, behind the ear, back of the head. The brainstem rupturers. A lot of people talk about how Ali has been done in by those type of punches, or James Toney, you know? All that rolling, exposing the back of the head, giving up back of the head punches, have you fucked up and slurring later on. And Spence has a tendency of doing that, and he was getting tagged to the back of the head and cleaned up with the right hook. When it comes to like dude having brain damage, that's that southern drawl. Wow. Shout out to Brendan Sharp. Brenda. But he has that lean vibe going, you know what I mean? I always had that.
Let it sour 15 miles an hour. Speed that can cut out the rats and factory. Slide home through its trumpet. Say, Bernard, don't let the big head be hard to come around, put it down. Yeah, suck it to me, yeah, just suck it to me, yeah. Suck it to me, boy. No, I'm wasting the sweat. Shut, boy. No, me. Shut.
We just attributed to him having no personality back in the day, you know? It wasn't brain damage at that point. Then again, he had a lazy eye. That lazy eye could be attributed to some brain functions misfiring. Yeah, nitpicking. I think this dude, man, got tagged to the back of the head, got hit with a stiff joint, you know, to the neck. Left hand, right jab. And the corner of Crawford was calling for the 1-2-1. Wanted him to end these combinations with a jab, you know, and make the jab count. That's the old Jack Dempsey technique, man, the jolt.
To maintain its equilibrium, your rescuing right foot acted as a springboard. The left foot serves as a trigger to spring the right foot. So the falling step sometimes is called the trigger step. I warned, don't make a preliminary movement before stepping off. Had you followed your natural inclination and shifted your weight to the right foot before stepping, that action would have started your body weight moving backward, away from the direction in which you intended to step. Then you would have had to lose a split second, while your right foot was stopping the backward motion and shifting your weight forward again, before the punching step could be taken. Learn now, and always remember that in fighting you cannot afford to give your body the luxury of a useless preliminary or preparatory movement before shooting a punch. In the first place, your target may be open for only a split second, and you must take advantage of that opening, like a bolt of lightning. Secondly, preliminary movements are giveaways, telltales, telegraphs that treacherously betray to your opponent your own next action. You now know how to set your weight into motion for a straight jolt by means of the falling step.
So of course I'm rooting for Pacquiao to win because that's a bigger fight. But after watching the fight again, I was like, they not saying nothing about all them shots Jeff Horn was hitting Pacquiao with. And he was just brutally bullying him, roughing him up. They could say, oh, he was being dirty, sometimes he a headbutt, but it's a fight. That's going to happen. You know, but he was real life manhandling Pacquiao, like pushing him all around. And you see, Keith Thurman couldn't even do that.
Yeah.
You know, and
seeing him beat Keith Thurman at 40 years old, like, God damn, this guy's great. I mean, just look at his career with 8 different weight classes, world titles in 8 different weight classes. 40 years old, beats Keith Thurman, who's in his prime.
Right.
Crazy.
He sure turned back the hands of time on that one.
It's fucking crazy.
And he fought in spurts. Both of them fought in spurts. And I thought Keith was going to pick up on it, but Pacquiao was only fighting the end of the round. Like, Keith would come on strong at the beginning of the round, and it would be like, all right, Keith winning this round. And then Pacquiao would just be like, pop. And then Keith would be like, like, oh, man.
I didn't even see the fight. But when he dropped him with that right hook early in the first, you're like, oh,
it's like a right
shit.
jab.
Yeah.
No, it was like he jumped in with the left and then followed by like a straight right.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the alley shuffle. Look at the footwork. That means the old man is feeling good. Wow. Randy, turning back the clock.
He was especially explosive and quick with his right hand, and he is left-handed. Right. But that little right jab, he put him down in the first round with a little quick flick right.
Actually, a jab.
A hard jab.
A hard jab knocked him down.
Knocked him down. Unbelievable. A simple, hard right jab.
No preliminary movement. Just lift the left foot and let the body fall forward in a long, quick step. The left foot should land flat and solid on the floor at the end of the step. It is a quick, convulsive, and extremely awkward step. Yes, it's one of the most important steps of your fistic life, For that falling forward lurch is the rough diamond, out of which will be ground the beautiful straight knockout jolt. It's the gem movement of straight punching. Try that falling step many times. Make certain each time that you start from a comfortably balanced position, that the body weight is resting largely on the left leg, and the knees are slightly bent, that the arms are at your side, and that you make no preliminary movement with the right foot. I call that forward lurch a falling step. Actually, every step in walking involves a small fall. Walking is a series of falls, but in this particular step, the fall is exaggerated for two reasons. One, your weight is well forward when you step off, and two, the step is so long, it gives gravity a chance to impart unusual momentum to your body weight. The solidity with which your left foot landed upon the floor was caused by your momentum.
It's crazy. It's like, wow. He
But
went
that's
over the
his
shoulder.
punch.
Yep.
That's his punch.
Yep.
They were showing him hitting other fighters with it. The same thing. Well, boom, boom.
He has such a unique style. The leaping in,
What
firing shots.
would you have did if he came in with that shit on you?
Oh, man.
Rick Rios had that also in his repertoire, the old Cameron Duncan connection. But Errol couldn't do anything with it, man. And he was getting hit to the back of the head and to the neck. That shit will discombobulate you and also negate like any type of plan that you might have had, you know? Your thought process getting constantly interrupted, man. That's what a jab will do to you. And imagine also like equilibrium punches, man. They will linger. They will stay with you. Just ask Anthony Joshua in the Andy Ruiz fight, you know? These punches aren't easy to recover from, although you're not necessarily like out of it. It's just like your legs might be gone. Like Mickey Ward at 140 in the second fight. Your balance is shot basically. Look at Spence walking back after the first round, you know, back to his corner after the knockdown. He got up and he was fighting. He was fighting hard. Even in the beginning of the second round, he was fighting hard. But I think he was just fighting through the hurt, you know what I mean? His legs were gone, but he was determined. Always funny, like, to see fighters have a goofy smile on their face, you know, while they're getting hurt. Thomas Hearns, Marvin Hagler. Thomas Hearns, like, after the first round, he has this goofy smile on his face. Like, they know what's coming, trying to put on a brave face. Let's look at this now. I think this is the round. This is where, like, his face gets busted. And also, Crawford had this Zach Judah uppercut on lock, and Spence Jr. was getting whipped with a lock. His jabs sound like fucking whips. He makes a shit count, man. You see damage. Spence Jr. has like this heavy-handed, big guy punching, you know what I mean? Trying to punch at a big target. That's what he's trying to do, you know what I mean? Hoping like that you find yourself in front of his fist. George Foreman style. Crawford is slippery and sharp and devastating when he's hitting, you know what I mean? Like he's cutting and bruising. Like Spence Jr. looked like he had prosthetics after the fight. Like his eye, the shit under his eyes, whatever that was, man. Anyways, let's get into this. Let's see the nuclear exploding at the brainstem. A left hook. Another left hook. The jolt again. Two jolts. He's trying to power through. Just got checked again with a jolt. Oh, see, that's what I'm saying. There it was. Spence overshoots his range with a jab and misses. Oh no, he actually landed that. He landed his jab, but Crawford stands his ground and shoots the left hand. What does Spence do? He crouches. I guess he slightly ruled that, but still, that should hit him. Low-key to the back of the head. He's not a happy camper right now. Spence is surprised he landed. It's set up with that shit. That finished Hank Lundy. That combination, downward trajectory, spearing, you know, that's scary. That makes people jump on their head, go into acrobatics. Like you don't fall regular on that shit. Go into a spasm after trying to jump in an imaginary pool. Like look at fucking Spence's eyes, man. What happened there? His eyes didn't look right going in, but what the hell happened with his eyes, man? It's a jab, huh? It's like he's getting poked or something, man. Levering by Crawford. Those levers he puts out there to kind of either neutralize Spence on the inside or set up like avenues for punches. And he doesn't do it necessarily like in a posing type of way, you know what I mean? He just takes opportunities like subtly. See the way he just like showed him a little roll and put that stiff jab on him. Now he's gauging, put the hand on the shoulder, then put a little jab out there. Oh, it's all like thought out. See the feints, man. Oh. Put a feint on him, you know what I mean? Shook his nervous system. These little jabs, see, again, the way he's like double jabbing him.
Spence has no defense for that shit. That wasn't good, you know, the way Spence put his legs. The way they straightened up. I feel like he got concussed, man, in the first knockdown and never recovered. Because when you watch him getting up from the knockdown, going back to his corner, like he's good at faking, I guess. And he has a lot of heart, you know, he has grit. And he'll try. Like Spence knows the shit is coming. Can't get away from it though. Look at these exaggerated steps by Spence, man. Nothing is subtle. Derek James didn't really help in the corner, I believe. It's like two damaged individuals, you know, in a conversation. What'd you say? No, I'm telling you what? A lot of this. That wasn't good. That wasn't good. This doctor just had this dude like tripping over him. Look at Spence. That wasn't him tripping over the foot of the doctor. He wasn't even near it. A neurological exam would probably tell you that Spence has a lot of trouble right now. And he's not right. I've seen that shit on YouTube, like a death in the ring analysis. How a fighter like from round to round is like regressing in his balance and how the signs are very obvious.
The first sign of trouble came at the start of the second round. Munson staggers slightly as he stands up in his corner and steps to the middle of the ring. Experts call this a gait disturbance, something ringside doctors, referees, and others are trained to look for as evidence of a changing condition.
He looks fatigued coming out already. So he takes a jab, he takes a leg kick, okay, and then there's, I guess, a timeout for a groin kick right there. You see the ref breaks it from what I presume he thought was a groin kick, and then he turns away. The ref turns away, but the African-American kid stumbles. He doesn't have his feet under him at that point. That's not exhaustion, that's lack of coordination. See, he takes a weird step there. That's the first thing that I would notice where I would be watching really carefully.
His feet cross, putting him in a vulnerable position.
And he staggers, and his arms go down. And right then and there, you know, I'm doing this as a ringside position for over 20 years, and we watch the fights very closely. And one of the first things you look for is any kind of gait disturbance. And when you see a gait disturbance or you see a fighter, you know, with some balance issue, you right away kind of get on the edge of your seat because you're kind of wondering at that point, you know, was there a shot? Was there something else that happened? Was there something you didn't see?
You really err on the side of caution for an amateur, you know, and especially a first fight guy. I'm telling my referees, hey, this is the guy's first fight. I'd rather they get upset with my referee, and then I'll take the heat off the referee and say that the commission ordered it, or if the doctor stop it and say, well, you know, that's the way we did it. I'd rather stop it too soon than too late in an amateur fight.
See, he's stumbling all over. His feet aren't under him. That's not just exhaustion. Usually people move in a coordinated but slow kind of thing. They get tagged because they're tired, but they're not stumbling. You know what I'm saying? It's a little bit different.
At the end of round 2, Munson staggers back to his corner.
The ref again turns his back. As the kick goes back and he crosses his feet again, he kind of staggers back to the ring. And at that point, you know, I definitely would be in there for an eval.
The doctor, Feliciano, looks into Munson's corner, then to the other corner.
I would be shocked from what I did see if that fight occurred in New Jersey and the ringside physician didn't enter the ring after round 2.
He then picks up his cell phone, taking his eyes off the fighters for about 20 seconds.
So in that regard, man, it's always scary. Fighters like that definitely should get pulled. And that's what they tell a fighter, to go to one side and then to the other. Walk a straight line, essentially. Like you just seen Spence, man. He just showed you what he's gonna do in 20 years. Is he gonna be one of those? Can't walk a straight line, can't talk. He's gonna fall if you're gonna tell him to shadow box. Eventually he's gonna fall.
As far as the indicators that someone has developed dementia pugilistica or punch-drunk syndrome, they may not exhibit any symptoms for 10-15 years till when their career's over. So often an Alzheimer's patient or a demented patient is the last one to know that they're getting demented. It's your family or people around you to talk to you that ask you the right questions and start to know.
Well, just think how tough a question that is. Did I see the potential demise and terrible physical impairment of my own kids? How's the guy going to say yes to that?
There are those that will say that it's the father's fault, he pushed him. There are those that will say it's the boy's fault, he pushed himself too hard for his father. It may be, like I said, that it's just that father and son combinations work a lot better. I don't know. I really don't know.
It's like saying, does the good outweigh the bad? You know what I mean? The good parts of boxing and the excitement of boxing, and the thrill of being a fighter, the thrill of knowing you are a fighter, would that outweigh the consequences? I don't know. It all depends on the individual.
I think it's harder for the family members than it is for Denny and Phil, because in their world, they're okay. In their world, nobody's hurting. Nobody, they don't know what piece is really missing. And sometimes it takes him a while, but today I went in and he kissed me, so he knew it was me. And Philip's like that too, in response to his wife. I can remember a few years ago when I first started here, whenever he would get upset, he couldn't remember her name, but he would know that, that lady. He would say to me, that lady, and always refer to her.
It's just a bad day. Good, champ. Good. It was a very painful reunion for me. On the other hand, I see that he's still the underlying Tony he always was, remarkably happy, very upbeat. He is truly the embodiment of forgiveness.
Sometimes I just sit and marvel at him to be able to go through the day. So parts of him are still the old Tony if you look.
Anybody who wants to deny the brutality of the sport and the damage that it does to a brain is living in fantasy land. Either they're blind or they want to be blind to the effects of it. It's not an isolated case. It is not an isolated case. It's one of many.
It's hard to think back and, to what he is now and what he was back then. It's such a huge difference. I don't want to put no grief on anybody. The grief of death alone in the family is enough, but to go through punishment and then death is just too much.
We're all that they have between now and the end. And I just think that they all deserve a little bit more respect than they're getting.
The doctors told me about how it is. They just lose a little bit all the time, and he's not aware of it. In other words, he's living over there, but really he's dead.
Phil Moyer in the black trunks. The 23-year-old Moyer is a substitute for his brother Denny, who came down with an ear infection earlier this week. He's in the midst of a comeback campaign and has won both his bouts this year.
1 minute to go in round 10. The finish should be furious. Large crowd is applauding. Moyer finishing strong. There's the bell. The winner by unanimous decision, Denny Moyer. Denny Moyer is the winner. Denny Moyer reversing the previous decision which Robinson had over him. And very gracious Ray Robinson. Congratulations. We invite you to be a television ringside next Saturday night and enjoy the 15-round World Lightweight Championship.
The doctor let him go 4 or 5 more rounds, and there's a reason why he got in there. Maybe there were concerns already for Franz Spence. I remember this guy being a big welterweight that we didn't have any concerns for. He's damaged goods at this point. I understand he got dropped, but it's not like he took a vicious beating, Got tagged a couple of times and the doctor's already in there. Maybe they saw what I just saw after the first round, kind of showing signs of having balance issues. And this is a clear sign. This is why I'm making this video. Just rewatching this fight, right? And I see this dude have a disappointed reaction because the ref allowed the timekeeper the round to start and then call time. So essentially both fighters thought they were going to start fighting. Spence kind of took it as a bad omen, for the doctor to come in. And maybe he had hoped that he would just be observing from outside, but dude is in there. It can't be this time already when the doctor's checking on me. Also for clout reasons, man. The public profile of a lot of athletes has increased so much, man, that every reaction, we've lost a lot of genuine reactions in sports. It's determined, planned almost. They're always aware that they could lose clout, and I'm sure it was always that to a certain extent, but come on, we're in trouble, bro. You don't think LeBron James thought about how he'd react if he'd win a championship for Cleveland? Floyd Mayweather when he beat Ricky Hatton, that he didn't play this out, man, or you think this is his personality? You got a lot of phonies, man, that are pretty good athletes and legends. Yeah, but fucking Spence, man, that was a genuine reaction. He was fucking, he's like, damn, making me look dumb in front of Yalabizi or something. Anyway, that misstep, man, that's kind of concerning, bro. He can't turn around and walk back to his corner without almost tripping over himself. That's not a good sign, bro. 33, that's prime years still, especially this time. Everybody talking about scientific progress. Everything gets better with time, but Sugar Ray Robinson, man, he's still whooping ass at 36 and shit. Crawford, still whooping ass at 36. I guess there are exceptions, right? Fuck time or futuristic training methods, man. They're just legends. That's that. Outliers. Spence's like us.
Protagonists, those that wish boxing to continue, have to be honest and say, look, boxing is dangerous. But then we have to try and decide how dangerous.
The only thing I can ever remember being said, yeah, it makes you punchy. Nobody said, well, wait a second, what does punchy mean?
These are not actors you're going to see.
They're real fighters who were once top names in the ring. What's your name?
My name is Joey Crabtree.
How old are you?
I'm 57 years old.
How many fights you had, Joey?
I had 243 fights.
Did you ever fight any champions?
I fought so many I forgot who I fought.
Brain damage in boxing can be, again, quite clearly divided into two types: acute brain damage, chronic brain damage. Acute brain damage is, in nearly all cases, due to a thing called a subdural hemorrhage. If you start bleeding in that gap between your brain and your skull, what happens then, there's a sudden catastrophic pressure change, and boom, it all falls apart.
The ref charged for the candle. Then he went down, not from any one punch, but from an accumulation of punches. Dr. Schiff says, let him alone, he'll probably be all right. No cause for excitement.
The chronic brain damage is just the cumulative effect of blows that are going to hit you. They're not going to knock you out. You keep boxing, you walk into another and another, and changes occur within the microscopic structures of the brain.
Damaging the front part of your brain will damage your ability to make good decisions. And they won't recognize that they're trouble.
Gets it all. Sit back. He's taking deep shots. Thank God.
I was close to getting the shot at the middleweight title. And as long as I was winning, I didn't pay no attention to the effects that I had, or the wounds, or whatever you want to call it. After 1981, my eye just started going bad. I got thumbed in the right eye, and I got another one in the left eye. And I went and I saw Dr. Chenoweth in Portland, Oregon. And I went into his room. The lights were so bright, I couldn't see nothing. He looked at me, and he estimated that I was blind 18 months. I was boxing blind for 18 months. I didn't know it. Why? I was winning. Winner never sees no flaw.
Wesley Jones was my opponent March 13th, 2004. I dominated the whole fight till 12 seconds left in the 9th round, where I was hit with a shot behind the head. And from then on, the story's kind of foggy.
And there right hand across the top. And it's badly hurt now. The Kirov goes to the body. That's the Kirov top control.
After the fight, I had some headaches, for a couple of days. So we went to our local doctor and got some MRIs, and they found the injury. They found the problem.
I went to see the finest neurosurgeon in the world with Joe, and he laid it right on the line. You're going to have to be here in Boston for several days, Mr. Macy. And I said, we'll stay a month. I'm his father. I got to know these things. I got to know if he's okay or not.
I didn't seek out Joe Macy. He sought out me. He came to me for an opinion. Technically, Joe had what we call a subdural hematoma.
And that's a type of brain hemorrhage where the very thin, fragile blood vessels on the surface of the brain, as the brain twists around inside the skull, these get stretched, twisted, and they can rip. And when they rip, they don't spurt blood, they ooze.
He's not more susceptible to have a subdural hematoma because the vein that broke is gone, and therefore can't cause him more trouble in the future.
The Nevada Commission is the only commission in the world that has this one-line rule that says you cannot fight if you've ever had a history of a subdural hematoma. We have the neurosurgeons with the credentials, and the family, and the fighter saying we're okay. That should be enough.
I think the tests that we're taking, first of all, are not adequate. There's got to be some different type tests. I mean, you can see a boxer who can pass every test, and you can see him stumbling in the ring, has no coordination, but still he passes the test.
I went to UCLA Medical Center and got on all the machines, kidney, brain, thyroid, urine, blood, all kinds of tests, 3 days, okay. Then I went to Mayo Clinic, the boss of all clinics, Mayo, stayed 2 days, A1. Do I sound like I have brain damage? I'm not making excuses. I think it helped me because I didn't run around. I was too weak. I didn't tell people, this is why the woman is returned.
Legally, in a court of law, lawyers, judge wants to use hard data. And if someone's passed their test, they want to say, well, you put them through all these tests, then they should be able to fight, give them their license. Well, if you want to let fighters fight that shouldn't be in the ring any longer, then just use tests as your only criteria.
Ali's very last fight, and it was one day after training that Angelo asked me, confidentially says, Emmanuel, I feel that Ali should quit. His reflexes have slowed down. What do you think? And I agreed with him.
He wasn't there. He was in no shape. People said, why don't you tell him to retire? Well, I never played God with fighters. I told Muhammad, you do what you want to do with your life, son. That's what he should do. It's his life.
I got more sense than anybody. Who can handle you like I'm handling you now? Brain damage.
He had Parkinson. He had Parkinson before he stopped fighting. But the Parkinson affects his movement.
And the ex-champ has to hold on. Ali in his own corner. Things battered.
Very tired.
It looked to us at ringside that, you were slow, you were telegraphing your punches. The eyes could see it, but the physical ability just couldn't get it there.
It wasn't from boxing. It's not a disease affiliated with boxing. If a doctor can tell me that, I'll say amen.
Dementia pugilistica comprises several different things, but you don't have to have all the parts. One of the things are problems that lead to Parkinsonian-like symptoms. It's not Parkinson's disease, but it's Parkinson's symptoms. This particular part is most dramatic in what is called bradykinesia, which means slowness of initiating a movement. Best example of this is, of course, Muhammad Ali.
It's tough to foresee a tragedy. I hope we could foresee it and prevent it, because who wants a guy to get hurt?
Does that mean that he can't be hurt in the ring? Absolutely not. Any boxer can be. The question is, are they at greater risk?
I don't want to get into statistical arguments of if, buts and maybes, it could be this, it could be that. The bottom line, it bled once, it could bleed again. If it bleeds again, it may be a catastrophic bleed that makes Joe dead.
It was kind of a freak incident that had happened. I don't think his anatomy is any different than the rest of ours to make him more susceptible to that form of injury.
It's very probable that the very small amount of bleeding that Joe had happens in fighters more often than we're aware of. And it is true that a study done some years ago of boxers that had dementia pugilistica, the majority of them had evidence of intracranial bleeding.
He had a brain bleed. That should be the end of your career. He's a smart guy. He's a very good-looking guy. So I really don't understand why he would even continue to fight.
How can you stop an athlete from, or anybody, from earning his living?
You can't tell the kid stop. It's like cutting off circulation, like stopping living.
You can't be the what if, what is that I'm healthy now and I don't want to risk my life, not for anything. But it has to be handled case by case. I think boxing is my right.
If you can listen to the physicians at the American Association of Ringside Physicians, they will tell you the highest mortality rates are fighters whose fathers are in the corner.
The Gillette Cavalcade of Sports is on.
Some of them are scary. You never know if you're going to wake up.
The closest I got to thinking that I had a major tragedy was the second Johansson-Patterson fight at the Polo Grounds. At 151 in the fifth round, Patterson threw a sensational left hook, probably the most vicious left hook ever in the ring. His leg was quivering. He was on his back. He must have been on his back maybe for about 10 or 11 minutes, maybe more. I don't know.
The greatest amount of damage that occurs to boxers is when they're in that defensive state. The acceleration forces which can be transmitted to the head are markedly accelerated when the neck is limp.
The actual damage caused by the knockout, it's that swiveling motion of the cortex and the brain stem.
The heavy hemispheres of the brain and the brain stem for microseconds are kind of going in different directions, and some of those nerves get stretched, some of them get torn. So those are probably the punches that can create the subdural hematomas that we see.
It's just more like us. That's all. That's okay. You know, look out for him when he doesn't have anybody to look out for him, because Derek James needs someone to look out for him. Derek James should have stopped the fight earlier. What we were watching was some indecisive ass shit, and it could have actually, you know, shortened his career, Spencer's career, shortened his life. That's, you know, that's the reality of the shit, man.
And we had some comments concerning that. Let's go to the fight doctor.
Tony, with everything that happened, I was very concerned. He looked so bad in that first round. I thought you should have stopped it, and I said it rather hard to the audience. I'd like to hear your view of it. Why did you stop it?
Well, very simple. I talked to the man, and he answered my questions very correctly, and he was very awake, so I let him continue. I gave him another chance.
Of course, the second time, he didn't answer you correctly, and you stopped it.
The second time, he didn't know where he was. I talked to him, and he turned his eyes on me, and his eyes were back, his eyes glassy, and his legs were over. That's what I stopped the fight.
Once again, proving that the men in the ring know better than anyone, and so we go back to Dick Enberg.
All right, thank you, doctor. So,
even later, people said, yeah, it's confirmed. He does have a broken jaw, and he may never fight again because of that.
Well, I could see why people would feel that his jaw was broken. The rumor started by just simply looking at him. One side of his jaw was twice the other side. Ruling out mumps rather immediately, you could come up with a diagnosis that he had a broken jaw. Getting down to the confirming it, that, as you know, in your business or my business, or in the boxing business, rumors fly and they're confirmed by all sorts of people. So fortunately, he had no serious injury, and the injury that he has is so minor that it probably will disappear in another 5 or 6 days.
That's definite.
That's absolutely.
I wonder if people are anxious in some sense for fighter to be hurt, because the word just spread. Because I heard it, I got it direct from the doctor.
The heightens the drama of a naturally dramatic contest is probably nothing more dramatic than a heavyweight championship fight between two equally matched fighters. I don't see that the public would want to diminish it by not spreading these gory rumors. So I also heard that Joe Frazier's jaw was broken, and by the end of the evening, I heard Count Basie and Buddy Rich's jaw was broken. Everybody's jaw was broken.
Yeah. They got the names wrong, but they had... Well, how do you watch a fight?
Nervously.
I'll bet you do. Yeah.
Anxiously. I usually have some place to go after the fight. I'm always praying that my fighter doesn't get hurt so I can go. Unfortunately, we just blew the whole thing yesterday, and we spent the whole night in the hospital back and forth.
Would it have been good for him to stay in the hospital?
No, it would be a good medical practice, but for the same reason that you pointed out a moment ago, confirming of rumors and starting of rumors, it's sort of disastrous to put a fighter in the hospital overnight. All of a sudden, vicious connotations begin, and people say, "Oh, Joe Frazier put this guy in the hospital for a day." And although it's great for publicity flags to start to churn up a rematch, it's not good for the fighter. And I think that was a true reflection of what happened to him.
Does Muhammad feel that he lost?
I mean, why did you decide to do that at that time? Well, that was easy. You start with a guy who no. Did you not think he was going on too long? No, I'm a firm believer. And I'm a firm believer not playing God as individual. Muhammad did what he wanted to do.
Let's face it, it starts with Muhammad, because nobody made Muhammad get into the ring against Larry. that he had a manager who benefited handsomely from that fight, and the manager should have told him, no, this is not a fight that should be allowed to happen.
There's people that say that Ali should have stopped. I say they're right, but I didn't have that authority over Ali that they thought. Ali was always his own man, and if I didn't do it, he would have did it himself or got somebody else to do it.
Herbert, he played the game of sounding like he wanted to quit, and while making, that was all he was going to make a living, and he was really, those guys really dug into him. Don King took a nick, but these guys made it a career.
But I think so. When somebody says Ali fought like for $6 million, there, he fought for $6 million, and you got $2 million of that $6 million. That was too much for you to get for. Ali got 4 and you had to fight. You got $2 million for one fight, one night. I said, that's according to the contract. We agreed, and that was it. I think people saying that was too much money for you. His family would definitely say it. All the people around there would say it. That was our agreement.
Like he said, I'm going to fight Larry Holmes. I'm getting $8 million to fight Larry Holmes. He said, a man 60 years old who's dying in his bed would get out and fight Larry Holmes for $8 million. Someone out there trying to be a mercenary and kill him. Someone out there to fight him to win. And I heard for 51 to fight. And I think I gave him a lot of credit from that fight after that.
The Nevada State Athletic Commission had a copy prior to the fight of Ali's medical records in the Mayo Clinic. Those medical records showed that when Ali tried to touch his finger, the tip of his nose, he missed the target.
You're playing with lives here. This dude in the 4th round is making pirouettes. Like, what the fuck is that? Explain to me what this move is, man. Please explain to me. Why is Spence looking like this? So he's ready. He's ready to go. Rev is in there. Time. Look at Spence. Crawford is ready for the shit. Oh, look at Spence, even like the way he's walking. He's not walking normal, man. Did you see that? He wants to fall. He wants to fall, man. Like, Crawford is seeing this shit, bro. How? Oh my god, bro. Let me put it to 05. His right leg isn't working the way he wants it to. See this shit? See this shit? What is that? He almost collapsed right there. It is kind of sad, man. That he was allowed to keep going. That's the Ferdy Pacheco types, you know what I mean? They get paid to let the fights go on. Nobody mentioned it. This dude is like goofing off with his balance. That was nothing. Like I said, bro, these dudes get paid to let fights go. You ready to go? He's asking him. That's so on. Good. That walk to that neutral corner, even. His goofy feet, man. His feet are goofy. If he was wearing Mike Tyson's shoes from the weigh-in. You see that? Oh, the ref just took him off the square like that, bro. That's not normal, man. He has no... And he didn't have it in the first round. To be completely honest, there's a clinch in the first round and Crawford just shrugs him off, man. I understand he hit him before that. Maybe Spence just went for the clinch, trying to smother. And I seen Crawford do that in the Jeff Horn fight, in the Gamboa fight, in a bunch of fights, you know what I mean? He likes to show like that he's the stronger, that he was strong on you in the clinch, turn you, you know? And he winks to his family, sticks his tongue out, you know what I mean? That type of shit. It's amateur shit, you know what I mean? It's fundamentals, man. He's been doing that, turning people since the amateur. They take pleasure, like these are superior boxers. They like to slap you in the ass, turn you. These are mind games. Established, traditional, not the type of fighter you want to be in there with if you're already like having balance issues and your footing is obviously not there, you know what I mean? The moment you square up, it's the Tyson thing, right? Eddie Mustafa Muhammad talked about it. How he sparred Mike Tyson, went up to the Catskills, and he understood that if you box him, he will square up in front of you, you know what I mean? So you just gotta push him, like kind of be physical with Mike, you know what I mean? And then put that jab in his face and run combinations on him and shit like that. And muscle him in the clinch because he likes to clinch, but he's not necessarily like, he's resting essentially, you know what I mean? And I feel like Crawford knew that Spence went into smother and rest. Not rest because he's not in condition, rest to kind of recompose, like trying to think for a second. Look at that, bro. After he lands his jab to the body, look what happens. Look at his back foot. That's not normal. That's not normal. What is that? Comes from the front foot to the back foot like, ugh, he wants to fall. Ugh. You've seen that Tarzan move, man. Spence isn't chinny. He's actually still super strong. That's the crazy part. It's his balance. Ooh, he didn't know where to go. Didn't know where his corner was. You see that? That's crazy. I bet Crawford knows that too. See, Crawford picked up on it. I remember Bernard Hopkins fighting Jermaine Taylor in the second fight. And he kept doing that. And Freddie Roach was his trainer for that fight, and he talked about it after. He asked Bernard to retire after that fight. He thought that was a sign of the fighter like losing his faculties, you know? Yeah. I would love to hear what he's saying. He's not lying to me. His nose is busted. Good job. That's where all the blood is coming from. That's why his eyes look like they did at the end. You know, he was probably blowing his nose and shit. Probably couldn't breathe through his nose. That didn't help, you know what I mean? But that's essentially like accumulation. Like he came in outmatched. That's bad now, because now he's like posting on his head, man, pushing him down, because that's his natural inclination anyway, to crouch. I mean, you see the back flip Spence, man. He's giving. He's so composed. Good left hand, but he gets immediately checked, bro. He's getting led too, like into counter punches, man. And he's leaning, like he needs to lean on him to have that balance. You know what I mean? To not like overshoot. Wow, look at him, man. Masochistic, you know, the way he's like grinning, all bloodied up. Spence is trying here, but he's also fighting. That like these are jabs, guys.
Terrific shot, so well timed. Bang! There's pretty much a jab from my
Combination of the entire Masterclass, bad balance, just thoroughly beat. Mark Fred hope so. He gets it with the jab there.
I mean, he's catching him perfect too. Look at him, he almost sat down. That tells you he's in shape, actually, that he's not falling. That's Richard Pryor, man. He's in too good a shape. The legs won't fall. Still maneuvering. Like Crawford is aware. He's not just shutting up. He's thinking, oh, he just wants to check him, bro, with that right hook. Hey, you want to open up, man? I'm going to bide my time. See, Crawford looking to the crowd and shit in the clinches. That tells you a lot, bro, about awareness, where he's in the fight. Look at him, man. Preoccupied with someone in the crowd. Complete control. See, there was a rush for all the talk about Trump Porter, man. Spence, man, you gotta also like eat your words in that regard. He's getting tagged here. He's on a string as far as the jab is concerned, man. Right hand jab, man. It's a southpaw equation. Like he doesn't do well with southpaws, I feel like. It was Emmanuel Latte, the guy that tagged him early in his career, you know. That was a southpaw, right hook. But for all the talking about Sean Porter, man, that style and how Sean Porter is able to box. If Sean Porter, man, had the physical dimensions of Errol Spence, man, Terence Crawford might not have beaten him. Then again, probably size also plays at times into like the effectiveness of his spurts and rushes, you know what I mean? But Sean Porter's footwork is underrated. That was kind of downward trajectory, and also the way he's like short distance able to, that would have murdered Spence. The way Spence is rushing in there to get a break, like to get his licks back, you know what I mean? That's very Sean Porter-esque, to be honest with you, in the smothering of his own shots. See, Spence is so dazed, he wouldn't have had the awareness of a butt to like get his corner to wipe something. Like he would have just like blinkingly walked out there. It's the right hook. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Look at the balance, the way he's like, yeah, he's lunging, but he's keeping his balance, Crawford. His power is generated at the end of the shot still. You think he's lunging or he's like square or whatever. Like a lot of people talk about the Crawford style, how they don't like it, you know, because they're conditioned to like that cookie cutter pad work style. They're looking for a certain type of shit. Type of shit, you know. You seen that, bro? You seen that? A little right hook counter just like off. It's almost like his feet are together. He just can't, man, that's just. But let's look at Spence. How did he approach that stepping in there? His legs are done. Look at his legs. Wobbly, jittery. He's having trouble. That doesn't look coordinated, guys. That looks like a stroke victim, huh? Look the way he's walking into that. His legs are all jittery and fucked, bro. That shouldn't have put him down like that, man. That's a double right hook. That second one is what has him wobbling, getting up like that. See? It's again downward trajectory, guys. Like he's already falling and gets clipped like completely unprotected, you know? On top of the head again. See, that's a discarded fighter right there. Goodness. The fact that he was even able to walk that. Man, see the way it's like, man. Getting clipped also like consistently with hard hooks, you know, sharp hooks. Just see he's getting tagged to the same spot over and over, man. The right side of his face, man. He's tough though. He's super tough. I feel like we've seen it now. Oh man. Okay, yeah, to end this, we've seen him like that awkward reset. Not good. Alright then, take care.
As you get closer to the championship round.
How's that sit with you, Sean? I know you had Crawford up big early.
Yeah, you know, I think his scorecard is cute. But also, man, it's very hard to score a lot of fights, especially when you're in the position that we're in. I'm looking at the punches.
Your friends would fight us here.
Controlling the range, the distance, out punching, out landing. I got him winning by a lot. And I think that's what the scores will say. Should this fight end in 2 more rounds?
Man, I like the way Madrimov is fighting, man. I think it's a close fight.
Sean Porter is biased.
One round or the opposite, but it's a close fight, Sean.
I can also tell you that Crawford has figured out Madrimov. If you watch when Crawford throws his punches, he takes one step and then he takes another step and then he punches. He knows Madrimov is going to slide out.
Sean, I think, I mean, obviously I'm not the expert, but to me, clear as day, Madrimov won the last 2 rounds, and you say Crawford's figured him out. Sean?
You're biased.
It's probably a little too close for comfort for Crawford. You'd like to see him turn on the gas. No, it's a close fight, man. It really is a close fight.
Sean's like,
watch Crawford's feet. He takes 2 steps and then he throws.
No, we don't need to watch his feet, Sean. Shut up.
Right there.
Crawford landed a good punch.
Yeah, he landed a good body shot, sir. Then he got countered with the straight right.
Countered right with the straight right. Now Crawford on the front foot. You know he's trying to set something up, but Madrimov not letting him get it off. He looks the same from the 80s, the same going down, man. Look at him. Incredible.
I'll let you guys take it. You guys, you know, you guys see something different from me.
Hey, nice right hand right there, but Madrimov. And Crawford sticking his tongue out like, yeah.
Now we gotta cater to your feelings, Sean.
Both guys look really fresh at this point.
Good shot there.
Shut up, Sean.
Straight right hand. Madrimov has good timing. The power's still there.
I agree. And good timing as well.
Shut up, Sean.
This is usually when Bud shines.
I'll tell you the adjustment I would have made for Crawford. Well, I would have switched him to orthodox. Wouldn't have put him right in line for that right hand.
Oh my God.
He has been getting caught with a lot this fight.
Excellent observation, man. You know what? I didn't think of that, Sean. Now that you're saying it, you make absolutely the right sense because I think fight too many southpaws.
We gotta cater to fucking Sean.
I think orthodox would have been better for the straight right hands of Crawford.
Yep.
You think there's a reason he hasn't been switching much, Sergio? That right hand lands from Madrimov. I like the way Madrimov is always punching back. Anytime Crawford lands, Madrimov's coming right back. But a little sharper, but still, Madrimov is letting him know that he can't get away with more than 1 shot. I feel like coming back.
And I think Madrimov has deceptive speed, which is something that Crawford wasn't ready for. He's a little more lax on his defense than he needs to be. And that's why he's gotten caught so much.
Rare wild shots from Madrimov there.
What he needs.
Ooh, good shot. He overextended himself, and Crawford made him pay with 30 seconds to go here in the 11th. It was a left uppercut.
Oh, yeah, I can see Crawford's timing is not there.
Caught him coming in.
Look at him, off balance.
This is the first round I've seen Crawford take over and finally overwhelm Madrimov. Can he finally There's actor Sterling K. Brown. He looks enthralled.
He's a beast actor right there.
Get out. Oh, God.
I'll tell you, Crawford is fighting like a guy that, you know, perhaps thinks he could be behind.
No. If anything, he may be obviously aware of the streak, but I think more than anything, he knows that he needs to impress tonight if he wants the kind of future that is planned for him.
I think he's got to be ready. I gotta be focused more on winning tonight, Sean. I've got him up right now, 105-104, heading into this last round, but Madrimov is fighting an excellent fight. Oh, he put everything into that left, including his left foot coming off the ground. Good right hook by Madrimov on the inside right now, but took it well. Nobody fights. Good uppercut, 2 in a row. Madrimov's got to get busy. He can't lose this round.
And bottom line, this is what people want to see. People want to see offense. You know, so Bud's finally giving everybody what they want. It's not because he's losing or thinks he's losing. He knows he's got to give this, and he's giving it.
He wants to be a crowd please fight like this against the very good right hand from Madrimov. Madrimov is getting some big right hands, man. Bud better be careful. Look at him, there's another one, 3 in a row. I said how mean Bud Crawford is. Guess who else is mean? Man, Dreamoff. Oh my God, this guy's not intimidated by the pound-for-pound stud in Bud Crawford.
We made this a great fight. No matter how this fight ends, this is a great fight. 10-0 versus 40-0, and it doesn't look like it in the ring.
Ten seconds left. Woo. Oh, now there's 10 seconds left. Stop. Separate. And that will do it. For the first time in 8 years, Crawford has taken the distance. Both fighters are carrying themselves like champions.
It's going to be wide, and you guys are going to be mad.
Sean McGowan says it's not wide. This is a close fight. Michael Buffer with the scorecards.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the scorecards. Fernando Villarreal scores at 116 to 112. Benoit Roussel scores at 115, 113. And Steve Weisfeld has it 115, 113. All three scores go to the winner by unanimous decision.
He had fast feet, he had good rhythm upstairs, and he was strong, you know, and he was waiting to counter me just like I was trying to counter him. He was very disciplined. He wasn't coming in throwing in wild shots like I intended him to do, and he fought a good fight. But I was just being patient. I didn't want to rush in with anything because that's how I got caught a couple of times, rushing in, trying to eat too soon. But I did my thing. He's a real strong opponent, you know. He only got 11 fights, but he's very strong. And we knew that coming in the game, and for us to come and fight a guy of his caliber the first fight says a lot about me and my team.
You know what, I fought the best pound-for-pound fighter in the world, and I believe that I did enough because I'm a champion. I was defending the belt, and I was, you know, controlling the rhythm, and I felt very comfortable inside the ring. And I believe that I did really well, and at least I deserved the rematch. And His Excellency Turki Al Sheikh can make it. Let's go. I felt that I was pretty much controlling, you know, everything. I made a couple maybe mistakes, but I felt that I did enough, you know, in each round, like controlling how the fight was going. And I was holding myself back a lot too. So in the rematch, I can make a lot more. You know, I know already what to do, you know, and I can push harder. Again, I felt that each round was competitive, but I felt that I was kind of like holding my own, you know, my own game plan and everything. And I showed that he's the best pound-for-pound fighter, which is I agree with. But me with my 10 fights showed my level, you know, where I'm at and what I'm capable of. So you guys decide.
No question about that. Appreciate it, Israel. Terrific fight.
Thank you so much. Thank you, LA. Thank you for everything who support me. Inshallah, I'll be back.
All right, Eddie, we'll turn to you. You were very animated when you heard those scorecards read out. What did you think of the decision?
Because it's a waste of time. It's not a 116, 112 fight. He was in the fight. He's coming into the fight as a champion. But because he's fighting Terence Crawford, he doesn't get a shake. All of the effective punches were coming from Israel Madrimov. Crawford had a good flurry in, I think, the last 10th round. It was a super close fight. I believe when you come into that ring as champion, you've got to take the belt off that champion. Terence Crawford didn't do that. And I love him, he's brilliant. But for me, he deserves to be champion tonight. It was a fight that could have gone either way. And then you hear the scorecards, and it's like a why'd you bother kind of thing. You lose by 4 rounds on 2 scorecards. It wasn't that kind of fight. I was sitting in the corner. They were so quiet the whole fight. They knew. The 12th round, we need this, they knew. This fight was on a knife edge. Check.
Red corner, wearing black and gold, officially weighing in at 167.5 pounds. In 67 professional fights, he has 63 victories, including 39 wins by knockout. Only 2 defeats with 2 draws. He's the 4-time 4-division world champion, the former super welterweight world champion, former middleweight world champion, former light heavyweight world champion, and the reigning, defending, Ring Magazine undisputed super middleweight champion of the world, damas y caballeros de Guadalajara, Sinaloa, Mexico, Saúl, Canelo.
My guess is... I don't know, man. Crawford, I guess? Decision? I don't know. It's scary. Canelo's a tank, but who has the better eyes? I think Crawford has the better eyes. Canelo's the bigger man, and the younger man.
Right here, gentlemen, right here. Coach, right here.
But I've seen Canelo do the box with the boxer. I've seen him do this before.
Letters here, up, and it's going to be good. You got my instructions in the back, gentlemen. Protect yourselves at all times. Listen to my commands. Touch them up. Back to your corner, gentlemen. Is Canelo Alvarez just too big, too strong?
They probably get back out in a round and I'm looking stupid.
And beat Bud Crawford.
Can Bud Crawford pull the upset and become this era's GOAT, the guy?
The tell-all is when they clinch. The tell-all is when those punches get thrown. And to your point, when they start to learn. Crawford had knocked out 11 straight throws before going the distance with the Dreamoff back in August of 2024. Dreamoff was the biggest opponent he's faced in the club, and it seems largely because of the size is most difficult.
position and taking ground and making the ring small subtly and quickly in fights in that first round. You see him doing that right here. He's just slowly taking ground and he's forcing Crawford to give up. That can unnerve an opponent over time. That can train an opponent. I want to see how Crawford answers that tonight.
And it's also the case on this level. We're dealing with two of the highest boxing IQs in the game. Very fast processors. And they're studying each other right now. Big right hand from Canelo blocks.
Shot back for Alvarez. Two good shots for Alvarez.
First two big punches of the fight.
That over for me, that right there.
By the way, the two first clean punches of the fight for Crawford.
Crawford shakes out that right hand off from Alvarez and now changes his level. About a minute to go here, round one.
Everything that Canelo's thrown so far, it's been with force, but it's big block.
That's also blocked by Crawford.
The way Canelo approaches that block goes.
Good shot from Canelo. Crawford can't give up too many of those.
That's where you find out, is Crawford big enough? Can he take those kind of shots?
The right jab of Crawford. That counter right jab of Crawford. That's what hurt Spence. I've seen him try this against Canelo just now. Canelo doubled down on that straight right hand. But he does fall in with that straight right hand, you know. I'm sure Crawford sees that. Uppercut is there.
Throw it to the hand. Throw it to his hand. And see if he's close enough to throw the double jab. Alright? You get him on that angle. Crawford's coming behind the triple jab, landed a nice clean shot on the ear.
That's what I mean. That ending jab. That's how Bivol beat also. That's basically one of the best weapons Bivol has. Bivol has also. The ending combinations with jabs.
And the other punch did not land, but it forced Canelo's glove into his head, which made it look like it landed. The right hand strike. Did you like that clean left from Crawford? Did you like the left hook to the body and the greater activity from Canelo?
You might have heard Brian McIntyre looking for Crawford to employ a few more feints here in round two. He needs to not only employ feints, but the jab. Romack asked for the jab, and he has to continue to do that to try to keep Canelo at bay. Though Canelo is a great counterpuncher, but it also helps Crawford get into a rhythm. But that shot right there that Canelo landed, and he's landed it in the firearm, is a shot he uses often with southpaws. He doesn't throw the punch where they necessarily
Canelo's banking on Crawford, biting on feints. Crawford's not biting.
He has to make Canelo believe that
Crawford wants to counter immediately.
that he's fighting another guy his size.
Nice slip there by Crawford, getting off the center line.
Canelo's just feeling this thing out right now, you know what I mean? Trying to find out what his boundaries are. Test him.
Like we talked about in the first round, and making that ring seem a lot smaller than it actually is. And you see him doing this right now.
That's a shot that's there for him.
2 minutes here, round two. Crawford not only has to jab.
Oh, Crawford don't like it. Crawford don't like these body shots.
But he also has to feint. Canelo has to look like he's going to do something, even when he's not.
He's a little late with the counter. Those body shots are affecting him. He's bracing too long. He's starting to brace. He don't like it. Yeah, but he's bracing also. He's not sharply countering.
That has not happened yet. And he is a big, strong Superman.
That's what I'm seeing. Like Crawford wants to counter, like he wants to get Canelo's respect, but he will have to eat some body shit. You know what I mean? Some ugliness. And in that meantime, in between time, he can't get overly cautious, bracing. You know what I mean? Constantly. He has to take his chances. Now he's pressing. Good counter. Good counter by Canelo. Counter jab. That's what I didn't expect actually. To see much of Canelo's jab. He will have to extend himself if he really wants to land like that big right hand. It's not easy for him. He has to be agile. Canelo.
Slowly starting to land a few more shots. Canelo landed that left hook. And Crawford answered with a right hook, missed the left hook. But that's what Crawford has to do when Canelo comes forward. He can't be mindless with his defense. He has to be defensively responsible. But he has to start countering.
These are close rounds though. But the effect, obviously. The eye springing, you know what I mean? Canelo don't have to do much to win a round, man. Just he throws with power. And nothing too reckless, also. Canelo definitely won the last round. To me, you know. He started testing Crawford. Crawford actually, he didn't falter. Gotta be careful with Canelo's attempts.
He might have needed that rest, at least at his age, he'll be 30 years out after this fight. He doesn't look like a rusty fighter so far. Yeah, that's his name of that. There also the angle that Alvarez had fought 520 rounds as a pro to 245 for Crawford.
What you do notice, he actually looks so much smaller than Canelo, really. At least the effect hasn't shown up in the ring. But you do notice, Crawford is doing the better boxing so far. Not by a lot, but by some. But the effect, the punches effect on Canelo is not like the punches effect on lighter weight fighters through 2.5 rounds.
In these moments right here, these last 30, 40 seconds, even though Crawford is landing some shots, Canelo's trying to send a message to Crawford. With the punches he's throwing and the pressure he's applying. So far, Crawford hasn't gotten the memo. You might have seen Skipper Kelp's unofficial scorecard gave Crawford rounds 1 and 2.
This Crawford will get hit.
I could see it. I thought the first could have gone either way.
Those body shots, man.
Canelo, a signature left hook to the body. Yeah, that's a good sign for Canelo Alvarez. Skipper Kelp, talk to us.
Yeah, it's making contact. All that weight moving, unaccustomed weight, you know. He's not pouncing Crawford. He's definitely playing the outside game. In spots, here he's pressing, but it's a jab, right? Ooh.
Breaks Canelo's forward momentum. Can't get ahead of steam though.
That's the most responsible time to build up points against Crawford is when Canelo wants to rest.
Yeah, that jab to the body. That's a good idea. Oh, the counter now. Follow him out. Crawford does a very good job at that too. Following you out with, like, you think you're comfortable after you're throwing your combinations. Oh, that's a hard shot. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely investing in the body. Crawford's moving. Yeah, Crawford is definitely, he has to get accustomed to moving all that weight around, no? That's what it actually does look like. He doesn't look as lively as he does when he's at lower weights. And he looked a little sluggish at 154. But he's a talent. He will keep safe. But those body shots will add up. Oh, scary.
Very close.
Will Canelo get strong in the second half is the big question to me. Well, he'll kind of coast. There's a habit of coasting.
So far, however you have it scored, and I suspect it's something like 2-1 Crawford. Skipper Kelp may have it 3-0 because he gave the first to Crawford, which Crawford may have won.
See, that's what I mean. He does have to extend himself at times, Canelo. That gives opportunities to Crawford.
He has neutralized Canelo's offense.
Those counters are very, very important. You want to get your respect? That's how you do it.
Those are hard shots upstairs that seem to bother Canelo. I mean, Rachel.
You feel like that? I don't think so. Like, if Canelo was worried about Crawford's shots, he wouldn't be coming forward like this. He would play defense and counterpunch. He don't respect Crawford right now. And he's anticipating Crawford running. He's getting a little anxious here, but he can allow himself a little bit of, you know, that bull-type behavior. Running in head first. Definitely looking for that straight right hand. Good jab by Canelo. Good jab by Canelo. Good defense by Canelo. Like if Canelo can get his own jab, like his jab is landing when he uses it.
I feel like Crawford's catching it mostly with his glove, Andre.
Crawford gotta bite this time, huh? It's not time yet. In the meantime, he's eating body shots. Oh, he don't like the body shot. Crawford just got hit with a left hook to the body, I think. Yeah, that left hook to the body is bothering Crawford, man. Starting to stand his ground. That body shot is bad. That will add up. He's taking it. He's not defending it. He keeps.
Canelo got his dander up. He started becoming more effective as an aggressive fighter.
Thing is, I haven't seen Crawford really go offensive yet. You know what I mean? He's still playing that outside half-distance type of game. You know what I mean? He's not yet trying to impress on Canelo, it seems like. Those body shots. And Canelo's taking a rest right now. Both of them are resting right now. Ooh, that was an interesting counter by Crawford. That was a good counter, honestly, right hook. But I think he got hit before that. He's starting to, yeah, oh, and he's low. You see him? That's a lot of weight to move around. Good shot. I mean, he will let his hands go. But that one is the issue. That one is impressive as hell by Canelo, you know? Straight right hand, and that's not his best shot either. That's just him reaching his arm out, basically. Imagine him landing a count, like that shot he landed on count. Like that's gonna put out Crawford too. You know what I mean? Crawford can't allow himself to be there for that. Mike Tyson.
So Crawford's good work largely round 4 was done early. Canelo's late round 5 has arrived.
It's a hell of a fight so far, contested at the highest possible level. Not a war, but a high-level chess match where punches are being thrown with bad intentions.
I believe this fight is going to get a lot more violent as it progresses through these mid and late rounds.
Is Crawford winning these rounds though?
Crawford would fight predominantly out of it. Southpaw stance, that's exactly what he has done. He seemed to be more comfortable in his biggest moments from left-handed stance in these last 5 or 6 years.
That left hand by Canelo, bro.
Canelo fighting that left-handed stance, almost exclusive.
Canelo doing some very good boxing in this round from the outside.
He's sweet with it.
Doesn't jab, and he's able to steal land punches. Imagine if he did.
That's what I mean. If he used his jab, Canelo, maybe, I don't know. I don't know. There it is. He has a good jab. He's starting to box now.
Very dangerous shots. Crowd trying to get behind the Mexican superstar. You may have seen Skipper Kelp as yet hasn't found a round for Canelo Alvarez.
That's the bad thing. You know?
Keeps up like this. He's keeping Crawford's hands largely at home by staying busy, head and body.
Good counter jab there.
It was Canelo, bro. Canelo landed this shit. Crawford missed. Also, much of a straight puncher. It's more of a hooker, actually. See? His shots are a little round. That's actually where he gets a lot of power from. That might work against him, right? Because he don't have like that Floyd straight right hand. Too much movement. You get hit, bro. You're just moving now. Yeah, you're doing the... We know where this is going now. You don't like it. We know. We think of Canelo as a guy that... Oh yeah, you're little. We think of Canelo at home, no. Oh no. What happened to the wrestling, bud? Yeah, exactly. Throw you out the ring, maybe. It's gonna... Like, if this is gonna go this way, man, Crawford's gonna have a hard time going the rounds. I haven't seen Crawford yet. Press disadvantage. Yeah, I don't know. He's starting to overly move now. Those body shots, man.
Come back to the guard. Whenever you have to give him a short distance, you cannot forgive him. You have to inflict damage. Just like we did. And come back as soon as possible. And you have to protect him. Alright? Great. Yeah, he's trying to get underneath you. See that?
That's what also Crawford said. People don't talk about Canelo's defense. Canelo got good defense. So if you can't really hit him too much, you know what I mean? Like, it gets daunting.
It went from a fight where basically Crawford was outboxing Canelo to a fight in the 5th round where basically Canelo was over.
Damn, that was a good right hook. Oh. Yeah, but no, that's... Yeah, that's gonna... Oh, good shot. Good shot.
That really hurt Errol Spence on his way in.
The way he spun out, Crawford looked a little... I don't know. I'm saying, Andre Wood, reading my mind, he's overly moving now. I mean, this round he started well. Yep. I mean, yeah, eventually you gotta stand your ground, brother. Get your shit off.
Alvarez coming in and kind of doubled the impact. And you can see the redness around Canelo.
You don't want to get it run around the ring.
Crawford starting to show a little bit, cracking that wry smile. Give me that left hook there.
Crawford talking to Canelo. Good body shot. Good body shot, Canelo. Good body shot. Crawford trying to hype himself up. Seems like Crawford's trying to get going here. You know what I mean? But you do see him at times lose his footing, man. And that's not like Crawford. Like Crawford has a very good balance. He's vulnerable spinning though, when he's trying to turn out.
He also knows that he's up in this round right now, so he's not taking any unnecessary risk. The burden and the onus is on Canelo to try to close this round.
If he can get this jab really going, bro, he can really mute Canelo's output. Canelo doesn't want to overly draw, man. If you can do that, you know, push him back a little bit. Doesn't hurt to invest into Canelo's body also. Why not? Crawford is a good body puncher. Oh, and he's aiming like for the solar plexus too. That's yeah. I mean, that's landing on that left hook for Canelo. Left hook to the body. Like that spin out shift. He's trying. He's trying. Touch up Canelo. Nah, that was a good round from Crawford. I think when Canelo is pressing it looks different. You know what I mean? You can't worry for the opponent when Canelo wins the round. He doesn't have to do too much, man. That has to fuck with a guy, bro. But you definitely can tell there's definitely more competitive spirit in Crawford. You know, he's not gonna let you just overwhelm him. I like the response after getting kind of ran around the ring. Yeah, more agile fighter. Compact.
Testing the waters, trying to go a little bit deeper. Can I stand here? Can I exchange? He's not backing up from Canelo's power. Alvarez out of range on the return. This is a significant statement Crawford is making. If he continues this way, not only is he not backing up from Canelo's power, but he may be doing more damage with his own immediate speed.
Not easy now. Now Canelo has the opportunity to bang on Crawford every way he can touch him. Yeah, he's trying to like exchange sharp counters for Canelo shit. That's gonna already he's breaking down. Already you can see it. You don't want to let Canelo bang on you too much. It's gotta be a mix of everything. You can't stay in one shit too long. You know what I mean? Yeah, it gotta be a mix of it. Down low. There they go with the down. Like Lomachenko's retired, bro. Enough of downloading that. Boxing has such a tendency to get hokey. Oh, that right hook. Yeah, but as sharp as that right hook was, man, didn't do shit. Almost lands at the back. It definitely makes a lot of sound, but we're seeing like against Bivol it became like a non-factor, you know?
They felt each other, but I haven't seen either guy hurt yet. The question in the back half of this fight is that going to happen?
I want to see if Crawford can land his uppercut. And he can throw an uppercut from both hands, like he can set you up for like a lead right hook uppercut, like a hybrid. That should hit Benavidez with. And Benavidez has a little bit of Canelo, like he's not the berserker to the body, but like that. I don't know. How would I explain that? It's not a very high volume style, you know. Exactly opposite of his brother, Jose Benavidez, waiting out sharp, sharp jabs and shit. But he wants like to land too clean almost. He has no work rate. And that's kind of in essence, like his shit is too crisp, too like the effort is too much in the execution to waste it. So that kind of cuts down from the volume of it, you know what I mean? What? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy talk. Not at all.
Not by much, but he's bigger. And he's stronger, but not in a way where he can do whatever he wants to do with Terence Crawford.
And the resilience of Crawford's, his punch resistance at this weight has been impressive. Because Canelo has nailed him, and Canelo is a puncher.
But when you blow yourself down...
Body shots count, guys.
Oh. The big shots from Canelo, the single shots, and even the two-piece that he got hit with very, very well.
That's the thing, at this level, and everyone's going to get hit. Yeah. Can you hit him 2 and 3 times?
I think Crawford maybe won 3 rounds, man. To me.
Can Alvarez rally if need be? Right got us to a big lead against Bibble before the latter rallied. Nice shot to the body by Alvarez, 2 minutes to go rally.
Crawford acknowledged that last.
I mean, yeah, you can shake your head, but you're taking that shot. Good turn.
To be honest, he shook his head yes when he felt it to the body, said no when he didn't, I guess.
The judges see that shit landing, guy. Oh, Canelo looking a little frustrated right now. Don't get frustrated. Keep investing. Not landing like he wants to the head. He hasn't been able to really set him up to the head, Canelo. So yeah, that was not much on the right hand. The counter was harder. Crawford is stabbing him to the chest with the jab, man. With that straight left hand. I wonder if he can set him up with something to the body. Does Canelo protect his body like he protects his head? There's no rolling a body shot, I don't think. Like there is forward momentum, like you can use that, you know what I mean? For Canelo's forward momentum. And don't go in, Crawford. Right now he's getting fainted. Right now Canelo's getting fainted. Yeah, Canelo's getting frustrated. That's what I was thinking, man. Does Canelo get strong in the second half? It doesn't look like it though. Close fight. Canelo realized he got outboxed in this round. That spells nightmares for the next round for Crawford to me. I don't know. Let's see. Canelo said he's an all-rounder now. He can adjust. That's a good fight though. Because the adjustment is now on the guy that I'm seeing carrying this, you know? He could lose his grip on the fight here. See, I don't know. See? There's Crawford looking for his uppercut now. Crawford looking for his uppercut. Crawford looking for his uppercut. Oh, Canelo looking old right there. He got whooped around looking like Francois Walter with his beard. Momentum was on Crawford's side. Canelo said sorry, buddy. Good. That's right, slow motion. Oh no. Will you lose the momentum now, Crawford? Just get caught just now. Yeah, Canelo feeling encouraged. Oh man, he got caught there. Crawford got caught. Oh yeah, Crawford losing momentum. Oh my goodness. It's like he engaged Canelo in the real fight, got cut, Now you gotta maybe go back to boxing, honestly. You know what I mean? Get back to his corner is probably the move now. Trying to get back in your corner, back to your corner in one piece. But hey, great fighters do great things, man, so maybe that's incentive right now. It does seem like this is definitely pivotal.
Not much more than 30 seconds left.
Honestly, that headbutt and that cut, that changed a little lot right now. Interesting fight. I mean, Crawford started out very well. Unimpressive end of this round, you know, it looked like the fight is gonna start and then the headbutt occurs. That guy took everything out of it, man. Damn. It started out so crazy. Yeah, and he strings them together. Pace will definitely fuck with Canelo, you know what I mean? And if it's gonna be high action exchanges like that, it will definitely shy Canelo back into his pocket, you know what I mean? In his envelope that he likes to navigate in. It's barely visible, the cut. I don't see it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. That's Crawford. These last rounds gotta be Crawford. I don't see this. I think it's probably an even fight, maybe. Canelo's the A-side, man. You know what I mean? Has he looked impressive here? Not necessarily. How will he end this? You know what I mean? Canelo's trying to make the fight. What happened there? That was odd. It gives... Oh, good. Good left hook. Lead left hook by Canelo. But it's fighting back, but... Oh my god. Oh no. Canelo's loading up on him. A lot of what Canelo does is also the anticipation of the effect his shots have, right? But if the guy is not really responding and fighting back and picking his shots, doesn't mean.
Right hand of a shot that Crawford gets hit with a lot along the ropes and moving backwards.
On top of his lead into it. It's hard to get it. Like, yeah, Canelo is investing. Like, these body shots making Crawford move. That's why Crawford is not really trying to take advantage of Canelo, like, in elongated combinations. Like, he wants to pick his spots and get out of it. That's probably the move, but I don't know, man. Do you win the round like that? Not to me. I don't think so. You're doing a lot of movement. You're doing too much movement now. Like, Canelo doesn't look gun shy against him. Like, he looks like he's picking his shots. Yeah. See, like, that's all Canelo to me. You know what I mean? Just from a body language perspective, too. That looks like these things, man, in comparison to what Canelo puts out there. That was... Okay.
Did that exchange when Crawford the round? That's a great question.
Oh. Made him flinch. Who won that round?
This is the punch that Crawford...
I never won that round. Oh.
But that's not a punch you want to really give any fighter.
Yeah, that shit, he fell.
Also extended the straight right hand.
Like he woke himself up, it looked like almost. Like, oh, I gotta punch back. I can't be knocked out in the air. That's just science, bro. A lot of that. Like, we seen fucking Kovalev, man, just like put his arms out there in these loosey-goosey combinations and like move Canelo. You know what I mean? That's a light heavyweight. So there's definitely differences in weight classes for his and this. Now I'm going to the holy shit. Yeah. Crawford is punching himself off Canelo. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. Can you win a round punching yourself off a guy? Oh, look at Bud's legs. But about to take a beating. Canelo can stay technically within the pressure. Because Bud is wanting to fight him. Since they're exchanging body shots, Canelo looking at him with respect. Oh, good uppercut. Oh, good body shot by Crawford.
I thought I saw Canelo wobble a little bit from one of those uppercuts on the inside.
Canelo's turn. Oh my god. Canelo throwing like a Golovkin. Trying on top of the head.
At this point believes Canelo can hurt him.
I believe that to be true.
Time will tell.
Oh, that uppercut right hand. Crawford. Crawford. Good jab. Oh, what's wrong, Canelo? That was a weird reaction to getting hit. The right hand. That was weird. Why did... Whoa, what's happening with Canelo, bro? Canelo looks despondent. Oh, Canelo's tired, maybe. I think Canelo's tired. Something in Canelo's body language, man. Go to the body, Crawford. What's like all of a sudden you're gonna mentally jump off a cliff? The fuck? What's wrong with Canelo, man? Oh, that... It's like he went back to I'm a little boy mode. Flashbacks. What's wrong, man? Does he get hit with something? Oh no. Canelo is scared to get knocked out, man. It looks like. He feels something that he doesn't like. See, he's not willing to attack, really. He looks like Chavez, Frankie Randall, man. When he get dropped. Canelo trying to get back to his corner. Or maybe he got something broken or something. Maybe he got his jaw broken. Something fucked up. Maybe he broke his hand. Something happened. He felt something. Like we can't really... I don't know. Maybe he hurt his hand. Something happened. Maybe uppercut hurt him or something. Like when he looked to the side and did this like... He did this back in the day like on some slick shit, stepping away shit. But this looked more like discouraged. Slightly hurt, like also missteps and his knees looked a little wobbly. See, the guy gives Canelo the wrong. Whoever's scoring this is confusing me. How? Yeah. Imagine he gets dropped. Imagine Canelo gets dropped here. Crawford saying, I ate that all night, man. I'm not going to falter now. I'm just looking for Crawford to get the shit off because I see vulnerability in Canelo just now. See? Like, yeah, see, he rolled that, right? But that roll is more and more becoming like, I don't like what I'm feeling here. So he just, again, like ran into a stiff jab. Great jab, great left hand by Crawford. Look at Canelo, he's reaching with his body shot. That was... Canelo's losing it a little bit here. It's mentality, maybe also fatigue. Oh, he don't like it. Oh no. See? And Canelo don't like it. It looks like it. Yeah, see, Canelo's frustrated. What is going on, man? Yeah. He's frustrated as hell. Look at his balance. See? They should fight a rematch. They should have a rematch. Oh, look at Canelo. What the fuck, Canelo? Canelo's frustrated as hell. Oh, Canelo's done, Ski. mentally. I know he's not hurt, but that was... What the fuck? I wonder what happened, man. His mentality completely changed in those last 2 or 3 rounds. Did he though? I'm not sure. Did he? I feel like Canelo banked a lot of those. Like, I don't know. This is a close fight still. I want to see a rematch. I think Crawford can't stop Canelo. Now he's actually, that he has fought him, you know? And what I've seen here at the end, I don't know. Yeah, maybe Canelo's gonna retire, bro. Oh, that, maybe, I think he might have broken his motherfucking jaw, bro. Something definitely happened to Canelo. That's not like visible because he's a dog, you know what I mean? But that looked like something happened to him. Like, but a good fight, definitely a good fight. Respectable performance by both fighters, man. Canelo definitely wanted to win, but like it seems like he lost. Tactically, he lost the plot there. At the end. I saw him actually like kind of dogging Crawford for ladders, and all of a sudden he falls. Like I think he got hit with something, but he felt and he played it off. That's what probably happened, man. Like we seen his knees lock. Something happened when he tried to like go into slick shit. He's confused, it looks like.
Certainly from our vantage point, he did enough to move to 42-0 and assert himself undeniably as one of the greatest of all time.
Oh, his butt crying.
Now we await the official scorecards. By now for the official decision.
He didn't do himself any favors with his body language just yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the scorecards. Steve Weisfeld scores at 116-112. Max DeLuca and Jim Cheatham both have it 115-113 to the winner by unanimous decision. The Fighting Pride of Omaha, Nebraska, USA, and new Ring Magazine and undisputed super middleweight champion of the world, Terence.
Crazy. Kind of looking like an auntie in the crowd. Anyway, hey, Crawford, man. Crazy. That's crazy. The fact that he pulled that shit off, right? Like, to me, it's like, I don't know if it's controversial, you know? Just the fact that it became this close, you know? Is a win. The fact that they gave it to him. I mean, that's dancing. Like, that's not the first... To me, that's a close fight still. I don't know how the world feels out there, but my sense is that that was a close fight. And that's what the judges had it, right? Well, okay, I mean, the 8-4 is a little crazy to me. 115-113 seems reasonable. No knockdowns in the fight. Nobody really hurt.
Praise to the Lord above me. I gotta give him all the praise. Because without him, I wouldn't be here. And I told y'all, I'm not here just by any coincidence. God bless me, and he made this event, he made this night just for me, and I've been telling y'all that. It's not my fault, it's God.
You see?
It's not my fault, like he did something bad. Nah, bro, you won.
Through 4. Then in the 5th, he started picking up momentum, and he started to hit you cleanly, and it seems like he came out in the 6th intentionally to reassert himself and stop his momentum. Is that accurate?
Yeah, of course, man. Canelo's a great champion. You know, I gotta take my hat off to him. He's a strong competitor. You know, like I said before, I got nothing but respect for Canelo. I'm a big fan of Canelo.
I would have expected Canelo to press more after cutting, but it almost seemed like he was apologetic about it. Not that he held back, but I don't know.
He couldn't do it, but
the thing is like, but didn't immediately like re-engage into the firefight, right? Box. That's it. Confused Canelo.
And what generations ago they said about Sugar Ray, no one could have beaten our guy. Is this
Don't know. I said
do you have anything else you'd like to say to boxing fans around the world?
I just like to say thank you. Thank you to all the supporters. Thank you to all the haters. I appreciate every one of y'all. We made this a great event. Shout out to everybody that came to support Canelo. I appreciate all y'all coming to support me and this fella. I'm happy that he get to make it home to his children. I get to make it home to my children. And you know what I mean? Hopefully everybody be safe tonight.
Thank you, GOAT, because you are the GOAT of this era. Terence Bud Crawford.
Well, he's the older guy. Can't forget that. You know what I mean? This actually is both these guys' era. Canelo's the younger man.
Your entire career, you took a huge risk tonight and then fought your heart out. What are you feeling right now?
I feel great. You know, primero que nada quiero dar las gracias a toda la gente que vino aquí a apoyarme como siempre. Muchísimas gracias.
He missed the crowd just now.
Y decirles que una derrota no me define. No me define. Al estar aquí yo ya gané. Y solamente quiero decir que ya gané porque tengo mi familia. En lo profesional he hecho muchísimas cosas. Entrené muy bien. Todo mi respeto para Crawford. Hice lo que tenía que hacer. Y al final de cuentas, a responder tu pregunta, aquí estoy para tomar riesgos. Vine a la vida a tomar riesgos, a ponerme a prueba y aquí seguiré.
First and foremost, I want to thank everyone that came to support me. That's always been behind me. I'm a winner for being here. There's no defeat here. The fact that I'm here
Just translate it, bro.
a winner. I've done everything in my career. I've come to life to actually take risks. And that's what I did. I take risks. And when the money fighter of an era is willing to fight everyone, you get a great era in boxing. Is Bud Crawford someone that you want to fight again? Do you feel like you could do better in a rematch than you did tonight?
Like I said to him, I feel great to share the ring with great fighters like him. And if we do it again, it's going to be great. But you know what? I'm glad to share the ring with great fighters. And I'm glad to be here. I already did a lot in boxing. I already accomplished a lot in boxing. My legacy is already there. And I still taking risks because I love boxing.
If you continue, do you feel like this is still the Canelo Alvarez that we've all known and loved for all these years? Or do you feel like something's changed? Are you still...
Nah, that shuts out the excuses.
No, I feel great. I feel strong. You know, Crawford is a great fighter, a skilled fighter. And
Respect.
I give the credit to Crawford, obviously. And I feel great. I still feel the same.
Canelo Alvarez, the reason it's been such a pleasure to have you as the face of boxing is because of that. In victory and defeat, Canelo Alvarez is everything that's good about boxing. Thank you, Canelo.
Pleasure. Thank you. ¡Que viva México, cabrones! ¡Ánimo! The living legend, Canelo Alvarez, for whom is Andre...
Respect, good sport.
Though boxing is still life for him, he does say he wants to retire at 37 to play golf because he is very good on a golf track. But tonight...
Man, both these fighters can retire if they want to. You know, they're established. They're legends in the game. Alright, that was very cool.
To Canelo Alvarez, to Max's point in the post-fight interview, he didn't have to take this fight. This is the fight.